Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the August 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook of Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or buy me a coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and buy me a coffee in the video description. So first of all, congratulations on making it this far. Chapter 23 is the first of 3 chapters in the second to last section of Capital, Part 7, the Accumulation of Capital. That means that after this section, which concerns how surplus value is turned into capital and continually reinvested to make more and more capital, there's only one more part to go, Part 8, which concerns primitive accumulation or the conditions whereby capitalism was set up in the first place. In this chapter, though, which is titled Simple Reproduction, we're going to discuss a scenario in which a capitalist system, once established, continues on a constant scale. In other words, it doesn't expand. In this scenario, you do have a capitalist class exploiting the labor of a working class, but rather than taking the surplus value and using it to extend capital further, they just take the surplus value generated and spend it. They use it for consumption. In this scenario, workers still get up and they work and they get their wage, which basically only covers the cost of subsistence, and part of their workday is still necessary labor time and part of it is surplus labor time. But the capital, rather than expanding, is just simply renewed and replaced, held constant. Then in chapter 24, the next chapter, we're going to talk about when it is reinvested in an expansive reproduction process in which capital grows. And then finally, chapter 25 is the second longest chapter in the book. That is titled The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, and it's a very important chapter to understand. Otherwise, throughout this part and this chapter, Marx's main points remain the same, that capitalism is a system of exploitation, but that in contrast to some of the earlier modes of production in class society, it is more sophisticated and is better able to conceal its exploitation of labor, which gives more terrain for its apologists and propagandists to put out the false notion that capitalism is a natural and timeless system rather than one that depends on really particular socio-historic technological conditions in order to emerge, and also that it's a purely voluntary system without coercion or exploitation and all the other things that you've heard from libertarians and other free market fantasists. So in other words, what we get into here in parts 7 and 8 are really the climax of the work. If you've understood things up to now, you can think of the next 2 parts as the payoff of the book, and if you are a little bit shaky on some of the things, do listen to these parts, see if anything snaps into place for you, and then when you listen to the whole thing again, maybe then when you go back around to parts 1 and 2, parts 7 and 8 will help you see it in the proper context. Alright, let's begin. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. The conversion of a sum of money into means of production and labor power is the first step taken by the quantum of value that is going to function as capital. This conversion takes place in the market within the sphere of circulation. The second step, the process of production, is complete so soon as the means of production have been converted into commodities whose value exceeds that of their component parts, and therefore contains the capital originally advanced, plus a surplus value. These commodities must then be thrown into circulation. They must be sold, their value realized in money. This money afresh converted into capital, and so over and over again. This circular movement, in which the same phases are continually gone through in succession, forms the circulation of capital. The first condition of accumulation is that the capitalist must have contrived to sell their commodities and to reconvert into capital the greater part of the money so received. Comment, remember the formula M to C to M prime. Start with money, use it to get commodities, use the commodities to get more money than you started with. Continuing, in the following pages we shall assume that capital circulates in its normal way. The detailed analysis of the process will be found in Book 2. The capitalist who produces surplus value, i.e. who extracts unpaid labor directly from the laborers and fixes it in commodities, is indeed the first appropriator, but by no means the ultimate owner of the surplus value. They have to share it with capitalists, with landowners, etc., who fulfill other functions in the complex of social production. Surplus value therefore splits up into various parts. Its fragments fall to various categories of persons and take various forms, independent the one of the other, such as profit, interest, merchant's profit, rent, etc. It is only in Book 3 that we can take in hand these modified forms of surplus value. On the one hand, then, we assume that the capitalist sells at their value the commodities they have produced, without concerning ourselves either about the new forms that capital assumes while in the sphere of circulation, or about the concrete conditions of reproduction hidden under these forms. On the other hand, we treat the capitalist producer as owner of the entire surplus value, or better perhaps, as the representative of all the sharers with them in the booty. We therefore first of all consider accumulation from an abstract point of view, i.e. as a mere phase in the actual process of production. So far as accumulation takes place, the capitalist must have succeeded in selling their commodities, and in reconverting the sale money into capital. Moreover, the breaking up of surplus value into fragments neither alters its nature nor the conditions under which it becomes an element of accumulation. Whatever be the proportion of surplus value, which the industrial capitalist retains for themselves or yields up to others, they are the one who, in the first instance, appropriates it. We therefore assume no more than what actually takes place. On the other hand, the simple fundamental form of the process of accumulation is obscured by the incident of the circulation which brings it about, and by the splitting up of surplus value. An exact analysis of the process, therefore, demands that we should, for a time, disregard all phenomena that hide the play of its inner mechanism. So commenting, that is the end of Marx's introduction to Part 7. What he's talking about here in terms of trying to separate the process of producing surplus value from the process of the capitalist once they have that surplus value in hand through the robbery of the workers at the point of production, having to share portions of that surplus value with other people, whether it's a landlord, whether it's a creditor who gave them a loan and now they have to pay them back with interest, etc. What Marx is talking about is we're going to start out just looking at that process of producing the surplus value. As Marx says there at the end, the simple fundamental form of the process of accumulation is obscured, or made indistinct, harder to see, by the incident of the circulation which brings it about, and by the splitting up of surplus value. So, what we're going to do is, quote, for a time, disregard all phenomena that hide the play of the inner mechanism. So while chapters 24 and 25 are going to get into some more complicated scenarios, and then, as Marx says, in the later volumes of Capital, he will continue to probe into different aspects of the phenomena. Where we're going to start in chapter 23 is just like the chapter is titled, Simple Reproduction, a scenario in which there are not a lot of complicated outside circumstances considered, but kind of a scaled down hypothetical of the core of the process. So let's begin with that. Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction. Whatever the form of the process of production in a society, it must be a continuous process, must continue to go periodically through the same phases. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and as flowing on with incessant renewal, every social process of production is, at the same time, a process of reproduction. The conditions of production are also those of reproduction. No society can go on producing, in other words, no society can reproduce, unless it constantly reconverts a part of its products into means of production, or elements of fresh products. All other circumstances remaining the same, the only mode by which it can reproduce its wealth and maintain it at one level is by replacing the means of production, i.e. the instruments of labor, the raw material, and the auxiliary substances consumed in the course of the year, by an equal quantity of the same kind of articles. These must be separated from the mass of the early products and thrown afresh into the process of production. Hence, a definite portion of each year's product belongs to the domain of production. Destined for productive consumption from the very first, this portion exists, for the most part, in the shape of articles totally unfitted for individual consumption. If production be capitalistic in form, so too will be reproduction. Just as in the former the labor process figures but as a means toward the self-expansion of capital, so in the latter it figures but as a means of reproducing as capital, i.e. as self-expanding value, the value advanced. It is only because their money constantly functions as capital that the economic guise of a capitalist attaches to a person. Comment, let's read that again. It is only because their money constantly functions as capital that the economic guise of a capitalist attaches to a person. Continuing, if for instance a sum of £100 has this year been converted into capital and produced a surplus value of £20, it must continue during next year and subsequent years to repeat the same operation. As a periodic increment of the capital advanced, or periodic fruit of capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue flowing out of capital. Footnote quoting Sismondi's New Principles of Political Economy, 1819, the rich who consume the labor of others can only obtain them by making exchanges, by giving away their acquired and accumulated wealth in exchange for the new products which are the object of their capricious wishes. They seem to be exposed to an early exhaustion of their reserve fund. We have already said that they do not work and are unable to work. Therefore, it could be assumed with full justification that their former wealth would be diminishing every day, and that finally a day would come when they would have nothing, and they would have nothing to offer to the workers who work exclusively for them. But in the social order, wealth has acquired the power of reproducing itself through the labor of others without the help of its owners. Wealth, like labor and by means of labor, bears fruit every year, but this fruit can be destroyed every year without making the rich man any poorer thereby. This fruit is the revenue which arises out of capital. Unquote, back to the main text. If this revenue serve the capitalist only as a fund to provide for their consumption and be spent as periodically as it is gained, then everything else being the same, simple reproduction will take place. And although this reproduction is a mere repetition of the process of production on the old scale, yet this mere repetition, or continuity, gives a new character to the process, or rather causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics which it possessed as an isolated, discontinuous process. The purchase of labor power for a fixed period is the prelude to the process of production, and this prelude is constantly repeated when the stipulated term comes to an end, when a definite period of production, such as a week or a month, has elapsed. But the laborer is not paid until after they have expended their labor power, and realized in commodities not only its value but surplus value. They have therefore produced not only surplus value, which we for the present regard as a fund to meet the private consumption of the capitalist, but they have also produced, before it flows back to them in the shape of wages, the fund out of which they themselves are paid, the variable capital, and their employment lasts only so long as they continue to reproduce this fund. Hence that formula of the economists, referred to in Chapter 18, which represents wages as a share in the product itself. Footnote quoting Ramsey, wages as well as profits are to be considered, each of them, as really a portion of the finished product. And quoting J. Mill, 1823, the share of the product which comes to the laborer in the form of wages. Unquote, back to the main text. What flows back to the laborer in the shape of wages is a portion of the product that is continuously reproduced by them. The capitalist, it's true, pays them in money, but this money is merely the transmuted form of the product of their labor. While they're converting a portion of the means of production into products, a portion of their former product is being turned into money. It is their labor of last week or of last year that pays for their labor power this week or this year. The illusion begotten by the intervention of money vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single laborer, we take the class of capitalists and the class of laborers as a whole. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the laboring class order notes in the form of money on a portion of the commodities produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The laborers give these order notes back just as constantly to the capitalist class, and in this way get their share of their own product. The transaction is veiled by the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. So commenting, this is another major point that Marx keeps making throughout this work, that the mechanics of capitalism obscure the processes that are actually taking place, this being an example. Continuing. Variable capital is therefore only a particular historical form of appearance of the fund for providing the necessaries of life, or the labor fund which the laborer requires for the maintenance of themselves and family, and which, whatever be the system of social production, they must themselves produce and reproduce. If the labor fund constantly flows to them in the form of money that pays for their labor, it is because the product they have created moves constantly away from them in the form of capital. But all this does not alter the fact that it is the laborer's own labor, realized in a product which is advanced to them by the capitalist. So commenting, again, it looks tricky because of the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. But really it's simple. It's the same thing that happens in every period of history, whether in capitalism or not. People and their dependents need to eat and, live. This requires supplies which are produced by labor. That's, again, a constant. That's always the case. But in capitalism, the labor fund comes to the workers in the form of money that is paying for the work that they're doing, but it's because the product that they're making is being confiscated by the capitalist and then held until money is provided to reclaim some of it. And again, don't think of it of like an individual shop, because you might be making springs and you have no particular personal use for springs. Look at it in terms of the entire capitalist class and the entire working class being subject collectively to these dynamics. Continuing, there's a footnote quoting Cazenove in a note to his edition of Malthus's Definitions in Political Economy. When capital is employed in advancing to the workman his wages, it adds nothing to the funds for the maintenance of labor. Unquote, back to the main text. Let us take a peasant liable to do compulsory service for their lord. They work on their own land, with their own means of production, for say 3 days a week. The other 3 days they do forced work on the lord's domain. They constantly reproduce their own labor fund, which never, in their case, takes the form of a money payment for their labor advanced by another person. But in return, their unpaid forced labor for the lord on its side never acquires the character of voluntary paid labor. If one fine morning the lord appropriates to himself the land, the cattle, the seed, in a word, the means of production of this peasant, the latter will thenceforth be obliged to sell their labor power to the lord. They will, all things being equal, labor 6 days a week as before, 3 for themselves, 3 for the lord, who thenceforth becomes a wages-paying capitalist. As before, they will use up the means of production as means of production and transfer their value to the product. As before, a definite portion of the product will be devoted to reproduction. But from the moment that the forced labor is changed into wage labor, from that moment the labor fund, which the peasant himself continues as before to produce and reproduce, takes the form of a capital advanced in the form of wages by the lord. The bourgeois economist whose narrow mind is unable to separate the form of appearance from the thing that appears shuts their eyes to the fact that it is but here and there on the face of the earth that even nowadays the labor fund crops up in the form of capital. Footnote quoting Richard Jones' Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, 1852, the wages of labor are advanced by capitalists in the case of less than 1/4 of the laborers of the earth. Unquote. So commenting, in other words, at that point, that was the extent to which capitalism had spread itself. Or in other words, more than 3/4 of the world population was not yet living under capitalism, at least directly, and being paid in this way and obtaining the necessities of life in this way. Continuing back to the main text, variable capital, it is true, only then loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds when we view the process of capitalist production in the flow of its constant renewal. But that process must have had a beginning of some kind. From our present standpoint, it therefore seems likely that the capitalist, once upon a time, became possessed of money by some accumulation that took place independently of the unpaid labor of others, and that this was, therefore, how they were enabled to frequent the market as a buyer of labor power. However this may be, the mere continuity of the process, the simple reproduction, brings about some other wonderful changes which affect not only the variable, but the total capital. If a capital of £1,000 begets yearly a surplus value of £200, and if the surplus value be consumed every year, it is clear that at the end of 5 years, the surplus value consumed will amount to 5 times £200, or the £1,000 originally advanced. If only a part, say 1/2, were consumed, the same result would follow at the end of 10 years, since 10 times £100 equals £1,000. General rule: the value of the capital advanced, divided by the surplus value annually consumed, gives the number of years or reproduction periods at the expiration of which the capital originally advanced has been consumed by the capitalist and has disappeared. The capitalist thinks that they are consuming the produce of the unpaid labor of others, i.e. the surplus value, and is keeping intact their original capital, but what they think cannot alter facts. After the lapse of a certain number of years, the capital value they then possess is equal to the sum total of the surplus value appropriated by them during those years, and the total value they've consumed is equal to that of their original capital. It is true they have in hand a capital whose amount has not changed, and of which a part, viz. The buildings, machinery, etc., were already there when the work of their business began. But what we have to do with here is not the material elements, but the value of that capital. When a person gets through all their property by taking upon themselves debts equal to the value of that property, it is clear that their property represents nothing but the total sum of their debts. And so it is with the capitalist. When they have consumed the equivalent of their original capital, the value of their present capital represents nothing but the total amount of the surplus value appropriated by them without payment. Not a single atom of the value of their old capital continues to exist. Apart then from all accumulation, the mere continuity of the process of production, in other words simple reproduction, sooner or later and of necessity converts every capital into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. Even if that capital was originally acquired by the personal labor of its employer, it sooner or later becomes value appropriated without an equivalent, the unpaid labor of others, materialized either in money or in some other object. We saw in chapters 4 through 6, comment in other words, part 2 of 8, continuing that in order to convert money into capital, something more is required than the production and circulation of commodities. We saw that on the one side, the possessor of value or money, and on the other, the possessor of the value-creating substance. On the one side, the possessor of the means of production and subsistence. On the other, the possessor of nothing but labor power must confront one another as buyer and seller. The separation of labor from its product, of subjective labor power from the objective conditions of labor, was therefore the real foundation in fact and the starting point of capitalist production. But that which at first was but a starting point becomes, by the mere continuity of the process, by simple reproduction, the peculiar result, constantly renewed and perpetuated, of capitalist production. On the one hand, the process of production incessantly converts material wealth into capital, into means of creating more wealth, and means of enjoyment for the capitalist. On the other hand, the laborer, on quitting the process, is what they were on entering it, a source of wealth, but devoid of all means of making that wealth their own. Since, before entering on the process, their own labor has already been alienated from themselves by the sale of their labor power, has been appropriated by the capitalist, and incorporated with capital, it must, during the process, be realized in a product that does not belong to the laborer. Since the process of production is also the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, the product of the laborer is incessantly converted not only into commodities but into capital, into value that sucks up the value-creating power, into means of subsistence that buy the person of the laborer, into means of production that command the producers. Footnote quoting James Mill, this is a remarkably peculiar property of productive labor. Whatever is productively consumed is capital, and it becomes capital by consumption, unquote. James Mill, however, never got on the track of this remarkably peculiar property. Back to the main text. The laborer therefore constantly produces material, objective wealth, but in the form of capital, of an alien power that dominates and exploits them. And the capitalist as constantly produces labor power, but in the form of a subjective source of wealth separated from the objects in and by which it alone can be realized. In short, the capitalist produces the laborer, but as a wage laborer. Footnote quoting Reasons for a Limited Exportation of Wool, London, 1677, it is true indeed that the first to introduce a manufacture employs many poor, but they cease not to be so, and the continuance of it makes many. And quoting Reasons for the Late Increase of the Poor Rates or a Comparative View of the Prices of Labor and Provisions, London, 1777, the farmer now absurdly asserts that he keeps the poor. They are indeed kept in misery. Unquote, back to the main text. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the laborer, is the sine qua non of capitalist production. The laborer consumes in a twofold way. While producing, they consume by their labor the means of production, and convert them into products with a higher value than that of the capital advanced. This is their productive consumption. It is at the same time consumption of their labor power by the capitalist who bought it. On the other hand, the laborer turns the money paid to them for their labor power into means of subsistence. This is their individual consumption. The laborer's productive consumption and their individual consumption are therefore totally distinct. In the former, they act as the motive power of capital and belong to the capitalist. In the latter, they belong to themselves and perform their necessary vital functions outside the process of production. The result of the one is that the capitalist lives, of the other, that the laborer lives. When treating of the working day, we saw that the laborer is often compelled to make their individual consumption a mere incident of production. In such a case, they supply themselves with necessaries in order to maintain their labor power, just as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine and oil to the wheel. Their means of consumption, in that case, are the mere means of consumption required by a means of production. Their individual consumption is directly productive consumption. This, however, appears to be an abuse not essentially appertaining to capitalist production. Footnote, Rossi would not declaim so emphatically against this had he really penetrated the secret of productive consumption. Back to the main text. The matter takes quite another aspect when we contemplate not the single capitalist and the single laborer, but the capitalist class and the laboring class. Not an isolated process of production, but capitalist production in full swing and on its actual social scale. By converting part of their capital into labor power, the capitalist augments the value of their entire capital. They kill two birds with one stone. They profit not only by what they receive from, but also by what they give to the laborer. The capital given in exchange for labor power is converted into necessaries, by the consumption of which the muscles, nerves, bones, and brains of existing laborers are reproduced and new laborers are begotten. Within the limits of what is strictly necessary, the individual consumption of the working class is, therefore, the reconversion of the means of subsistence given by capital in exchange for labor power into fresh labor power at the disposal of capital for exploitation. It is the production and reproduction of that means of production so indispensable to the capitalist, the laborer themselves. The individual consumption of the laborer, whether it proceed within the workshop or outside it, whether it be part of the process of production or not, forms therefore a factor of the production and reproduction of capital, just as cleaning machinery does, whether it be done while the machinery is working or while it is standing. The fact that the laborer consumes their means of subsistence for their own purposes and not to please the capitalist has no bearing on the matter. The consumption of food by a beast of burden is nonetheless a necessary factor in the process of production because the beast enjoys what it eats. The maintenance and reproduction of the working class is, and must ever be, a necessary condition to the reproduction of capital. But the capitalist may safely leave its fulfillment to the laborer's instincts of self-preservation and of propagation. All the capitalist cares for is to reduce the laborer's individual consumption as far as possible to what is strictly necessary, and they are far away from imitating those brutal South Americans who force their laborers to take the more substantial rather than the less substantial kind of food. Footnote quoting Liebig, the laborers in the mines of South America, whose daily task, the heaviest perhaps in the world, consists in bringing to the surface on their shoulders a load of metal weighing from 180 to 200 pounds from a depth of 450 feet, live on bread and beans only. They themselves would prefer the bread alone for food, but their masters, who have found out that the men cannot work so hard on bread, treat them like horses and compel them to eat beans. Beans, however, are relatively much richer in bone earth, phosphate of lime, than is bread. Unquote. Back to the main text. Hence, both the capitalist and their ideological representative, the political economist, consider that part alone of the laborer's individual consumption to be productive which is requisite for the perpetuation of the class, and which therefore must take place in order that the capitalist may have labor power to consume. What the laborer consumes for their own pleasure beyond that part is unproductive consumption. If the accumulation of capital were to cause a rise of wages and an increase in the laborer's consumption, unaccompanied by an increase in the consumption of labor power by capital, the additional capital would be consumed unproductively. Footnote quoting Ricardo, if the price of labor should rise so high that notwithstanding the increase of capital, no more could be employed, I should say that such increase of capital would still be unproductively consumed. Unquote. Back to the main text. In reality, the individual consumption of the laborer is unproductive as regards themselves, for it reproduces nothing but the needy individual. It is productive to the capitalist and to the state, since it is the production of the power that creates their wealth. Footnote quoting Malthus's definitions, etc., the only productive consumption, properly so called, is the consumption or destruction of wealth. Marx adds, he alludes to the means of production, quote, by capitalists with a view to reproduction. The workman is a productive consumer to the person who employs him, and to the state, but not, strictly speaking, to himself. Unquote. Back to the main text. From a social point of view, therefore, the working class, even when not directly engaged in the labor process, is just as much an appendage of capital as the ordinary instruments of labor. Even its individual consumption is, within certain limits, a mere factor in the process of production. That process, however, takes good care to prevent these self-conscious instruments from leaving it in the lurch, for it removes their product as fast as it is made from their pole to the opposite pole of capital. Individual consumption provides, on the one hand, the means for their maintenance and reproduction. On the other hand, it secures, by the annihilation of the necessaries of life, the continued reappearance of the worker in the labor market. The Roman slave was held by fetters. The wage laborer is bound to their owner by invisible threads. The appearance of independence is kept up by means of a constant change of employers and by the fictio juris of a contract. In former times, capital resorted to legislation whenever necessary to enforce its proprietary rights over the free laborer. For instance, down to 1815, the emigration of mechanics employed in machine-making was, in England, forbidden, under grievous pains and penalties. The reproduction of the working class carries with it the accumulation of skill that is handed down from one generation to another. Footnote quoting Thomas Hodgkin's Labor Defended, etc., the only thing of which one can say that it is stored up and prepared beforehand is the skill of the laborer. The accumulation and storage of skilled labor, that most important question, is, as regards the great mass of laborers, accomplished without any capital whatever. Unquote. Back to the main text. to what extent the capitalist reckons the existence of such a skilled class among the factors of production that belong to them by right, and to what extent they actually regard it as the reality of their variable capital, is seen so soon as a crisis threatens them with its loss. In consequence of the Civil War in the United States and of the accompanying cotton famine, the majority of the cotton operatives in Lancashire were, as is well known, thrown out of work. Both from the working class itself and from other ranks of society, there arose a cry for state aid, or for voluntary national subscriptions, in order to enable the, quote, superfluous hands to emigrate to the colonies or to the United States. Thereupon, the Times published on the 24th March, 1863, a letter from Edmund Potter, a former president of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce. The letter was rightly called, in the House of Commons, the Manufacturers' Manifesto, as in Farrand's Motion on the Cotton Famine. We call here a few characteristic passages in which the proprietary rights of capital over labor power are unblushingly asserted. Quote, he, meaning the man out of work, may be told the supply of cotton workers is too large and must in fact be reduced by a third perhaps, and that then there will be a healthy demand for the remaining two-thirds. Public opinion urges emigration. The master cannot willingly see their labor supply being removed. They may think, and perhaps justly, that it is both wrong and unsound. But if the public funds are to be devoted to assist emigration, he has a right to be heard and perhaps to protest. Unquote. Mr. Potter then shows how useful the cotton trade is, how the, quote, trade has undoubtedly drawn the surplus population from Ireland and from the agricultural districts, unquote. How immense is its extent, how in the year 1860 it yielded 5/13 of the total English exports, how after a few years it will again expand by the extension of the market, particularly of the Indian market. Comment so many uses for the colonies found in this passage, continuing, and by calling forth a plentiful supply of cotton at 6d. per pound. He then continues, quote, some time, 1, 2, or 3 years it may be, will produce the quantity. The question I would put then is this: is the trade worth retaining? Is it worthwhile to keep the machinery, he means the living labor machines, in order? And is it not the greatest folly to think of parting with that? I think it is. I allow that the workers are not a property, not the property of Lancashire and the masters, but they are the strength of both. They are the mental and trained power which cannot be replaced for a generation. The mere machinery which they work might much of it be beneficially replaced, nay improved, in a 12-month. Footnote, it will not be forgotten that this same capital sings quite another song under ordinary circumstances when there's a question of reducing wages. Then the masters exclaim with one voice, the factory operative should keep in wholesome remembrance the fact that theirs is really a low species of skilled labor, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which, by a short training of the least expert, can be more quickly as well as abundantly acquired. The master's machinery, Marx adds, which we now learn can be replaced with advantage in 12 months, quote, really plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labor and skill of the operative, Marx adds, who cannot now be replaced under 30 years, quote, which 6 months' education can reach and a common laborer can learn, unquote, and as was quoted in an earlier chapter. Back to the main text and continuing this quoted passage. Encourage or allow, comment, yes, allow, like the entire country is just a big prison. Continuing, the working power to emigrate, and what of the capitalist? Take away the cream of the workers, and fixed capital will depreciate in a great degree, and the floating will not subject itself to a struggle with the short supply of inferior labor. We are told that the workers wish it, meaning emigration. Very natural it is that they should do so. Reduce, compress the cotton trade by taking away its working power, and reducing their wages expenditure, say 1/5 or 5 millions, and what then would happen to the class above, the small shopkeepers, and what of the rents, the cottage rents? Trace out the effects upwards to the small farmer, the better householder, and the landowner, and say if there could be any suggestion more suicidal to all classes of the country than by enfeebling a nation, by exporting the best of its manufacturing population, and destroying the value of some of its most productive capital and enrichment. I advise a loan of 5 or 6 millions sterling, extending it maybe over 2 or 3 years, administered by special commissioners added to the boards of guardians in the cotton districts under special legislative regulations, enforcing some occupation or labor as a means of keeping up at least the moral standard of the recipients of the loan. Can anything be worse for landowners or masters than parting with the best of the workers, and demoralizing and disappointing the rest by an extended depletive emigration, a depletion of capital and value in an entire province, unquote. Potter, the chosen mouthpiece of the manufacturers, distinguishes two sorts of, quote, machinery, each of which belongs to the capitalist, and of which one stands in their factory, the other at nighttime and on Sundays is housed outside the factory in cottages. The one is inanimate, the other living. The inanimate machinery not only wears out and depreciates from day to day, but a great part of it becomes so quickly superannuated by constant technical progress that it can be replaced with advantage by new machinery after a few months. The living machinery, on the contrary, gets better the longer it lasts, and in proportion as the skill, handed from one generation to another, accumulates. The Times answered the cotton lord as follows, quote, Mr. Edmund Potter is so impressed with the exceptional and supreme importance of the cotton masters that, in order to preserve this class and perpetuate their profession, he would keep 500,000 of the laboring class confined in a great moral workhouse against their will. Is the trade worth retaining? Asks Mr. Potter. Certainly, by all honest means, it is, we answer. Is it worthwhile keeping the machinery in order? Again asks Mr. Potter. Here we hesitate. By the machinery, Mr. Potter means the human machinery, for he goes on to protest that he does not mean to use them as an absolute property. We must confess that we do not think it worthwhile or even possible to keep the human machinery in order, that is, to shut it up and keep it oiled until it's wanted. Human machinery will rust under inaction, oil and rub it as you may. Moreover, the human machinery will, as we've just seen, get the steam up of its own accord and burst or run amok in our great towns. It might, as Mr. Potter says, require some time to reproduce the workers, but having machinists and capitalists at hand, we could always find thrifty, hard, industrious men wherewith to improvise more master manufacturers than we can ever want. Mr. Potter talks of the trade reviving in, quote, 1, 2, or 3 years, and he asks us not to, quote, encourage or allow the working power to emigrate. Footnote, Parliament did not vote a single farthing in aid of emigration, but simply passed some acts empowering the municipal corporations to keep the operatives in a half-starved state, i.e. to exploit them at less than the normal wages. On the other hand, when 3 years later the cattle disease broke out, Parliament broke wildly through its usages and voted straight off millions for indemnifying the millionaire landlords, whose farmers in any event came off without loss owing to the rise in the price of meat. The bull-like bellow of the landed proprietors at the opening of Parliament in 1866 showed that a man can worship the cow Sabala without being a Hindu, and can change himself into an ox without being a Jupiter. Back to the main text where we conclude the Times' response to Potter. He says that it is very natural the workers should wish to emigrate, but he thinks that in spite of their desire, the nation ought to keep this 500,000 of workers, with their 700,000 dependents, shut up in the cotton districts. And as a necessary consequence, he must of course think that the nation ought to keep down their discontent by force, and sustain them by alms, upon the chance that the cotton masters may someday want them. The time has come when the great public opinion of these islands must operate to save this working power from those who would deal with it as they would deal with iron and coal and cotton, unquote. The Times article was only a witty jest. The so-called great public opinion was in fact of Mr. Potter's opinion, that the factory operatives are part of the movable fittings of a factory. Their emigration was prevented. They were locked up in that moral workhouse, the cotton districts, and they form, as before, the strength of the cotton manufacturers of Lancashire. Capitalist production, therefore, of itself reproduces the separation between labor power and the means of labor. It thereby reproduces and perpetuates the condition for exploiting the laborer. It incessantly forces them to sell their labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that they may enrich themselves. Footnote quoting Sismondi, the worker required the means of subsistence to live, the boss required labor to make a profit. Back to the main text. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and laborer confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It's the process itself that incessantly hurls back the laborer onto the market as a vendor of their labor power, and that incessantly converts their own product into a means by which another person can purchase them. In reality, the laborer belongs to capital before they have sold themselves to capital. Comment, in other words, and this pertains to the discussion about productive versus unproductive consumption as well. This is why we use the concept of the dictatorship or overall class rule of the capitalist class or bourgeoisie. In other words, capitalism is not just a process here that is happening, it is fundamental to all of the dynamics in that society. Capitalist domination of society through capitalist control of the major productive processes implies a lot of other things about the entirety of the contents of that society, the whole population, etc. that while capitalists are in charge and in control of society, even your consumption, which you think is for your personal enjoyment, is really ultimately for them. The only way that you can change that is by removing them from control of society. Continuing, the laborer's economic bondage is both brought about and concealed by the periodic sale of themselves, by their change of masters, and by the oscillations in the market price of labor power. 2 footnotes here, first about the bondage of the laborer. A boorishly clumsy form of this bondage exists in the county of Durham. This is one of the few counties in which circumstances do not secure to the farmer undisputed proprietary rights over the agricultural laborer. The mining industry allows the latter some choice. In this county, the farmer, contrary to the custom elsewhere, rents only such farms as have on them laborers' cottages. The rent of the cottage is a part of the wages. These cottages are known as hinds houses. They are let to the laborers in consideration of certain feudal services, under a contract called bondage, which, amongst other things, binds the laborer during the time they're employed elsewhere to leave someone, say their daughter, etc., to supply their place. The laborer themselves is called a bondsman. The relationship here set up also shows how individual consumption by the laborer becomes consumption on behalf of capital, or productive consumption from quite a new point of view. Quoting the Public Health Report 7, 1864, it is curious to observe that the very dung of the hind and bondsman is the prerequisite of the calculating lord, and the lord will allow no privy but his own to exist in the neighborhood, and will rather give a bit of manure here and there for a garden than bate any part of his seigneurial right." Unquote. And the second footnote regarding the concealment of the laborer's economic bondage by the periodic sale of themselves, etc. It will not be forgotten that with respect to the labor of children, etc., even the formality of a voluntary sale disappears. Back to the main text. Capitalist production, therefore, under its aspect of a continuous connected process, of a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capitalist relation. On the one side, the capitalist, on the other, the wage laborer. And a final footnote quoting from Marx's Wage, Labor, and Capital. Capital presupposes wage labor, and wage labor presupposes capital. One is a necessary condition to the existence of the other. They mutually call each other into existence. Does an operative in a cotton factory produce nothing but cotton goods? No, they produce capital. They produce values that give fresh command over their labor, and that by means of such command create fresh values. Unquote. The articles published under the above title are parts of some lectures given by Marx on that subject in 1847 in the German Arbeiterverein at Brussels, the publication of which was interrupted by the Revolution of February. And that is the end of Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction. What do you think? Leave a question or comment below, and we will continue the discussion in the comment section as always. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. You can do a one-time or a recurring donation, and every contribution is encouraging. They're also materially helpful, and they allow me to spend a lot more time researching, planning, recording, producing, promoting the content of this channel, replying to comments, and all the other things that are involved in actually bringing it to life. So if you like this channel, thank me, but also thank a patron or Buy Me a Coffee supporter, and consider becoming one yourself. It really does help. Beyond that, engagement counts, so like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment, even if it's just for the algorithm. And word on the street about that these days is that it prefers things that are 8 to 10 words in length. I don't know if that's true, but I keep hearing it. And finally, remember, we can agitate and educate online, but the organizing happens in real life, so make sure to take what you've learned here into the real world and apply it in your real-world political organizing. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file's being recorded for the August 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and in it we are continuing Part 7 of 8 of Marx's Capital, Volume 1, with Chapter 24, Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So there are just 3 chapters in Part 7 of 8. However, chapters 24 and 25 are quite long, so on the first time around we're going to be posting them in sections over multiple days. Of course, if you're listening to this after the fact in the compiled edition, that will only affect your listening minimally. But basically, this is where the rubber really meets the road in Capital. To me, the first 4 parts of this book lay out the main concepts that you're going to need to understand the establishment and growth of capitalism and the struggle between capital and labor that is going on within it, and with plenty of illustration as is shown in chapter 15 in particular. Then parts 5 and 6 start to put a lot of those earlier pieces together, and then chapter 7 is where we take all of these pieces and really put the whole thing together. So this, chapter 24, is titled The Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital, and it has 5 sections. The first is capitalist production on a progressively increasing scale, transition of the laws of property that characterize production of commodities into laws of capitalist appropriation. Section 2 is called Erroneous Conception by Political Economy of Reproduction on a Progressively Increasing Scale. So once again there, Marx is going to criticize the earlier political economists and apologists for capitalism and explain what is wrong within the things that they had been teaching. Section 3 is called The Separation of Surplus Value into Capital and Revenue, with discussion of the abstinence theory. Section 4 has a long title, Circumstances that, independently of the proportional division of surplus value into capital and revenue, determine the amount of accumulation, degree of exploitation of labor power, productivity of labor, growing difference in amount of capital employed and capital consumed, and finally magnitude of capital advanced. And then Section 5 is simply called the so-called Labor Fund. So in the spirit of putting it all together, which is going to extend also into Chapter 25, the second longest in the book, let's begin. Chapter 24, Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital, Section 1, Capitalist Production on a Progressively Increasing Scale, Transition of the Laws of Property that Characterize Production of Commodities into Laws of Capitalist Appropriation. Hitherto we have investigated how surplus value emanates from capital. We have now to see how capital arises from surplus value. Employing surplus value as capital, reconverting it into capital, is called accumulation of capital. Footnote quoting Malthus's definitions, accumulation of capital, the employment of a portion of revenue as capital. And quoting Malthus's Principles of Political Economy, 2nd edition, 1836, conversion of revenue into capital. Back to the main text. First, let us consider this transaction from the standpoint of the individual capitalist. Suppose a spinner to have advanced a capital of £10,000, of which 4/5 or £8,000 are laid out in cotton, machinery, etc., and 1/5 or £2,000 in wages. Let them produce £240,000 of yarn annually, having a value of £12,000. The rate of surplus value being 100%, the surplus value lies in the surplus or net product of 40,000 pounds of yarn, 1/6 of the gross product, with a value of £2,000, which will be realized by a sale. £2,000 is £2,000. We can neither see nor smell in this sum of money a trace of surplus value. When we know that a given value is surplus value, we know how its owner came by it, but that does not alter the nature either of value or of money. In order to convert this additional sum of £2,000 into capital, the master spinner will, all circumstances remaining as before, advance 4/5 of it, or £1,600, in the purchase of cotton, etc., and 1/5, or £400, in the purchase of additional spinners, who will find in the market the necessaries of life whose value the master has advanced to them. Then the new capital of £2,000 functions in the spinning mill, and brings in its turn, a surplus value of £400. The capital value was originally advanced in the money form. The surplus value, on the contrary, is originally the value of a definite portion of the gross product. If this gross product be sold, converted into money, the capital value regains its original form. From this moment, the capital value and the surplus value are both of them sums of money, and their reconversion into capital takes place in precisely the same way. The one as well as the other is laid out by the capitalist in the purchase of commodities that place the capitalist in a position to begin afresh the fabrication of their goods, and this time on an extended scale. But in order to be able to buy those commodities, they must find them ready in the market. Their own yarns circulate only because they bring their annual product to market, as all other capitalists likewise do with their commodities. But these commodities, before coming to market, were part of the general annual product. part of the total mass of objects of every kind into which the sum of the individual capitals, i.e. the total capital of society, had been converted in the course of the year, and of which each capitalist had in hand only an aliquot part. The transactions in the market effectuate only the interchange of the individual components of this annual product, transfer them from one hand to another, but can neither augment the total annual production nor alter the nature of the objects produced. Hence, the use that can be made of the total annual product depends entirely upon its own composition, but in no way upon circulation. The annual production must in the first place furnish all those objects, or use values, from which the material components of capital, used up in the course of the year, have to be replaced. Deducting these, there remains the net, or surplus product, in which the surplus value lies. And of what does this surplus value consist? Only of things destined to satisfy the wants and desires of the capitalist class? Things which consequently enter into the consumption fund of the capitalists? Were that the case, the cup of surplus value would be drained to the very dregs, and nothing but simple reproduction, comment as covered in the last chapter, continuing would ever take place. To accumulate, it is necessary to convert a portion of the surplus product into capital, but we cannot, except by a miracle, convert into capital anything but such articles as can be employed in the labor process, i.e. means of production, and further such articles as are suitable for the sustenance of the laborer, i.e. means of subsistence. Consequently, a part of the annual surplus labor must have been applied to the production of additional means of production and subsistence over and above the quantity of these things required to replace the capital advanced. In one word, surplus value is convertible into capital solely because the surplus product, whose value it is, already comprises the material elements of new capital. Footnote: we here take no account of export trade, by means of which a nation can change articles of luxury either into means of production or means of subsistence and vice versa. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing, subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is everywhere established and has possessed itself of every branch of industry. Back to the main text. Now, in order to allow these elements actually functioning as capital, the capitalist class requires additional labor. If the exploitation of the laborers already employed does not increase, either extensively or intensively, then additional labor power must be found. Comment, i.e. new laboring individuals. Continuing. For this, the mechanism of capitalist production provides beforehand, by converting the working class into a class dependent on wages, a class whose ordinary wages suffice not only for its maintenance, but for its increase. It is only necessary for capital to incorporate this additional labor power, annually supplied by the working class in the shape of laborers of all ages, with the surplus means of production comprised in the annual produce, and the conversion of surplus value into capital is complete. From a concrete point of view, accumulation resolves itself into the reproduction of capital on a progressively increasing scale. The circle in which simple reproduction moves, alters its form, and to use Sismondi's expression, changes into a spiral. Footnote: Sismondi's analysis of accumulation suffers from the great defect that he contents himself to too great an extent with the phrase conversion of revenue into capital, without fathoming the material conditions of this operation. Back to the main text. Let us now return to our illustration. It's the old story. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, and so on. The original capital of £10,000 brings in a surplus value of £2,000, which is capitalized. The new capital of £2,000 brings in a surplus value of £400, and this too is capitalized, converted into a second additional capital, which in its turn produces a further surplus value of £80. And so the ball rolls on. We here leave out of consideration the portion of the surplus value consumed by the capitalist. Just as little does it concern us for the moment whether the additional capital is joined on to the original capital or is separated from it to function independently, whether the same capitalist who accumulated it employs it or whether they hand it over to another. This only we must not forget, that by the side of the newly formed capital, the original capital continues to reproduce itself and to produce surplus value, and that this is true of all accumulated capital and the additional capital engendered by it. The original capital was formed by the advance of £10,000. How did the owner become possessed of it? By his own labor, and that of his forefathers, answer unanimously the spokesman of political economy. Footnote quoting Sismondi, the original labor to which their capital owed its origin. Comment, reminds me of the meme, how did capitalists get rich? According to them, it's a combination of hard work, good luck, and gumption. And in reality, it's one part inheritance and the rest merciless exploitation of the working class. Back to the main text. And in fact, their supposition appears the only one consonant with the laws of the production of commodities. But it is quite otherwise with regard to the additional capital of £2,000. How that originated we know perfectly well. There is not one single atom of its value that does not owe its existence to unpaid labor. The means of production with which the additional labor power is incorporated, as well as the necessaries with which the laborers are sustained, are nothing but component parts of the surplus product, of the tribute annually exacted from the working class by the capitalist class. Though the latter, with a portion of that tribute, purchases the additional labor power even at its full price, so that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent, yet the transaction is, for all that, only the old dodge of every conqueror who buys commodities from the conquered with the money he has robbed them of. If the additional capital employs the person who produced it, this producer must not only continue to augment the value of the original capital, but must buy back the fruits of their previous labor with more labor than they cost. When viewed as a transaction between the capitalist class and the working class, it makes no difference that additional laborers are employed by means of the unpaid labor of the previously employed laborers. The capitalist may even convert the additional capital into a machine that throws the producers of that capital out of work, and that replaces them by a few children. In every case, the working class creates by the surplus labor of one year the capital destined to employ additional labor in the following year. Footnote quoting E.G. Wakefield's England and America, 1833, labor creates capital before capital employs labor. Back to the main text. And this is what is called creating capital out of capital. The accumulation of the first additional capital of £2,000 presupposes a value of £10,000 belonging to the capitalist by virtue of their, quote, primitive labor, and advanced by them. The second additional capital of £400 presupposes, on the contrary, only the previous accumulation of the £2,000, of which the £400 is the surplus value capitalized. The ownership of past unpaid labor is thenceforth the sole condition for the appropriation of living unpaid labor on a constantly increasing scale. The more the capitalist has accumulated, the more they are able to accumulate. Insofar as the surplus value of which the additional capital, number 1, consists, is the result of the purchase of labor power with part of the original capital, a purchase that conformed to the laws of the exchange of commodities, and that from a legal standpoint presupposes nothing beyond the free disposal on the part of the laborer of their own capacities, and on the part of the owner of money or commodities of the values that belong to them. Insofar as the additional capital, number 2, etc., is the mere result of number 1, and therefore a consequence of the above conditions, insofar as each single transaction invariably conforms to the laws of the exchange of commodities, the capitalist buying labor power, the laborer selling it, and we will assume at its real value. Insofar as all this is true, it's evident that the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws that are based on the production and circulation of commodities, become by their own inner and inexorable dialectic, comment what I've referred to on the channel many times as the internal logic of capitalism, continuing, changed into their very opposite. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, has now become turned around in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange. This is owing to the fact, first, that the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself but a portion of the product of others' labor appropriated without an equivalent. Comment, unpaid labor. Continuing, and secondly, that this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, but replaced together with an added surplus. Comment, the conditions of capitalist employment. Continuing, the relation of exchange subsisting between capitalist and laborer becomes a mere semblance appertaining to the process of circulation, a mere form, foreign to the real nature of the transaction, and only mystifying it. The ever-repeated purchase and sale of labor power is now the mere form. What really takes place is this: the capitalist again and again appropriates without equivalent a portion of the previously materialized labor of others, and exchanges it for a greater quantity of living labor. At first, the rights of property seemed to us to be based on a person's own labor. At least, some such assumption was necessary, since only commodity owners with equal rights confronted each other, and the sole means by which a person could become possessed of the commodities of others was by alienating or giving up their own commodities, and these could be replaced by labor alone. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and to be the impossibility on the part of the laborer of appropriating their own product. The separation of property from labor has become the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. Footnote, the property of the capitalist in the product of the labor of others, quote, is a strict consequence of the law of appropriation, the fundamental principle of which was, on the contrary, the exclusive title of every laborer to the product of their own labor. That's quoting Cherbulier, Richness or Poverty, 1841, and Marx adds, where, however, the dialectical reversal is not properly developed. Back to the main text. Therefore, however much the capitalist mode of appropriation may seem to fly in the face of the original laws of commodity production, it nevertheless arises not from a violation, but on the contrary, from the application of these laws. Let us make this clear once more by briefly reviewing the consecutive phases of motion, whose culminating point is capitalist accumulation. We saw in the first place that the original conversion of a sum of values into capital was achieved in complete accordance with the laws of exchange. One party to the contract sells their labor power, the other buys it. The former receives the value of their commodity, whose use value, labor, is thereby alienated to the buyer. Means of production which already belong to the latter are then transformed by them, with the aid of labor equally belonging to them, into a new product which is likewise lawfully theirs. The value of this product includes, first, the value of the used-up means of production. Useful labor cannot consume these means of production without transferring their value to the new product, but, to be saleable, labor power must be capable of supplying useful labor in the branch of industry in which it is to be employed. The value of the new product further includes the equivalent of the value of the labor power together with the surplus value. This is so because the value of the labor power, sold for a definite length of time, say a day, a week, etc., is less than the value created by its use during that time. But the worker has received payment for the exchange value of their labor power, and by so doing, have alienated its use value, this being the case in every sale and purchase. The fact that this particular commodity, labor power, possesses the peculiar use value of supplying labor, and therefore of creating value, cannot affect the general law of commodity production. If, therefore, the magnitude of value advanced in wages is not merely found again in the product, but is found there augmented by a surplus value, this is not because the seller has been defrauded, for they have really received the value of their commodity. It is due solely to the fact that this commodity has been used up by the buyer. The law of exchange requires equality only between the exchange values of the commodities given in exchange for one another. From the very outset, it presupposes even a difference between their use values, and it has nothing whatever to do with their consumption, which only begins after the deal is closed and executed. Thus, the original conversion of money into capital is achieved in the most exact accordance with the economic laws of commodity production and with the right of property derived from them. Nevertheless, its result is 1. That the product belongs to the capitalist and not to the worker, 2. That the value of this product includes, besides the value of the capital advanced, a surplus value, which costs the worker labor but the capitalist nothing, and which nonetheless becomes the legitimate property of the capitalist. 3. That the worker has retained their labor power and can sell it anew if they can find a buyer. Simple reproduction is only the periodical repetition of this first operation. Each time money is converted afresh into capital. Thus the law is not broken. On the contrary, it is merely enabled to operate continuously. Quoting Sismondi's New Principles, several successive acts of exchange have only made the last represent the first, unquote. And yet we have seen that simple reproduction suffices to stamp this first operation, insofar as it is conceived as an isolated process with a totally changed character. Quoting Sismondi again, of those who share the national income among themselves, the one side, the workers, acquire every year a fresh right to their share by fresh work. The others, the capitalists, have already acquired, by work done originally, a permanent right to their share, unquote. It is indeed notorious that the sphere of labor is not the only one in which primogeniture works miracles. Nor does it matter if simple reproduction is replaced by reproduction on an extended scale, by accumulation. In the former case, the capitalist squanders the whole surplus value in dissipation. In the latter, they demonstrate their bourgeois virtue by consuming only a portion of it and converting the rest into money. The surplus value is their property. It has never belonged to anyone else. If they advance it for the purposes of production, the advances made come from their own funds, exactly as on the day when they first entered the market. The fact that on this occasion the funds are derived from the unpaid labor of their workers makes absolutely no difference. If worker B is paid out of the surplus value which worker A produced, then, in the first place, A furnished that surplus value without having the just price of their commodity cut by a halfpenny. And in the second place, the transaction is no concern of B's whatever. What B claims, and has a right to claim, is that the capitalist should pay them the value of their labor power. Quoting Sismondi again, both were still gainers, the worker because they were advanced the fruits of their labor. Marx adds, should read of the unpaid labor of other workers. Quote, before the work was done. Marx adds, should read before their own labor had borne fruit. Quote, the employer, because the labor of this worker was worth more than their wages. Marx adds, should read, produced more value than the value of their wages. Unquote. To be sure, the matter looks quite different if we consider capitalist production in the uninterrupted flow of its renewal, and if, in place of the individual capitalist and the individual worker, we view in their totality the capitalist class and the working class confronting each other. But in so doing, we should be applying standards entirely foreign to commodity production. Only buyer and seller, mutually independent, face each other in commodity production. The relations between them cease on the day when the term stipulated in the contract they concluded expires. If the transaction is repeated, it is repeated as the result of a new agreement, which has nothing to do with the previous one, and which only by chance brings the same seller together again with the same buyer. If, therefore, commodity production, or one of its associated processes, is to be judged according to its own economic laws, we must consider each active exchange by itself, apart from any connection with the active exchange preceding it and that following it. And since sales and purchases are negotiated solely between particular individuals, it is not admissible to seek here for relations between whole social classes. However long a series of periodical reproductions and preceding accumulations the capital functioning today may have passed through, it always preserves its original virginity. So long as the laws of exchange are observed in every single active exchange, the mode of appropriation can be completely revolutionized without in any way affecting the property rights which correspond to commodity production. These same rights remain in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer, who, exchanging equivalent for equivalent, can enrich themselves only by their own labor, and also in the period of capitalism, when social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who are in a position to appropriate continually and ever afresh the unpaid labor of others. This result becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale, by the laborer themselves, of labor power as a commodity. But it is also only from then onwards that commodity production is generalized and becomes the typical form of production. It is only from then onwards that, from the first, every product is produced for sale, and all wealth produced goes through the sphere of circulation. Only when and where wage labor is its basis does commodity production impose itself upon society as a whole, but only then and there also does it unfold all its hidden potentialities. To say that the supervention of wage labor adulterates commodity production is to say that commodity production must not develop, if it is to remain unadulterated. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own inherent laws, develops further into capitalist production, the property laws of commodity production change into the laws of capitalist appropriation. Footnote, we may well, therefore, feel astonished at the cleverness of Proudhon, who would abolish capitalistic property by enforcing the eternal laws of property that are based on commodity production. Comment which, in other words, is going to end you up in the same place again. Back to the main text. We have seen that even in the case of simple reproduction, all capital, whatever its original source, becomes converted into accumulated capital, capitalized surplus value. But in the flood of production, all the capital originally advanced becomes a vanishing quantity, magnitudo evanescens in the mathematical sense, compared with the directly accumulated capital, i.e. with the surplus value or surplus product that is reconverted into capital, whether it functions in the hands of its accumulator or in those of others. Hence, political economy describes capital in general as, quote, accumulated wealth, converted surplus value or revenue, quote, that is employed over again in the production of surplus value. Footnote quoting Malthus, capital, viz. Accumulated wealth employed with a view to profit, and quoting R. Jones, 1833, capital consists of wealth saved from revenue and used with a view to profit. Back to the main text, and the capitalist as the, quote, owner of surplus value. Footnote quoting The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties, a letter to Lord John Russell, London, 1821, the possessors of surplus produce or capital. Back to the main text, it is merely another way of expressing the same thing to say that all existing capital is accumulated or capitalized interest, for interest is a mere fragment of surplus value. Footnote quoting the London Economist, 19 July 1851, capital, with compound interest on every portion of capital saved, is so all-engrossing that all the wealth in the world from which income is derived has long ago become the interest on capital." Unquote. Section 2. Erroneous conception by political economy of reproduction on a progressively increasing scale. Before we further investigate accumulation, or the reconversion of surplus value into capital, we must brush on one side an ambiguity introduced by the classical economists. Just as little as the commodities that the capitalist buys with a part of the surplus value for their own consumption serve the purpose of production and of creation of value, so little is the labor that they buy for the satisfaction of their natural and social requirements productive labor. Instead of converting surplus value into capital, they, on the contrary, by the purchase of those commodities and that labor, consume or expend it as revenue. In the face of the habitual mode of life of the old feudal nobility, which, as Hegel rightly says, quote, consists in consuming what is in hand, unquote, and more especially displays itself in the luxury of personal retainers, it was extremely important for bourgeois economy to promulgate the doctrine that accumulation of capital is the first duty of every citizen, and to preach without ceasing that a person cannot accumulate if they eat up all their revenue, instead of spending a good part of it in the acquisition of additional productive laborers who bring in more than they cost. On the other hand, the economists had to contend against the popular prejudice that confuses capitalist production with hoarding, and fancies that accumulated wealth is either wealth that is rescued from being destroyed in its existing form, i.e. from being consumed, or wealth that is withdrawn from circulation. Footnote on hoarding, quoting Malthus, no political economist of the present day can by saving mean mere hoarding, and beyond this contracted and insufficient proceeding, no use of the term, in reference to the national wealth, can well be imagined, but that which must arise from a different application of what is saved, founded upon a real distinction between the different kinds of labor maintained by it. Unquote, back to the main text. Exclusion of money from circulation would also exclude absolutely its self-expansion as capital, while accumulation of a hoard in the shape of commodities would be sheer tomfoolery. Footnote, thus for instance, Balzac, who so thoroughly studied every shade of avarice, represents the old usurer Gobseck as in his second childhood when he begins to heap up a hoard of commodities. Back to the main text. The accumulation of commodities in great masses is the result either of overproduction or of a stoppage of circulation. Footnote, quoting Courbet, accumulation of stocks, non-exchange, overproduction. Back to the main text. It is true that the popular mind is impressed by the sight, on the one hand, of the mass of goods that are stored up for gradual consumption by the rich, and on the other hand, by the formation of reserve stocks, the latter a phenomenon that is common to all modes of production, and on which we shall dwell for a moment when we come to analyze circulation. Footnote on the mass of goods stored up for gradual consumption by the rich. In this sense, Necker speaks of the, quote, objects of pomp and luxury of which accumulation has grown with time, and which the laws of property have brought into the hands of one class of society alone, unquote. Back to the main text. Classical economy is therefore quite right when it maintains that the consumption of surplus products by productive instead of by unproductive laborers is a characteristic feature of the process of accumulation. But at this point, the mistakes also begin. Adam Smith has made it the fashion to represent accumulation as nothing more than the consumption of surplus products by productive laborers, which amounts to saying that the capitalizing of surplus value consists in merely turning surplus value into labor power. Let us see what Ricardo, for example, says, quote, it must be understood that all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether they are consumed by those who reproduce or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved and added to capital, what we mean is that the portion of revenue, so said to be added to capital, is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. There can be no greater error than in supposing that capital is increased by non-consumption. Unquote. there can be no greater error than that which Ricardo and all subsequent economists repeat after Adam Smith, viz. That, quote, the part of revenue of which it is said has been added to capital is consumed by productive laborers, unquote. According to this, all surplus value that is changed into capital becomes variable capital. So far from this being the case, the surplus value, like the original capital, divides itself into constant capital and variable capital, into means of production and labor power. Labor power is the form under which variable capital exists during the process of production. In this process, the labor power is itself consumed by the capitalist, while the means of production are consumed by the labor power in the exercise of its function, labor. At the same time, the money paid for the purchase of the labor power is converted into necessaries that are consumed not by, quote, productive labor, but by the, quote, productive laborer. Adam Smith, by a fundamentally perverted analysis, arrives at the absurd conclusion that even though each individual capital is divided into a constant and a variable part, the capital of society resolves itself only into variable capital, i.e., is laid out exclusively in payment of wages. For instance, suppose a cloth manufacturer converts 2,000 pounds into capital. One portion they lay out in buying weavers, the other in woolen yarn, machinery, etc. But the people from whom they buy the yarn and the machinery pay for labor with a part of the purchase money, and so on until the whole 2,000 pounds are spent in the payment of wages, i.e., until the entire product represented by the 2,000 pounds has been consumed by productive laborers. It is evident that the whole gist of this argument lies in the words, and so on, which send us from pillar to post. In truth, Adam Smith breaks his investigation off just where its difficulties begin. Footnote, in spite of his logic, John Stuart Mill never detects even such faulty analysis as this when made by his predecessors, an analysis which, even from the bourgeois standpoint of the science, cries out for rectification. In every case, he registers with the dogmatism of a disciple the confusion of his master's thoughts. So here, quote, the capital itself in the long run becomes entirely wages, and when replaced by the sale of produce, becomes wages again, unquote, back to the main text. The annual process of reproduction is easily understood so long as we keep in view merely the sum total of the year's production. But every single component of this product must be brought into the market as a commodity, and there the difficulty begins. The movements of the individual capitals and of the personal revenues cross and intermingle and are lost in the general change of places, in the circulation of the wealth of society. This dazes the sight, and propounds very complicated problems for solution. In the third part of Book 2, I shall give the analysis of the real bearings of the facts. It is one of the great merits of the physiocrats that in their tableau économique they were the first to attempt to depict the annual production in the shape in which it is presented to us after passing through the process of circulation. Footnote, in his description of the process of reproduction and of accumulation, Adam Smith in many ways not only made no advance, but even lost considerable ground compared with his predecessors, especially by the physiocrats. Connected with the illusion mentioned in the text is the really wonderful dogma left by him as an inheritance to political economy, the dogma that the price of commodities is made up of wages, profit, meaning interest, and rent, i.e. of wages and surplus value. Starting from this basis, Storch naively confesses, quote, it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements, unquote. A fine science of economy this, which declares it impossible to resolve the price of a commodity into its simplest elements. This point will be further investigated in the 7th part of Book 3. Back to the main text. For the rest, it is a matter of course that political economy, acting in the interests of the capitalist class, has not failed to exploit the doctrine of Adam Smith, viz. That the whole of that part of the surplus product which is converted into capital is consumed by the working class. Section 3. Separation of surplus value into capital and revenue. The Abstinence Theory. In the preceding chapter, we treated surplus value, or the surplus product, solely as a fund for supplying the individual consumption of the capitalist. In this chapter, we have so far treated it solely as a fund for accumulation. It is, however, neither the one nor the other, but is both together. One portion is consumed by the capitalist as revenue, the other is employed as capital, is accumulated. Footnote on revenue, the reader will notice that the word revenue is used in a double sense. First, to designate surplus value, so far as it is the fruit periodically yielded by capital, Secondly, to designate the part of that fruit which is periodically consumed by the capitalist, or added to the fund that supplies their private consumption. I have retained this double meaning because it harmonizes with the language of the English and French economists. Back to the main text. Given the mass of surplus value, then, the larger the one of these parts, the smaller is the other. All things being equal, the ratio of these parts determines the magnitude of the accumulation. But it is by the owner of the surplus value, by the capitalist alone, that the division is made. It is their deliberate act. That part of the tribute exacted by them which they accumulate, and is said to be saved by them, because they do not eat it, i.e. because they perform the function of a capitalist and enrich themselves. Except as personified capital, the capitalist has no historical value, and no right to that historical existence which, to use an expression of the witty Lichnowsky, hasn't got no date. And so far only is the necessity for their own transitory existence implied in the transitory necessity for the capitalist mode of production. But so far as they are personified capital, it is not values in use and the enjoyment of them, but exchange value and its augmentation that spur them into action. Fanatically bent on making value expand itself, the capitalist ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. They thus force the development of the productive powers of society and create those material conditions which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. Only as personified capital is the capitalist respectable. As such, they share with the miser the passion for wealth as wealth. But that which in the miser is a mere idiosyncrasy is in the capitalist the effect of the social mechanism, of which they are but one of the wheels. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it constantly necessary to keep increasing the amount of the capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking. And competition makes the immanent laws of capitalist production to be felt by each individual capitalist as external coercive laws. It compels them to keep constantly extending their capital in order to preserve it, but extend it they cannot except by means of progressive accumulation. So far, therefore, as their actions are a mere function of capital, endowed as capital is in their person, with consciousness and a will, their own private consumption is a robbery perpetrated on accumulation, just as in bookkeeping by double entry, the private expenditure of the capitalist is placed on the debtor side of their account against their capital. To accumulate is to conquer the world of social wealth, to increase the mass of human beings exploited by them, and thus to extend both the direct and the indirect sway of the capitalist. Footnote. Taking the usurer, that old-fashioned but ever-renewed specimen of the capitalist, for his text, Luther shows very aptly that the love of power is an element in the desire to get rich. Quote, "The heathen were able, by the light of reason, to conclude that a usurer is a double-dyed thief and murderer. We Christians, however, hold them in such honor that we fairly worship them for the sake of their money. Whoever eats up, robs, and steals the nourishment of another, that man commits as great a murder, so far as in him lies, as he who starves a man or utterly undoes him. Such does a usurer, and sits the while safe on his stool, when he ought rather to be hanging on the gallows, and be eaten by as many ravens as he has stolen guilders, if only there were so much flesh on him that so many ravens could stick their beaks in and share it. Meanwhile we hang the small thieves. Little thieves are put in the stocks, great thieves go flaunting in gold and silk. Therefore is there on this earth no greater enemy of man after the devil than a gripe money and usurer, for he wants to be God over all men. Turks, soldiers, and tyrants are also bad men, yet must they let the people live, and confess that they are bad, and enemies, and do, nay must now and then show pity to some. But a usurer and money glutton, such a one would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and everyone may receive from him as from a god, and be his serf forever, to wear fine cloaks, golden chains, rings, to wipe his mouth, to be deemed and taken for a worthy, pious man. Usury is a great huge monster, like a werewolf, who lays waste all, more than any Cacus, Geryon, or Antus, and yet decks himself out, and would be thought pious, so that people may not see where the oxen have gone, that he drags backwards into his den. But Hercules shall hear the cry of the oxen and of his prisoners, and shall seek Cacus even in cliffs and among rocks, and shall set the oxen loose again from the villain. For Cacus means the villain that is a pious usurer, and steals, robs, eats everything, and will not own that he has done it, and thinks no one will find him out because the oxen, drawn backwards into his den, make it seem from their footprints that they have been let out. So the usurer would deceive the world as though he were of use and gave the world oxen, which he, however, rends and eats all alone. And since we break on the wheel and behead highwaymen, murderers, and housebreakers, how much more ought we to break on the wheel and kill, hunt down, curse, and behead all usurers." Unquote. Back to the main text. But original sin is at work everywhere. As capitalist production, accumulation, and wealth become developed, the capitalist ceases to be the mere incarnation of capital. They have a fellow feeling for their own atom, and their education gradually enables them to smile at the rage for asceticism, as a mere prejudice of the old-fashioned miser. While the capitalist of the classical type brands individual consumption as a sin against their function, and as quote-unquote abstinence from accumulating, the modernized capitalist is capable of looking upon accumulation as abstinence from pleasure. Quoting Faust, "Two souls, alas, do dwell within his breast. The one is ever parting from the other." Unquote. At the historical dawn of capitalist production, and every capitalist upstart has personally to go through this historical stage, avarice and desire to get rich are the ruling passions. But the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open, in speculation and the credit system, 1,000 sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. Moreover, the capitalist gets rich not like the miser in proportion to their personal labor and restricted consumption, but at the same time as they squeeze out the labor power of others, and enforce on the laborer abstinence from all life's enjoyments. Although, therefore, the prodigality of the capitalist never possesses the bona fide character of the open-handed feudal lord's prodigality, but on the contrary, has always lurking behind it the most sordid avarice and the most anxious calculation. Yet their expenditure grows with their accumulation, without the one necessarily restricting the other. But along with this growth, there is at the same time developed in their breast a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation and the desire for enjoyment. Dr. Aiken says in a work published in 1795, quote, "The trade of Manchester may be divided into 4 periods. First, when manufacturers were obliged to work hard for their livelihood." Unquote. They enriched themselves chiefly by robbing the parents, whose children were bound as apprentices to them. The parents paid a high premium while the apprentices were starved. On the other hand, the average profits were low, and to accumulate, extreme parsimony was requisite. They lived like misers and were far from consuming even the interest on their capital. Quote, "The second period, when they had begun to acquire little fortunes, but worked as hard as before," Marx adds, "for direct exploitation of labor costs labor, as every slave driver knows," quote, "and lived in as plain a manner as before. The third, when luxury began, and the trade was pushed by sending out riders for orders into every market town in the kingdom. It is probable that few or no capitals of £3,000 to £4,000 acquired by trade existed here before 1690. However, about that time, or a little later, the traders had got money beforehand, and began to build modern brick houses instead of those of wood and plaster." Unquote. Even in the early part of the 18th century, a Manchester manufacturer, who placed a pint of foreign wine before his guests, exposed himself to the remarks and headshakings of all his neighbors. Before the rise of machinery, a manufacturer's evening expenditure at the public house where they all met never exceeded 6 pence for a glass of punch, and a penny for a screw of tobacco. It was not till 1758, and this marks an epoch, that a person actually engaged in business was seen with an equipage of his own. Quote, "The fourth period, the last 30 years of the 18th century, is that in which expense and luxury have made great progress, and was supported by a trade extended by means of riders and factors through every part of Europe." That's quoting from Dr. Aiken's description of the country from 30 to 40 miles round Manchester, London, 1795. What would the good Dr. Aiken say if he could rise from his grave and see the Manchester of today? Accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. Quote, "Industry furnishes the material which savings accumulates." To quote Adam Smith. Therefore, save, save, i.e. reconvert the greatest possible portion of surplus value or surplus product into capital. Accumulation for accumulation's sake. Production for production's sake. By this formula, classical economy expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie, and did not for a single instant deceive itself over the birth throes of wealth. Footnote, even J.B. Say says, quote, the savings of the rich are made at the expense of the poor. And quoting Sismondi, the Roman proletariat lived almost entirely at the expense of society. It can almost be said that modern society lives at the expense of the proletarians, on what it keeps out of the remuneration of labor. Unquote, back to the main text. But what avails lamentation in the face of historical necessity? If to classical economy the proletarian is but a machine for the production of surplus value, on the other hand, the capitalist is, in its eyes, only a machine for the conversion of the surplus value into additional capital. Political economy takes the historical function of the capitalist in bitter earnest. In order to charm out of his bosom the awful conflict between the desire for enjoyment and the chase after riches, Malthus, about the year 1820, advocated a division of labor, which assigns to the capitalist actually engaged in production the business of accumulating, and to the other sharers in surplus value, to the landlords, the placemen, the beneficed clergy, etc., the business of spending. It is of the highest importance, he says, quote, to keep separate the passion for expenditure and the passion for accumulation, unquote. The capitalists, having long been good livers and men of the world, uttered loud cries. What, exclaimed one of their spokesmen, a disciple of Ricardo, Mr. Malthus preaches high rents, heavy taxes, etc., so that the pressure of the spur may constantly be kept on the industrious by unproductive consumers. By all means, production on a constantly increasing scale runs the shibboleth, but, quote, production will, by such a process, be far more curbed in than spurred on. Nor is it quite fair thus to maintain in idleness a number of persons, only to pinch others, who are likely, from their characters, if you can force them to work with success. That's quoting an inquiry into those principles, respecting the nature of demand, etc. Unfair as he finds it to spur on the industrial capitalist by depriving his bread of its butter, yet he thinks it necessary to reduce the laborer's wages to a minimum, quote, to keep him industrious. Nor does he for a moment conceal the fact that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the secret of surplus value. Quote, increased demand on the part of the laborers means nothing more than their willingness to take less of their own product for themselves, and leave a greater part of it to their employers. And if it be said that this begets glut by lessening consumption, Marx adds, on the part of the laborers, quote, I can only reply that glut is synonymous with large profits, unquote. That's from the same source. The learned disputation, how the booty pumped out of the laborer may be divided, with most advantage to accumulation, between the industrial capitalist and the rich idler was hushed in face of the Revolution of July. Shortly afterwards, the town proletariat at Lyons sounded the tocsin of revolution, and the country proletariat in England began to set fire to farmyards and corn stacks. On this side of the channel, Owenism began to spread. On the other side, Saint-Simonism and Fourierism. The hour of vulgar economy had struck. Exactly a year before Nassau W. Sr. discovered at Manchester that the profit, including interest, of capital is the product of the last hour of the 12, he had announced to the world another discovery. Quote, I substitute, he proudly says, for the word capital, considered as an instrument of production, the word abstinence. Unquote. An unparalleled sample, this, of the discoveries of vulgar economy. It substitutes for an economic category a sycophantic phrase. That's all. Quote, when the savage, says Senior, makes bows, he exercises an industry, but he does not practice abstinence. Footnote, that's quoting Senior's Basic Principles of Political Economy, 1836, French translation. This was rather too much for the adherents of the old classical school. Quote, Mr. Senior has substituted for it, meaning the expression labor and profit, quote, the expression labor and abstinence. He who converts his revenue abstains from the enjoyment which its expenditure would afford him. It is not the capital, but the use of the capital productively, which is the cause of profits. That's quoting Cazenove. John Stuart Mill, on the contrary, accepts on the one hand Ricardo's theory of profit, and annexes on the other hand Senior's so-called remuneration of abstinence. He is as much at home in absurd contradictions as he feels at sea in the Hegelian contradiction, the source of all dialectic. It has never occurred to the vulgar economist to make the simple reflection that every human action may be viewed as, quote, abstinence from its opposite. Eating is abstinence from fasting. Walking, abstinence from standing still. Working, abstinence from idling. Idling, abstinence from working, etc. These gentlemen would do well to ponder once in a while over Spinoza's every determination is a negation. Back to the main text. This explains how and why, in the earlier states of society, the implements of labor were fabricated without abstinence on the part of the capitalist. Quote, the more society progresses, the more abstinence is demanded. It's again quoting Senior. namely from those who ply the industry of appropriating the fruits of others' industry. All the conditions for carrying on the labor process are suddenly converted into so many acts of abstinence on the part of the capitalist. If the corn is not all eaten but part of it also sown, abstinence of the capitalist. If the wine gets time to mature, abstinence of the capitalist. Footnote quoting Scrope's Political Economy, no one will sow his wheat, for instance, and allow it to remain a 12-month in the ground, or leave his wine in a cellar for years instead of consuming these things, or their equivalent, at once, unless they expect to acquire additional value, etc. Back to the main text. The capitalist robs their own self whenever they, quote, lend the instruments of production to the laborer, unquote. That is, whenever, by incorporating labor power with them, they use them to extract surplus value out of that labor power, instead of eating them up. Steam engines, cotton, railways, manure, horses and all, or, as the vulgar economist childishly puts it, instead of dissipating, quote, their value in luxuries and other articles of consumption. Footnote quoting de Molinari, the deprivation the capitalist imposes on himself by lending, Marx adds this euphemism used for the purpose of identifying, according to the approved method of vulgar economy, the laborer who is exploited with the industrial capitalist who exploits, and to whom other capitalists lend money, quote, his instruments of production to the worker, instead of devoting their value to his own consumption, by transforming them into objects of utility or pleasure, unquote, back to the main text. How the capitalists as a class are to perform that feat is a secret that vulgar economy has hitherto obstinately refused to divulge, enough that the world still jogs on solely through the self-chastisement of this modern penitent of Vishnu, the capitalist. Not only accumulation, but the simple, quote, conservation of a capital requires a constant effort to resist the temptation of consuming it, to quote Courcelles Senoy. The simple dictates of humanity therefore plainly enjoin the release of the capitalist from this martyrdom and temptation, in the same way that the Georgian slave owner was lately delivered, by the abolition of slavery, from the painful dilemma of whether to squander the surplus product lashed out of his black slaves entirely in champagne, or whether to reconvert a part of it into more black slaves and more land. In economic forms of society of the most different kinds, there occurs not only simple reproduction, but, in varying degrees, reproduction on a progressively increasing scale. By degrees, more is produced and more consumed, and consequently more products have to be converted into means of production. This process, however, does not present itself as accumulation of capital, nor as the function of a capitalist, so long as the laborer's means of production, and with them their product and means of subsistence, do not confront them in the shape of capital. Footnote quoting Richard Jones's textbook, etc., the particular classes of income, which yield the most abundantly to the progress of national capital, change at different stages of their progress and are, therefore, entirely different in nations occupying different positions in that progress. Profits, an important source of accumulation compared with wages and rents in the earlier stages of society. When a considerable advance in the powers of national industry has actually taken place, profits rise into comparative importance as a source of accumulation. Unquote, back to the main text. Richard Jones, who died a few years ago, and was the successor of Malthus in the chair of political economy at Haileybury College, discusses this point well in the light of two important facts. Since the great mass of the Hindu population are peasants cultivating their land themselves, their products, their instruments of labor, and means of subsistence never take, quote, the shape of a fund saved from revenue, which fund has, therefore, gone through a previous process of accumulation. That's quoting Jones's textbook again. On the other hand, the non-agricultural laborers in those provinces where the English rule has least disturbed the old system are directly employed by the magnates, to whom a portion of the agricultural surplus product is rendered in the shape of tribute or rent. One portion of this product is consumed by the magnates in kind, another is converted, for their use, by the laborers into articles of luxury and such like things, while the rest forms the wages of the laborers, who own their implements of labor. Here, production and reproduction on a progressively increasing scale go on their way without any intervention from that queer saint, that knight of the woeful countenance, the capitalist, quote, abstainer. Section 4. Circumstances that, independently of the proportional division of surplus value into capital and revenue, determine the amount of accumulation, degree of exploitation of labor power, productivity of labor, growing difference in amount between capital employed and capital consumed, magnitude of capital advanced. The proportion in which surplus value breaks up into capital and revenue being given, the magnitude of the capital accumulated clearly depends on the absolute magnitude of the surplus value. Suppose that 80% were capitalized and 20% eaten up. The accumulated capital will be £2,400 or £200, according as the total surplus value has amounted to £3,000 or £500. Hence, all the circumstances that determine the mass of surplus value operate to determine the magnitude of the accumulation. We sum them up once again, but only insofar as they afford new points of view in regard to accumulation. It will be remembered that the rate of surplus value depends in the first place on the degree of exploitation of labor power. Political economy values this fact so highly that it occasionally identifies the acceleration of accumulation due to increased productiveness of labor with its acceleration due to increased exploitation of the laborer. Footnote quoting observations on certain verbal disputes, etc., Ricardo says, quote, "In different stages of society, the accumulation of capital, or of the means of employing, i.e. exploiting, labor is more or less rapid, and must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest where there is an abundance of fertile land," unquote. If in the first sentence the productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical because the remaining aliquot part is the fund whence capital can, if the owner pleases, be accumulated. But then this does not generally happen where there is most fertile land, unquote. Back to the main text. In the chapters on the production of surplus value, it was constantly presupposed that wages are at least equal to the value of labor power. Forcible reduction of wages below this value plays, however, in practice too important a part for us not to pause upon it for a moment. It in fact transforms, within certain limits, the laborer's necessary consumption fund into a fund for the accumulation of capital. Quote, "Wages," says John Stuart Mill, quote, "have no productive power. They are the price of a productive power. Wages do not contribute, along with labor, to the production of commodities, no more than the price of tools contributes along with the tools themselves. If labor could be had without purchase, wages might be dispensed with." That's quoting Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, 1844. But if the laborers could live on air, they could not be bought at any price. Comment, excellent point. Continuing, "The zero of their cost is therefore a limit in a mathematical sense, always beyond reach, although we can always approximate more and more nearly to it. The constant tendency of capital is to force the cost of labor back toward the zero." A writer of the 18th century, often quoted already, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce, only betrays the innermost secret soul of English capitalism when he declares the historic mission of England to be the forcing down of English wages to the level of the French and the Dutch. Footnote, that's from an Essay on Trade and Commerce, London, 1770. The Times of December 1866 and January 1867, in like manner, published certain outpourings of the heart of the English mine owner in which the happy lot of the Belgian miners was pictured, who asked and received no more than was strictly necessary for them to live for their so-called masters. The Belgian laborers have to suffer much, but to figure in the Times as model laborers. In the beginning of February 1867 came the answer, the strike of the Belgian miners at Marchiennes, put down by powder and lead. Back to the main text. With other things, he says naively, quote, "But if our poor," and Marx adds in parentheses, technical term for laborers, and I think that is the funniest thing I've read in this or any Marx text, quote, "will live luxuriously, then labor must of course be dear, expensive, when it's considered what luxuries the manufacturing populace consume, such as brandy, gin, tea, sugar, foreign fruit, strong beer, printed linens, snuff, tobacco, etc." That's quoted from the same source. He quotes the work of a Northamptonshire manufacturer who, with eyes squinting heavenward, moans, quote, "Labor is 1/3 cheaper in France than in England, for their poor work hard, and fare hard, as to their food and clothing. Their chief diet is bread, fruit, herbs, roots, and dried fish, for they very seldom eat flesh, and when wheat is dear, they eat very little bread." And Marx adds in a footnote, the Northamptonshire manufacturer commits a pious fraud, pardonable in one whose heart is so full. He nominally compares the life of the English and French manufacturing laborer, but in the words just quoted he is painting, as he himself confesses in his confused way, the French agricultural laborers. Back to the main text and continuing the quote, To which may be added, our essayist goes on, that their drink is either water or other small liquors, so that they spend very little money. These things are very difficult to be brought about, but they are not impracticable, since they have been effected both in France and in Holland." Unquote. And a footnote, note in the third German edition, today, thanks to the competition on the world market established since then, we have advanced much further. Quote, "If China," says Mr. Stapleton, MP, to his constituents, quote, "should become a great manufacturing country, I do not see how the manufacturing population of Europe could sustain the contest without descending to the level of their competitors." Unquote. That's from the Times, September 3rd, 1873. The wished-for goal of English capital is no longer continental wages, but Chinese. Comment. Continuing, back to the main text, 20 years later, an American humbug, the baronized Yankee Benjamin Thompson, alias Count Rumford, followed the same line of philanthropy to the great satisfaction of God and man. His essays are a cookery book with receipts of all kinds for replacing by some succedaneum substitute the ordinary expensive food of the laborer. The following is a particularly successful recipe of this wonderful philosopher. Quote, 5 pounds of barley meal, 7.5 pence. 5 pounds of Indian corn, 6 1/4 pence. 3 pence worth of red herring. 1 penny salt, 1 penny vinegar, 2 pence pepper and sweet herbs. In all, 20 3/4. Make a soup for 64 men, and at the medium price of barley and of Indian corn, the soup may be provided at 1/4 pence, the portion of 20 ounces. Comment, if we ever get cooking with S4A off the ground, that's the first thing I'll make. Footnote, that's from Benjamin Thompson's Essays, Political, Economical, and Philosophical, etc. 3 volumes, London, 1796 to 1802, Volume 1. In his The State of the Poor, or A History of the Laboring Classes in England, etc., Sir F. M. Eden strongly recommends the Rumfordian beggar soup to workhouse overseers and reproachfully warns the English laborers that, quote, "many poor people, particularly in Scotland, live, and that very comfortably, for months together upon oatmeal and barley meal, mixed with only water and salt." Unquote. The same sort of hints in the 19th century, quote, "the most wholesome mixtures of flour having been refused by the English agricultural laborer. In Scotland, where education is better, this prejudice is probably unknown." That's quoting Charles H. Parry, M.D., The Question of the Necessity of the Existing Corn Laws Considered, 1816. This same Parry, however, complains that the English laborer is now, in 1815, in a much worse condition than in Eden's time, 1797. Back to the main text. With the advance of capitalistic production, the adulteration of food rendered Thompson's ideal superfluous. Footnote, from the reports of the last Parliamentary Commission on Adulteration of Means of Subsistence, it will be seen that the adulteration even of medicines is the rule, not the exception, in England. For example, the examination of 34 specimens of opium, purchased of as many different chemists in London, showed that 31 were adulterated with poppy heads, wheat flour, gum, clay, sand, etc. Several did not contain an atom of morphia. Back to the main text. At the end of the 18th and during the first 10 years of the 19th century, the English farmers and landlords enforced the absolute minimum of wage by paying the agricultural laborers less than the minimum in the form of wages, and the remainder in the shape of parochial relief. Comment, much like Walmart today. Continuing, an example of the waggish way in which the English Dogberries acted in their, quote, legal fixing of a wages tariff, quote, "The squires of Norfolk had dined," says Mr. Burke, "when they fixed the rate of wages. The squires of Berks evidently thought the laborers ought not to do so when they fixed the rate of wages at Speenhamland, 1795. There they decided that, quote, income, meaning weekly, should be 3 shillings for a man, when the gallon or half-peck loaf of 8 pounds 11 ounces is at 1 shilling, and increase regularly till bread is 1 shilling 5 pence. When it is above that sum, decrease regularly till it be at 2 shillings, and then his food should be 1/5 less." Unquote. That's quoting from G.B. Newnham, Barrister at Laws, a review of the evidence before the Committee of the Two Houses of Parliament on the Corn Laws, 1815. Before the Committee of Inquiry of the House of Lords, 1814, a certain A. Bennett, a large farmer, magistrate, poor law guardian, and wage regulator, was asked, quote, "Has any proportion of the value of daily labor been made up to the laborers out of the poor's rate?" Answer, yes, it has. The weekly income of every family is made up to the gallon loaf. 8 pounds 11 ounces, and 3 pence per head. The gallon loaf per week is what we suppose sufficient for the maintenance of every person in the family for the week, and the 3 pence is for clothes. And if the parish think proper to find clothes, the 3 pence is deducted. This practice goes through all the western part of Wiltshire, and I believe through the country." Unquote. That's from the same source. Quote, "For years," exclaims a bourgeois author of that time, quote, "they, the farmers, have degraded a respectable class of their countrymen by forcing them to have recourse to the workhouse. The farmer, while increasing his own gains, has prevented any accumulation on the part of his laboring dependents." Unquote. Footnote, that's from C.H. Parry. The landlords on their side not only, quote, "indemnified themselves for the anti-Jacobin war, which they waged in the name of England, but enriched themselves enormously. Their rents doubled, tripled, quadrupled, quote, and in one instance increased sixfold in 18 years, unquote." Back to the main text. The part played in our days by the direct robbery from the laborer's necessary consumption fund in the formation of surplus value and therefore of the accumulation fund of capital, the so-called domestic industry, has served to show. See again Chapter 15, Section 8c. Further facts on the subject will be given later. Although in all branches of industry that part of the constant capital consisting of instruments of labor must be sufficient for a certain number of laborers determined by the magnitude of the undertaking, it by no means always necessarily increases in the same proportion as the quantity of labor employed. In a factory, suppose that 100 laborers working 8 hours a day yield 800 working hours. If the capitalist wishes to raise this sum by 1/2, they can employ 50 more workers. But then they must also advance more capital, not merely for wages, but for instruments of labor. But they might also let the 100 laborers work 12 hours instead of 8, and then the instruments of labor already to hand would be enough. These would then simply be more rapidly consumed. Thus, additional labor, begotten of the greater tension of labor power, can augment surplus product and surplus value, i.e. the subject matter of accumulation, without corresponding augmentation in the constant part of capital. In the extractive industries, mines, etc., the raw materials form no part of the capital advanced. The subject of labor is in this case not a product of previous labor, but is furnished by nature gratis, as in the case of metals, minerals, stone, etc. In these cases, the constant capital consists almost exclusively of instruments of labor, which can very well absorb an increased quantity of labor, day and night shifts of laborers, for example. All other things being equal, the mass and value of the product will rise in direct proportion to the labor expended. As on the first day of production, the original produce formers, now turned into the creators of the material elements of capital, man and nature, still work together. Thanks to the elasticity of labor power, the domain of accumulation has extended without any previous enlargement of constant capital. In agriculture, the land under cultivation cannot be increased without the advance of more seed and manure. But this advance once made, the purely mechanical working of the soil itself produces a marvelous effect on the amount of the product. A greater quantity of labor, done by the same number of laborers as before, thus increases the fertility, without requiring any new advance in the instruments of labor. It is once again the direct action of humans on nature, which becomes an immediate source of greater accumulation, without the intervention of any new capital. Finally, in what is called manufacturing industry, every additional expenditure of labor presupposes a corresponding additional expenditure of raw materials, but not necessarily of instruments of labor. And as extractive industry and agriculture supply manufacturing industry with its raw materials and those of its instruments of labor, the additional product the former have created without additional advance of capital tells also in favor of the latter. General result, by incorporating with itself the two primary creators of wealth, labor power and the land, capital acquires a power of expansion that permits it to augment the elements of its accumulation beyond the limits apparently fixed by its own magnitude, or by the value and the mass of the means of production, already produced, in which it has its being. Another important factor in the accumulation of capital is the degree of productivity of social labor. With the productive power of labor increases the mass of the products, in which a certain value, and therefore a surplus value of a given magnitude, is embodied. The rate of surplus value remaining the same or even falling, so long as it only falls more slowly, than the productive power of labor rises, the mass of the surplus product increases. The division of this product into revenue and additional capital remaining the same, the consumption of the capitalist may therefore increase without any decrease in the fund of accumulation. The relative magnitude of the accumulation fund may even increase at the expense of the consumption fund, whilst the cheapening of commodities places at the disposal of the capitalist as many means of enjoyment as formerly, or even more than formerly. But hand in hand with the increasing productivity of labor goes, as we have seen, the cheapening of the laborer. Therefore, a higher rate of surplus value even when the real wages are rising. The latter never rise proportionally to the productive power of labor. The same value in variable capital therefore sets in movement more labor power and therefore more labor. The same value in constant capital is embodied in more means of production, i.e. in more instruments of labor, materials of labor, and auxiliary materials. It therefore also supplies more elements for the production both of use value and of value, and with these, more absorbers of labor. The value of the additional capital therefore remaining the same or even diminishing, accelerated accumulation still takes place. Not only does the scale of reproduction materially extend, but the production of surplus value increases more rapidly than the value of the additional capital. The development of the productive power of labor reacts also on the original capital already engaged in the process of production. A part of the functioning constant capital consists of instruments of labor such as machinery, etc., which are not consumed and therefore not reproduced or replaced by new ones of the same kind until after long periods of time. But every year a part of these instruments of labor perishes, or reaches the limit of its productive function. It reaches, therefore, in that year the time for its periodical reproduction, for its replacement by new ones of the same kind. If the productiveness of labor has, during the using up of these instruments of labor, increased, and it develops continually with the uninterrupted advance of science and technology, more efficient and, considering their increased efficiency, cheaper machines, tools, apparatus, etc. replace the old. The old capital is reproduced in a more productive form, apart from the constant detail improvements in the instruments of labor already in use. The other part of the constant capital, raw material and auxiliary substances, is constantly reproduced in less than a year, those produced by agriculture for the most part annually. Every introduction of improved methods, therefore, works almost simultaneously on the new capital and on that already in action. Every advance in chemistry not only multiplies the number of useful materials and the useful applications of those already known, thus extending with the growth of capital its sphere of investment. It teaches at the same time how to throw the excrements of the process of production and consumption back again into the circle of the process of reproduction, and thus, without any previous outlay of capital, creates new matter for capital. Like the increased exploitation of natural wealth by the mere increase in the tension of labor power, science and technology give capital a power of expansion independent of the given magnitude of the capital actually functioning. They react at the same time on that part of the original capital which has entered upon its stage of renewal. This, in passing into its new shape, incorporates gratis the social advance made while its old shape was being used up. Of course, this development of productive power is accompanied by a partial depreciation of functioning capital. So far as this depreciation makes itself acutely felt in competition, the burden falls on the laborer, in the increased exploitation of whom the capitalist looks for their indemnification. Labor transmits to its product the value of the means of production consumed by it. On the other hand, the value and mass of the means of production set in motion by a given quantity of labor increase as the labor becomes more productive. Though the same quantity of labor adds always to its products only the same sum of new value, still the old capital value, transmitted by the labor to the products, increases with the growing productivity of labor. An English and a Chinese spinner, for example, may work the same number of hours with the same intensity. Then they will both in a week create equal values. But in spite of this equality, an immense difference will obtain between the value of the week's product of the Englishman, who works with a mighty automaton, and that of the Chinaman, who has but a spinning wheel. In the same time as the Chinaman spins 1 pound of cotton, the Englishman spins several hundreds of pounds. A sum many hundred times as great of old values swells the value of his product, in which those reappear in a new, useful form, and can thus function anew as capital. Quote, in 1782, as Frederick Engels teaches us, quote, all the wool crop in England of the 3 preceding years lay untouched for want of laborers, and so it must have lain if newly invented machinery had not come to its aid and spun it. That's from The Condition of the Working Class in England. Labor embodied in the form of machinery, of course, did not directly force into life a single man, but it made it possible for a smaller number of laborers, with the addition of relatively less living labor, not only to consume the wool productively and put into it new value, but to preserve in the form of yarn, etc., its old value. At the same time, it caused and stimulated increased reproduction of wool. It is the natural property of living labor to transmit old value, whilst it creates new. Hence, with the increase in efficacy, extent, and value of its means of production, consequently with the accumulation that accompanies the development of its productive power, labor keeps up and eternizes an always increasing capital value in a form ever new. Footnote: Classical economy has, on account of a deficient analysis of the labor process and of the process of creating value, never properly grasped this weighty element of reproduction, as may be seen in Ricardo. He says, for example, whatever the change in productive power, quote, "a million men always produce in manufactures the same value," unquote. This is accurate if the extension and degree of intensity of their labor are given. But it does not prevent, this Ricardo overlooks in certain conclusions he draws, a million men with different powers of productivity in their labor, turning into products very different masses of the means of production, and therefore preserving in their products very different masses of value, in consequence of which the values of the products yielded may vary considerably. Ricardo has, it may be noted in passing, tried in vain to make clear to J.B. Say, by that very example, the difference between use value, which he here calls wealth or material riches, and exchange value. Say answers, quote, "As for the difficulty raised by Ricardo when he says that by using better methods of production, a million people can produce 2 or 3 times as much wealth without producing any more value, this difficulty disappears when one bears in mind, as one should, that production is like an exchange in which a man contributes the productive services of his labor, his land, and his capital in order to obtain products. It is by means of these productive services that we acquire all the products existing in the world. Therefore, we are richer, our productive services have the more value, the greater the quantity of useful things they bring in through the exchange which is called production," unquote. That's from Letters to Mr. Malthus. The difficulty, it exists for him, not for Ricardo, that Say means to clear up is this: why does not the exchange value of the use values increase when their quantity increases in consequence of increased productive power of labor? Answer: the difficulty is met by calling use value exchange value, if you please. Exchange value is a thing that is connected one way or another with exchange. If, therefore, production is called an exchange of labor and means of production against the product, it is clear as day that you obtain more exchange value in proportion as the production yields more use value. In other words, the more use values, for example stockings, a working day yields to the stocking manufacturer, the richer they are in stockings. Suddenly, however, Say recollects that, quote, with a greater quantity of stockings, their, quote, price, which of course has nothing to do with their exchange value, falls, quote, because competition obliges them, the producers, to sell their products for what they cost to make, unquote. But whence does the profit come if the capitalist sells the commodities at cost price? Never mind. Say declares that, in consequence of increased productivity, everyone now receives in return for a given equivalent 2 pairs of stockings instead of 1 as before. The result he arrives at is precisely that proposition of Ricardo that he aimed at disproving. After this mighty effort of thought, he triumphantly apostrophizes Malthus in the words, quote, "This, sir, is the well-founded doctrine without which it is impossible, I say, to explain the greatest difficulties in political economy, and in particular to explain why it is that a nation can be richer when its products fall in value, even though wealth is value," unquote. An English economist remarks upon the conjuring tricks of the same nature that appear in Say's letters, quote, "Those affected ways of talking make up in general that which Monsieur Say is pleased to call his doctrine, and which he earnestly urges Malthus to teach at Hertford, as it is already taught, quote, in numerous parts of Europe. If all those propositions appear paradoxical to you, look at the things they express, and I venture to believe that they will then appear very simple and very rational," unquote. And back to the English economist, doubtless, and in consequence of the same process, they will appear everything else except original. That's quoting from An Inquiry into Those Principles Respecting the Nature of Demand, etc. Back to the main text. This natural power of labor takes the appearance of an intrinsic property of capital, in which it is incorporated, just as the productive forces of social labor take the appearance of inherent properties of capital, and as the constant appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalists takes that of a constant self-expansion of capital. With the increase of capital, the difference between the capital employed and the capital consumed increases. In other words, there is increase in the value and the material mass of the instruments of labor, such as buildings, machinery, drain pipes, working cattle, apparatus of every kind that function for a longer or shorter time in processes of production constantly repeated, or that serve for the attainment of particular useful effects, whilst they themselves only gradually wear out. therefore only lose their value piecemeal, therefore transfer that value to the product only bit by bit. In the same proportion as these instruments of labor serve as product formers without adding value to the product, i.e. in the same proportion as they are wholly employed but only partly consumed, they perform, as we saw earlier, the same gratuitous service as the natural forces, water, steam, air, electricity, etc. This gratuitous service of past labor, when seized and filled with a soul by living labor, increases with the advancing stages of accumulation. Since past labor always disguises itself as capital, i.e. since the passive of the labor of A, B, C, etc. takes the form of the active of the non-laborer X, bourgeois and political economists are full of praises of the services of dead and gone labor, which according to the Scotch genius McCulloch, ought to receive a special remuneration in the shape of interest, profit, etc. Footnote, McCulloch took out a patent for wages of past labor long before Senior did for wages of abstinence. Back to the main text. The powerful and ever-increasing assistance given by past labor to the living labor process under the form of means of production is therefore attributed to that form of past labor in which it is alienated, as unpaid labor, from the worker themselves, i.e. to its capitalistic form. The practical agents of capitalistic production and their pettifogging ideologists are as unable to think of the means of production as separate from the antagonistic social mask they wear today as a slave owner to think of the worker themselves as distinct from their character as a slave. With a given degree of exploitation of labor power, the mass of the surplus value produced is determined by the number of workers simultaneously exploited, and this corresponds, although in varying proportions, with the magnitude of the capital. The more, therefore, capital increases by means of successive accumulations, the more does the sum of the value increase that is divided into consumption fund and accumulation fund. The capitalist can therefore live a more jolly life and at the same time show more quote-unquote abstinence. And finally, all the springs of production act with greater elasticity the more its scale extends with the mass of the capital advanced. Section 5. The so-called Labor Fund. It has been shown in the course of this inquiry that capital is not a fixed magnitude, but is a part of social wealth, elastic and constantly fluctuating with the division of fresh surplus value into revenue and additional capital. It has been seen further that even with a given magnitude of functioning capital, the labor power, the science, and the land, by which are to be understood economically all conditions of labor furnished by nature independently of humans, embodied in it, form elastic powers of capital, allowing it, within certain limits, a field of action independent of its own magnitude. In this inquiry, we have neglected all effects of the process of circulation, effects which may produce very different degrees of efficiency in the same mass of capital. And as we presupposed the limits set by capitalist production, that is to say, presupposed the process of social production in a form developed by purely spontaneous growth, we neglected any more rational combination, directly and systematically practicable with the means of production and the mass of labor power at present disposable. Classical economy always loved to conceive social capital as a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency, but this prejudice was first established as a dogma by the arch-Philistine Jeremy Bentham, that insipid, pedantic, leather-tongued oracle of the ordinary bourgeois intelligence of the 19th century. Footnote, compare among others Jeremy Bentham's Theory of Punishment and Reward, 3rd edition, Paris, 1826. Back to the main text. Bentham is among philosophers what Martin Tupper is among poets. Both could only have been manufactured in England. Footnote, Bentham is a purely English phenomenon. Not even excepting our philosopher Christian Wolff, in no time and in no country has the most homespun commonplace ever strutted about in so self-satisfied a way. The principle of utility was no discovery of Bentham. He simply reproduced in his dull way what Helvetius and other Frenchmen had said with spirit in the 18th century. To know what is useful for a dog, one must study dog nature. This nature itself is not to be deduced from the principle of utility. Applying this to humans, those who would criticize all human acts, movements, relations, etc. by the principle of utility must first deal with human nature in general, and then with human nature as modified in each historical epoch. Bentham makes short work of it. With the driest naivete, he takes the modern shopkeeper, especially the English shopkeeper, as the normal man. Whatever is useful to this queer normal man and to his world is absolutely useful. This yard measure then he applies to past, present, and future. The Christian religion, for example, is, quote, useful, quote, because it forbids in the name of religion the same faults that the penal code condemns in the name of the law, unquote. Artistic criticism is, quote, harmful because it disturbs worthy people in their enjoyment of Martin Tupper, etc. With such rubbish has the brave fellow with his motto, no day without a line, piled up mountains of books. Had I the courage of my friend Heinrich Heine, I should call Mr. Jeremy a genius in the way of bourgeois stupidity. Back to the main text. In the light of his dogma, the commonest phenomena of the process of production, as for example its sudden expansions and contractions, nay, even accumulation itself, become perfectly inconceivable. Footnote quoting S. Bailey, Money and its Vicissitudes, political economists are too apt to consider a certain quantity of capital and a certain number of laborers as productive instruments of uniform power, or operating with a certain uniform intensity. Those who maintain that commodities are the sole agents of production prove that production could never be enlarged, for it requires as an indispensable condition to such an enlargement that food, raw materials, and tools should be previously augmented, which is in fact maintaining that no increase of production can take place without a previous increase, or in other words, that an increase is impossible, unquote. Bailey criticizes the dogma mainly from the point of view of the process of circulation. Back to the main text. The dogma was used by Bentham himself, as well as by Malthus, James Mill, McCulloch, etc., for an apologetic purpose, and especially in order to represent one part of capital, namely variable capital, or that part convertible into labor power as a fixed magnitude. The material of variable capital, i.e. the mass of the means of subsistence that it represents for the laborer, or the so-called labor fund, was fabled as a separate part of social wealth, fixed by natural laws and unchangeable. To set in motion the part of social wealth which is to function as constant capital, or, to express it in a material form as means of production, a definite mass of living labor is required. This mass is given technologically, but neither is the number of laborers required to render fluid this mass of labor power given. It changes with the degree of exploitation of the individual labor power, nor is the price of this labor power given, but only its minimum limit, which is moreover very variable. The facts that lie at the bottom of this dogma are these. On the one hand, the laborer has no right to interfere in the division of social wealth into means of enjoyment for the non-laborer and means of production. Footnote, John Stuart Mill, in his Principles of Political Economy, says, quote, the really exhausting and the really repulsive labors, instead of being better paid than others, are almost invariably paid the worst of all. The more revolting the occupation, the more certain it is to receive the minimum of remuneration. The hardship and the earnings, instead of being directly proportional, as in any just arrangements of society they would be, are generally in an inverse ratio to one another, unquote. To avoid misunderstanding, let me say that although men like John Stuart Mill are to blame for the contradiction between their traditional economic dogmas and their modern tendencies, it would be very wrong to class them with the herd of vulgar economic apologists. Back to the main text. On the other hand, only in favorable and exceptional cases has he the power to enlarge the so-called labor fund at the expense of the, quote, revenue of the wealthy. That is, of course, referring to the laborer. What silly tautology results from the attempt to represent the capitalistic limits of the labor fund as its natural and social limits may be seen, for example, in Professor Fawcett, meaning H. Fawcett, Professor of Political Economy at Cambridge, author of The Economic Position of the British Laborer, 1865. Quote, the circulating capital of a country, he says, is its wage fund. Hence, if we desire to calculate the average money wages received by each laborer, we have simply to divide the amount of this capital by the number of the laboring population. Unquote. Footnote, I must here remind the reader that the categories variable and constant capital were first used by me. Political economy since the time of Adam Smith has confusedly mixed up the essential distinctions involved in these categories with the mere formal differences arising out of the process of circulation of fixed and circulating capital. For further details on this point, see Book 2, Part 2. Back to the main text. That is to say, we first add together the individual wages actually paid, and then we affirm that the sum thus obtained forms the total value of the, quote, labor fund, determined and vouchsafed to us by God and nature. Lastly, we divide the sum thus obtained by the number of laborers to find out again how much may come to each on the average. An uncommonly knowing dodge, this. It did not prevent Mr. Fawcett saying in the same breath, quote, the aggregate wealth which is annually saved in England is divided into two portions. One portion is employed as capital to maintain our industry, and the other portion is exported to foreign countries. Only a portion, and perhaps not a large portion of the wealth which is annually saved in this country is invested in our own industry." Unquote. The greater part of the yearly accruing surplus product, embezzled because abstracted without return of an equivalent from the English laborer, is thus used as capital, not in England, but in foreign countries. But with the additional capital thus exported, a part of the labor fund, invented by God and Bentham, is also exported. Footnote, it might be said that not only capital, but also laborers, in the shape of emigrants, are annually exported from England. In the text, however, there is no question of the peculium of the emigrants, who are in great part not laborers. The sons of farmers make up a great part of them. The additional capital annually transported abroad to be put out at interest is in much greater proportion to the annual accumulation than the yearly emigration is to the yearly increase of population. And that is the end of chapter 24. One more chapter to go in part 7 of 8, and again, it is the second longest chapter in the book, chapter 25 coming up. But I really hope that those of you who have made it this far will continue with me through to the end of the book. There's really not that much left to go. A lot of the chapters in part 8 are quite short. And, if you want to listen to the whole book again, that might not be a bad idea, as a lot of the people have been reporting that they're struggling with the earlier chapters, but I think that after hearing them in context, for example, chapter 1 is pretty abstract, but by now we know what a use value is, we know what constant capital is, we know what variable capital is, we know what the transfer of value is, and so on. So I think going back, you'll see it's not so big and scary. Even the first time through, if you have done the basic Marxism-Leninism study guide prior to this and worked your way up to it, or especially on the second time around. But what do you think? Leave a question or comment below, and we will continue the discussion in the comments section as always. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. You can either make a one-time or a recurring donation, and every contribution is encouraging. They're also materially helpful, and they allow me to spend a lot more time on this channel than I'd be able to do without that support. So if you like this channel, thank me, but also thank a patron or Buy Me a Coffee supporter, and consider becoming one yourself, as we don't run ads or sponsorships, so that support is really important. Beyond that, engagement counts, so like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment, even if it's just for the algorithm, which I'm hearing these days prefers 8 to 10 word comments to register them, but I don't know. Do what you can. And lastly, remember, we can agitate and educate online, but the organizing happens in real life, so make sure to take what you've learned on this channel and apply it to your real-world political organizing. Thanks again, and we will see you in the next video. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file's being recorded for the September 2025 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook of Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 25, The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation from 1867. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee at patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. There are links to Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee in the video description. So 25 is the third and final chapter in part 7 of 8 of Capital. That's a lot of numbers, but basically this is the last chapter in part 7, the Accumulation of Capital, in which Marx basically puts together everything else in the book. And then the last part, part 8, is Primitive Accumulation, which concerns how capitalism gets established. Part 8 is not always included in every version of Capital that you'll see out there. So according to that take on Capital, this is actually the last chapter in the book. So significant. And as I've said a few times, it is the second longest in the entire book. And it'll take us 2 weeks to go through the whole thing if you're listening in real time in September 2025. But anyway, without further ado, let's begin chapter 25. Section 1. The increased demand for labor power that accompanies accumulation, the composition of capital remaining the same. In this chapter, we consider the influence of the growth of capital on the lot of the laboring class. The most important factor in this inquiry is the composition of capital and the changes it undergoes in the course of the process of accumulation. The composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. On the side of value, it's determined by the proportion in which it's divided into constant capital, or value of the means of production, and variable capital, or value of labor power, the sum total of wages. On the side of material, as it functions in the process of production, all capital is divided into means of production and living labor power. This latter composition is determined by the relation between the mass of the means of production employed on the one hand and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. I call the former the value composition, the latter the technical composition of capital. Between the two, there is a strict correlation. To express this, I call the value composition of capital, insofar as it's determined by its technical composition and mirrors the change of the latter, the organic composition of capital. Wherever I refer to the composition of capital, without further qualification, its organic composition is always understood. So, commenting, when we talk about the composition of capital, there are two sides of that. And those two sides are in relation, but before we get to the relationship, the one side is the constant capital, or the equipment, and the other side is the variable capital, or the labor. Now, as Marx points out, the equipment that you have, the quantity of it, and the exact nature of the equipment determines how much labor you're going to need. So as Marx says, the composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. The first side of that is value. We can break that down by saying uppercase C is equal to lowercase c over lowercase v. We remember that uppercase C, or total capital laid out, can be broken down into lowercase c, constant capital portion, and or plus lowercase v, the variable capital portion, constant capital being the equipment, and the variable capital being the wages paid to the laborers using the equipment. So if we set it up as a ratio, C to V or C over V, then we can compare how much of the capital is in the constant portion and how much of the capital is in the variable or wages portion. Then there is the technical composition of capital. This does not concern the value. It concerns, to quote Marx again, the relation between the mass of the means of production employed and the mass of labor necessary for their employment. So in this sense, we are still talking about constant capital and variable capital, in that we're talking about the means of production and the labor necessary to operate the means of production. But here we're looking more at the qualitative side. So if you're having flashbacks here to chapter 1 and the twofold nature of the commodity, the one fold, if you will, being the qualitative use value, or the material characteristics of the thing as it exists, and then the other side being the quantitative value and exchange value side, which has more to do with the amount of socially necessary labor time that thing embodies. Here I would say we have something similar with the value composition of capital, relating more to that quantitative side, and the technical composition of capital relating more to the qualitative side. In other words, the means of production have particular qualities to them, as do human laborers and human labor power. You have certain means of production, and it takes a certain amount of people. I know that amount implies quantitative, but basically you've got a machine, you've got multiple machines, and then you've got a certain amount of laborers, which depending on how those machines are operated, which is again more of a qualitative question, will call into the production process a certain number of laborers. For example, if you have a machine, to take a very micro-level example, that 4 people can operate, well, only 4 people can be called into that process of production at any given time, just due to the nature of the work. Ultimately, we are concerned when we're talking about the technical composition of capital with amounts, as Marx says, the mass of the means of production employed and the mass of labor necessary for their employment. So he is ultimately looking at the quantity, but we're not interested here in the value behind what it took to produce them or what that represents in the value or the amount of labor it took to produce all of this or the capital invested in it. We're just talking about, with the technical composition of capital, how many buildings, how many machines, how much raw materials, and then how many workers employed, how many hours do they work, etc. Now, Marx makes this distinction because you can have a change in the one without having a change in the other. So, for example, the technical composition of capital could stay the same number of buildings, same number of workers, schedule remains unchanged. Everything about the physical production process is staying the same. However, if there's a change in the cost of labor power, then your variable capital to constant capital ratio could be different. Without a change in anything pertaining to the means of production, then your value composition of capital has changed. And as Marx points out, changes in the technical composition of capital can drive some of the changes in the value composition of capital. As Marx says, quote, between the two, the value composition of capital and the technical composition of capital, there is a strict correlation. To express this, I call the value composition of capital insofar as it's determined by its technical composition and mirrors the changes of the latter. This is the organic composition of capital. And then he says, whenever I refer to the composition of capital, just using that term, that's what he means. The organic composition of capital, which again is the value composition of capital insofar as it's mirroring the changes in the technical composition of capital. We're going to be discussing this throughout the chapter, but hopefully that gives you enough to at least continue for now at least. Continuing. The many individual capitals invested in a particular branch of production have, one with another, more or less different compositions. The average of their individual compositions gives us the composition of the total capital in this branch of production. Lastly, the average of these averages in all branches of production gives us the composition of the total social capital of a country, and with this alone we are, in the last resort, concerned in the following investigation. Growth of capital involves growth of its variable constituent, or of the part invested in labor power. A part of the surplus value turned into additional capital must always be retransformed into variable capital, or additional labor fund. If we suppose that, all other circumstances remaining the same, the composition of capital also remains constant, i.e. that a definite mass of means of production constantly needs the same mass of labor power to set it in motion, then the demand for labor and the subsistence fund of the laborers clearly increase in the same proportion as the capital, and the more rapidly the capital increases. Since the capital produces yearly a surplus value, of which one part is yearly added to the original capital, since this increment itself grows yearly along with the augmentation of the capital already functioning, since lastly, under special stimulus to enrichment, such as the opening of new markets or of new spheres for the outlay of capital, in consequence of newly developed social wants, etc., the scale of accumulation may be suddenly extended, merely by a change in the division of the surplus value or surplus product into capital and revenue. The requirements of accumulating capital may exceed the increase of labor power or the number of laborers. The demand for laborers may exceed the supply, and therefore wages may rise. This must indeed ultimately be the case if the conditions supposed above continue. For since in each year more laborers are employed than in its predecessor, sooner or later a point must be reached at which the requirements of accumulation begin to surpass the customary supply of labor, and therefore a rise of wages takes place. A lamentation on this score was heard in England during the whole of the 15th and the first half of the 18th centuries. The more or less favorable circumstances in which the wage-working class supports and multiplies itself in no way alter the fundamental character of capitalist production. As simple reproduction constantly reproduces the capital relation itself, i.e. the relation of capitalists on the one hand and wage workers on the other, so reproduction on a progressive scale, i.e. accumulation, reproduces the capital relation on a progressive scale. More capitalists or larger capitalists at this pole, more wage workers at that. The reproduction of a mass of labor power, which must incessantly reincorporate itself with capital for that capital's self-expansion, which cannot get free from capital and whose enslavement to capital is only concealed by the variety of individual capitalists to whom it sells itself. This reproduction of labor power forms, in fact, an essential element of the reproduction of capital itself. Accumulation of capital is, therefore, increase of the proletariat. Footnote quoting Collin, Political Economy, Source of Revolutions and Utopias, So-Called Socialists, Paris, 1857. With equal oppression of the masses, the more proletarians a country has, the richer it is, unquote. Our proletarian is economically none other than the wage laborer, who produces and increases capital and is thrown out on the streets as soon as they are superfluous for the needs of aggrandizement of Mr. Capital, as Pecqueur calls this person. The, quote, sickly proletarian of the primitive forest is a pretty Rocherian fancy. The primitive forester is owner of the primitive forest and uses the primitive forest as their property with the freedom of an orangutan. They are not, therefore, a proletarian. This would only be the case if the primitive forest exploited them instead of being exploited by them. As far as their health is concerned, such a person would well bear comparison, not only with the modern proletarian but also with the syphilitic and scrofulous upper classes. But no doubt Herr Wilhelm Roscher by primitive forest means his native heath of Lüneburg. Back to the main text. Classical economy grasped this fact so thoroughly that Adam Smith, Ricardo, etc., as mentioned earlier, inaccurately identified accumulation with the consumption, by the productive laborers, of all the capitalized part of the surplus product, or with its transformation into additional wage laborers. As early as 1696, John Beller says, quote, "For if one had 100,000 acres of land, and as many pounds in money, and as many cattle, without a laborer, what would the rich man be but a laborer? And as the laborers make men rich, so the more laborers there will be, the more rich men, the labor of the poor being the minds of the rich," unquote. So also Bernard de Mandeville at the beginning of the 18th century, quote, "It would be easier, where property is well secured, to live without money than without poor. For who would do the work? As they, the poor, ought to be kept from starving, so they should receive nothing worth saving. If here and there one of the lowest class by uncommon industry, and pinching his belly, lifts himself above the condition he was brought up in, nobody ought to hinder him. Nay, it is undeniably the wisest course for every person in the society, and for every private family to be frugal. But it is the interest of all rich nations that the greatest part of the poor should almost never be idle, and yet continually spend what they get." Comment is really laying it all out there. Continuing, "Those that get their living by their daily labor have nothing to stir them up to be serviceable but their wants which it is prudence to relieve, but folly to cure." Comment. Okay, no, that is laying it all out there. Continuing, "The only thing then that can render the laboring man industrious is a moderate quantity of money, for as too little will, according as his temper is, either dispirit him or make him desperate, so too much will make him insolent and lazy." What the fuck are you? Anyway, from what has been said, it is manifest that, in a free nation where slaves are not allowed of, the surest wealth consists in a multitude of laborious poor, for besides that they are the never-failing nursery of fleets and armies. Without them there could be no enjoyment, and no product of any country could be valuable. Quote, "To make the society," which Marx adds, of course, consists of non-workers, "happy, and people easier under the meanest circumstances, it is requisite that great numbers of them should be ignorant as well as poor. Knowledge both enlarges and multiplies our desires, and the fewer things a man wishes for, the more easily his necessities may be supplied." Unquote. And there's a footnote that's from Bernard de Mandeville's Fable of the Bees, 5th edition, London, 1728. And quoting an essay on trade and commerce, quote, "Temperate living and constant employment is the direct road for the poor to rational happiness," Marx adds, by which he most probably means long working days and little means of subsistence, quote, "and to riches and strength for the state," Marx adds, viz. For the landlords, capitalists, and their political dignitaries and agents. Back to the main text. What Mandeville, an honest, clear-headed man, had not yet seen is that the mechanism of the process of accumulation itself increases, along with the capital, the mass of, quote, laboring poor, i.e. the wage laborers, who turn their labor power into an increasing power of self-expansion of the growing capital, and even by doing so, must eternize their dependent relation on their own product, as personified in the capitalists. In reference to this relation of dependence, Sir F.M. Eden, in his The State of the Poor, A History of the Laboring Classes in England, says, quote, "The natural produce of our soil is certainly not fully adequate to our subsistence. We can neither be clothed, lodged, nor fed, but in consequence of some previous labor. A portion at least of the society must be indefatigably employed. There are others who, though they, quote, neither toil nor spin, can yet command the produce of industry, but who owe their exemption from labor solely to civilization and order." Comment, that is one way of putting it. Continuing, "They are peculiarly the creatures of civil institutions, which have recognized that individuals may acquire property by various other means besides the exertion of labor." Footnote, Eden should have asked, whose creatures then are the, quote, civil institutions? From his standpoint of juridical illusion, he does not regard the law as a product of the material relations of production, but conversely the relations of production as products of the law. Languet overthrew Montesquieu's illusory spirit of the laws with one word. The spirit of laws is property. Back to the main text and continuing the quote, "Persons of independent fortune owe their superior advantages by no means to any superior abilities of their own, but almost entirely to the industry of others. It is not the possession of land or of money, but the command of labor which distinguishes the opulent from the laboring part of the community. This," Marx adds, "scheme approved by Eden, would give the people of property sufficient, but by no means too much, influence and authority over those who work for them, and it would place such laborers not in an abject or servile condition, but in such a state of easy and liberal dependence as all who know human nature and its history will allow to be necessary for their own comfort." Unquote. Sir F.M. Eden, it may be remarked in passing, is the only disciple of Adam Smith during the 18th century that produced any work of importance. Footnote: if the reader reminds me of Malthus, whose essay on population appeared in 1798, I remind him that this work in its first form is nothing more than a schoolboyish, superficial plagiary of Defoe, Sir James Stewart, Townsend, Franklin, Wallace, etc., and does not contain a single sentence thought out by himself. The great sensation this pamphlet caused was due solely to party interest. The French Revolution had found passionate defenders in the United Kingdom. The, quote, principle of population, slowly worked out in the 18th century and then, in the midst of a great social crisis, proclaimed with drums and trumpets as the infallible antidote to the teachings of Condorcet, etc., was greeted with jubilance by the English oligarchy as the great destroyer of all hankerings after human development. Malthus, hugely astonished at his success, gave himself to stuffing into his book materials superficially compiled and adding to it new matter, not discovered but annexed by him. Note further, although Malthus was a parson of the English state church, he had taken the monastic vow of celibacy, one of the conditions of holding a fellowship in Protestant Cambridge University. This circumstance favorably distinguishes Malthus from the other Protestant parsons, who have shuffled off the command enjoining celibacy of the priesthood and have taken "be fruitful and multiply" as their special biblical mission in such a degree that they generally contribute to the increase of population to a really unbecoming extent, whilst they preach at the same time to the laborers the, quote, principle of population. It is characteristic that the economic fall of man, the Adam's apple, the urgent appetite, the, quote, checks which tend to blunt the shafts of Cupid, as Parson Townsend waggishly puts it, that this delicate question was and is monopolized by the reverends of Protestant theology, or rather of the Protestant Church. With the exception of the Venetian monk, Ortez, an original and clever writer, most of the population theory teachers are Protestant parsons. For instance, Bruckner, Theory of the Animal System, 1767, in which the whole subject of the modern population theory is exhausted, and to which the passing quarrel between Quesnay and his pupil, the elder Mirabeau, furnished ideas on the same topic. Then Parson Wallace, Parson Townsend, Parson Malthus, and his pupil, the archparson, Thomas Chalmers, to say nothing of lesser reverend scribblers in this line. Originally, political economy was studied by philosophers like Hobbes, Locke, Hume, by businessmen and statesmen like Thomas More, Temple, Sully, DeWitt, North, Law, Vanderlyn, Cantillon, Franklin, and especially, and with the greatest success, by medical men like Petty, Barbon, Mandeville, Quesnay. Even in the middle of the 18th century, the Reverend Mr. Tucker, a notable economist of his time, excused himself for meddling with the things of mammon. Later on, and in truth with this very principle of population, struck the hour of the Protestant parsons. Petty, who regarded the population as the basis of wealth, and was, like Adam Smith, an outspoken foe to parsons, says, as if he had a presentiment of their bungling interference, quote, that religion best flourishes when the priests are most mortified, as was before said of the law, which best flourisheth when lawyers have least to do, unquote. He advises the Protestant priests, therefore, if they, once for all, will not follow the Apostle Paul and mortify themselves by celibacy, quote, not to breed more churchmen than the benefices, as they now stand shared out, will receive. That is to say, if there be places for about 12,000 in England and Wales, it will not be safe to breed up 24,000 ministers, for then the 12,000 which are unprovided for will seek ways how to get themselves a livelihood, which they cannot do more easily than by persuading the people that the 12,000 incumbents do poison or starve their souls, and misguide them in their way to heaven, unquote. That's from Petty's A Treatise of Taxes and Contributions, 1667. Adam Smith's position with the Protestant priesthood of his time is shown by the following. In A Letter to A. Smith, LL.D., on the life, death, and philosophy of his friend David Hume, by one of the people called Christians, 4th edition, 1784, Dr. Horne, Bishop of Norwich, reproves Adam Smith because in a published letter to Mr. Strahan, he, quote, embalmed his friend David, meaning Hume, because he told the world how, quote, Hume amused himself on his deathbed with Lucian and whist, unquote, and because he even had the impudence to write of Hume, quote, I have always considered him, both in his lifetime and since his death, as approaching as nearly to the idea of a perfectly wise and virtuous man as perhaps the nature of human frailty will permit, unquote. The bishop cries out in a passion, quote, Is it right in you, sir, to hold up to our view as perfectly wise and virtuous the character and conduct of one who seems to have been possessed with an incurable antipathy to all that is called religion, and who strained every nerve to explode, suppress, and extirpate the spirit of it among men, that its very name, if he could effect it, might no more be had in remembrance, unquote. Quote, but let not the lovers of truth be discouraged. Atheism cannot be of long continuance, unquote. Adam Smith, quote, had the atrocious wickedness to propagate atheism through the land, viz. By his theory of moral sentiments. Upon the whole, doctor, your meaning is good, but I think you will not succeed this time. You would persuade us, by the example of David Hume, Esquire, that atheism is the only cordial for low spirits, and the proper antidote against the fear of death. You may smile over Babylon in ruins, and congratulate the hardened Pharaoh on his overthrow in the Red Sea, unquote. One Orthodox individual amongst Adam Smith's college friends writes after his death, quote, Smith's well-placed affection for Hume hindered him from being a Christian. When he met with honest men whom he liked, he would believe almost anything they said. Had he been a friend of the worthy ingenious Horrocks, he would have believed that the moon sometimes disappeared in a clear sky without the interposition of a cloud. He approached to republicanism in his political principles, unquote. That's quoting The Bee by James Anderson, 18 volumes, Volume 3, 1791-93. Parson Thomas Chalmers has his suspicions as to Adam Smith having invented the category of, quote, unproductive laborers solely for the Protestant parsons, in spite of their blessed work in the vineyard of the Lord. And commenting, I think that footnote was longer than some of the audiobooks that we've done on the channel. Anyway, back to the main text. Under the conditions of accumulation supposed thus far, which conditions are those most favorable to the laborers, their relation of dependence upon capital takes on a form endurable or, as Eden says, quote, easy and liberal. Instead of becoming more intensive with the growth of capital, this relation of dependence only becomes more extensive, i.e. the sphere of capital's exploitation and rule merely extends with its own dimensions and the number of its subjects. A larger part of their own surplus product, always increasing and continually transformed into additional capital, comes back to them in the shape of means of payment, so that they can extend the circle of their enjoyments, can make some additions to their consumption fund of clothes, furniture, etc., and can lay by small reserve funds of money. But just as little as better clothing, food and treatment, and a larger peculium do away with the exploitation of the slave, so little do they set aside that of the wage worker. A rise in the price of labor, as a consequence of accumulation of capital, only means in fact that the length and weight of the golden chain the wage worker has already forged for himself allow of a relaxation of the tension of it. In the controversies on the subject, the chief fact has generally been overlooked, viz. The defining characteristic of capitalistic production. Labor power is sold today not with the view of satisfying, by its service or by its product, the personal needs of the buyer. Their aim is augmentation of their capital, production of commodities containing more labor than they pay for, containing therefore a portion of value that costs them nothing, and that is nevertheless realized when the commodities are sold. Production of surplus value is the absolute law of this mode of production. Labor power is only saleable so far as it preserves the means of production in their capacity of capital, reproduces its own value as capital, and yields in unpaid labor a source of additional capital. Footnote, quoting John Wade, the limit, however, to the employment of both the operative and the laborer is the same, namely the possibility of the employer realizing a profit on the produce of their industry. If the rate of wages is such as to reduce the master's gains below the average profit of capital, they will cease to employ them, or they will only employ them on condition of submission to a reduction of wages. Unquote. Back to the main text. The conditions of its sale, whether more or less favorable to the laborer, include therefore the necessity of its constant reselling, and the constant extended reproduction of all wealth in the shape of capital. Wages, as we have seen, by their very nature, always imply the performance of a certain quantity of unpaid labor on the part of the laborer. Altogether, irrespective of the case of a rise of wages with a falling price of labor, etc., such an increase only means at best a quantitative diminution of the unpaid labor that the worker has to supply. This diminution can never reach the point at which it would threaten the system itself. Apart from violent conflicts as to the rate of wages, and Adam Smith has already shown that in such a conflict, taken on the whole, the master is always master, a rise in the price of labor resulting from accumulation of capital implies the following alternative. Either the price of labor keeps on rising, because its rise does not interfere with the progress of accumulation. In this, there is nothing wonderful, for, says Adam Smith, quote, after these profits are diminished, stock may not only continue to increase, but to increase much faster than before. A great stock, though with small profits, generally increases faster than a small stock with great profits, unquote. In this case, it is evident that a diminution in the unpaid labor in no way interferes with the extension of the domain of capital. Or, on the other hand, accumulation slackens in consequence of the rise in the price of labor because the stimulus of gain is blunted. The rate of accumulation lessens, but with its lessening, the primary cause of that lessening vanishes, i.e. the disproportion between capital and exploitable labor power. The mechanism of the process of capitalist production removes the very obstacles that it temporarily creates. The price of labor falls again to a level corresponding with the needs of the self-expansion of capital, whether the level be below, the same as, or above the one which was normal before the rise of wages took place. We see thus, in the first case, it is not the diminished rate either of the absolute or of the proportional increase in labor power, or laboring population, which causes capital to be in excess, but conversely the excess of capital that makes exploitable labor power insufficient. In the second case, it is not the increased rate either of the absolute or of the proportional increase in labor power or laboring population that makes capital insufficient, but conversely, the relative diminution of capital that causes the exploitable labor power, or rather its price, to be in excess. It is these absolute movements of the accumulation of capital which are reflected as relative movements of the mass of exploitable labor power, and therefore seem produced by the latter's own independent movement. To put it mathematically, the rate of accumulation is the independent, not the dependent variable. The rate of wages, the dependent, not the independent variable. Thus, when the industrial cycle is in the phase of crisis, a general fall in the price of commodities is expressed as a rise in the value of money, and in the phase of prosperity, a general rise in the price of commodities as a fall in the value of money. The so-called currency school concludes from this that with high prices too much, with low prices too little money is in circulation. Footnote, a note by the Institute of Marxism-Leninism to the Russian edition. The manuscript in the first case says little, and in the second case much. The correction has been introduced according to the authorized French translation. Back to the main text. Their ignorance and complete misunderstanding of facts are worthily paralleled by the economists, who interpret the above phenomena of accumulation by saying that there are now too few, now too many wage laborers. The law of capitalist production that is at the bottom of the pretended, quote, natural law of population reduces itself simply to this. The correlation between accumulation of capital and rate of wages is nothing else than the correlation between the unpaid labor transformed into capital and the additional paid labor necessary for the setting in motion of this additional capital. It is therefore in no way a relation between two magnitudes independent one of the other. On the one hand, the magnitude of the capital, on the other, the number of the laboring population. It is rather at bottom only the relation between the unpaid and the paid labor of the same laboring population. If the quantity of unpaid labor supplied by the working class and accumulated by the capitalist class increases so rapidly that its conversion into capital requires an extraordinary addition of paid labor, then wages rise, and all other circumstances remaining equal, the unpaid labor diminishes in proportion. But as soon as this diminution touches the point at which the surplus labor that nourishes capital is no longer supplied in normal quantity, a reaction sets in. A smaller part of revenue is capitalized, accumulation lags, and the movement of rise in wages receives a check. The rise of wages, therefore, is confined within limits that not only leave intact the foundations of the capitalistic system, but also secure its reproduction on a progressive scale. The law of capitalistic accumulation, metamorphosed by economists into pretended law of nature, in reality merely states that the very nature of accumulation excludes every diminution in the degree of exploitation of labor, and every rise in the price of labor, which could seriously imperil the continual reproduction, on an ever-enlarging scale, of the capitalistic relation. It cannot be otherwise in a mode of production in which the labor exists to satisfy the needs of self-expansion of existing values, instead of, on the contrary, material wealth existing to satisfy the needs of development on the part of the laborer. As in religion humans are governed by the products of their own brain, so in capitalistic production they are governed by the products of their own hand. Footnote, quoting von Thunen, if we now return to our first inquiry, wherein it was shown that capital itself is only the result of human labor, it seems quite incomprehensible that man can have fallen under the domination of capital, his own product, can be subordinated to it. And as in reality this is beyond dispute the case, involuntarily the question arises, how has the laborer been able to pass from being master of capital, as its creator, to being its slave? Unquote. It is Thunen's merit to have asked this question. His answer is simply childish. Section 2. Relative diminution of the variable part of capital, simultaneously with the progress of accumulation and of the concentration that accompanies it. According to the economists themselves, it is neither the actual extent of social wealth, nor the magnitude of the capital already functioning that lead to a rise of wages, but only the constant growth of accumulation and the degree of rapidity of that growth. See Adam Smith, Book 1, Chapter 8. So far, we have only considered one special phase of this process, that in which the increase of capital occurs along with a constant technical composition of capital, but the process goes beyond this phase. Once given the general basis of the capitalistic system, then in the course of accumulation a point is reached at which the development of the productivity of social labor becomes the most powerful lever of accumulation. Quote, "The same cause," says Adam Smith, "which raises the wages of labor, the increase of stock, tends to increase its productive powers, and to make a smaller quantity of labor produce a greater quantity of work." Unquote. Apart from natural conditions such as the fertility of the soil, etc., and from the skill of independent and isolated producers, shown rather qualitatively in the goodness than quantitatively in the mass of their products, the degree of productivity of labor in a given society is expressed in the relative extent of the means of production that one laborer, during a given time, with the same tension of labor power, turns into products. The mass of the means of production which they thus transform increase with the productiveness of their labor. But those means of production play a double part. The increase of some is a consequence, that of the others a condition of the increasing productivity of labor. For example, with the division of labor in manufacture, and with the use of machinery, more raw material is worked up in the same time, and therefore a greater mass of raw material and auxiliary substances enter into the labor process. That is the consequence of the increasing productivity of labor. On the other hand, the mass of machinery, beasts of burden, mineral manures, drain pipes, etc., is a condition of the increasing productivity of labor. So also it is with the means of production, concentrated in buildings, furnaces, means of transport, etc. But whether condition or consequence, the growing extent of the means of production, as compared with the labor power incorporated with them, is an expression of the growing productiveness of labor. The increase of the latter appears, therefore, in the diminution of the mass of labor in proportion to the mass of means of production moved by it, or in the diminution of the subjective factor of the labor process as compared with the objective factor. This change in the technical composition of capital, this growth in the mass of means of production, as compared with the mass of the labor power that vivifies them, is reflected again in its value composition, by the increase of the constant constituent of capital, at the expense of its variable constituent. There may be, for example, originally 50% of a capital laid out in means of production and 50% in labor power. Later on, with the development of the productivity of labor, 80% in means of production, 20% in labor power, and so on. This law of the progressive increase in constant capital in proportion to the variable is confirmed at every step, as already shown, by the comparative analysis of the prices of commodities, whether we compare different economic epochs or different nations in the same epoch. The relative magnitude of the element of price, which represents the value of the means of production only, or the constant part of capital consumed, is indirect. The relative magnitude of the other element of price that pays labor, the variable part of capital, is in inverse proportion to the advance of accumulation. This diminution in the variable part of capital as compared with the constant, or the altered value composition of the capital, however, only shows approximately the change in the composition of its material constituents. If, for example, the capital value employed today in spinning is 7/8 constant and 1/8 variable, whilst at the beginning of the 18th century it was 1/2 constant and 1/2 variable. On the other hand, the mass of raw material, the instruments of labor, etc., that a certain quantity of spinning labor consumes productively today is many hundred times greater than at the beginning of the 18th century. The reason is simply that, with the increasing productivity of labor, not only does the mass of the means of production consumed by it increase, but their value compared with their mass diminishes. Their value therefore rises, absolutely, but not in proportion to their mass. The increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is therefore much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production into which the constant and the mass of the labor power into which the variable capital is converted. The former difference increases with the latter, but in a smaller degree. But if the progress of accumulation lessens the relative magnitude of the variable part of capital, it by no means in doing this excludes the possibility of a rise in its absolute magnitude. Suppose that a capital value at first is divided into 50% constant and 50% variable capital, later into 80% constant and 20% variable. If in the meantime the original capital, say £6,000, has increased to £18,000, its variable constituent has also increased. If it was £3,000, it's now £3,600. But whereas formerly an increase of capital by 20% would have sufficed to raise the demand for labor 20%, now this latter rise requires a tripling of the original capital. In Part 4, it was shown how the development of the productiveness of social labor presupposes cooperation on a large scale, how it is only upon this supposition that division and combination of labor can be organized, and the means of production economized by concentration on a vast scale, how instruments of labor which from their very nature are only fit for use in common, such as a system of machinery, can be called into being, how huge natural forces can be pressed into the service of production, and how the transformation can be effected of the process of production into a technological application of science, on the basis of the production of commodities, where the means of production are the property of private persons, and where the artisan therefore either produces commodities isolated from and independent of others, or sells their labor power as a commodity because they lack the means for independent industry. Cooperation on a large scale can realize itself only in the increase of individual capitals, only in proportion as the means of social production and the means of subsistence are transformed into the private property of capitalists. The basis of the production of commodities can admit of production on a large scale in the capitalistic form alone. A certain accumulation of capital in the hands of individual producers of commodities forms therefore the necessary preliminary of this specifically capitalistic mode of production. We had therefore to assume that this occurs during the transition from handicraft to capitalistic industry, comment i.e. not before. Continuing, it may be called primitive accumulation because it is the historic basis instead of the historic result of specifically capitalist production. How it self-originates we need not here inquire as yet, comment that'll be part 8. Continuing, it is enough that it forms the starting point. But all methods for raising the social productive power of labor that are developed on this basis are at the same time methods for the increased production of surplus value or surplus product, which in its turn is the formative element of accumulation. They are therefore at the same time methods of the production of capital by capital, or methods of its accelerated accumulation. The continual retransformation of surplus value into capital now appears in the shape of the increasing magnitude of the capital that enters into the process of production. This in turn is the basis of an extended scale of production, of the methods for raising the productive power of labor that accompany it, and of accelerated production of surplus value. If, therefore, a certain degree of accumulation of capital appears as a condition of the specifically capitalist mode of production, the latter causes, conversely, an accelerated accumulation of capital. With the accumulation of capital, therefore, the specifically capitalistic mode of production develops, and with the capitalist mode of production, the accumulation of capital. Both these economic factors bring about, in the compound ratio of the impulses they reciprocally give one another, that change in the technical composition of capital by which the variable constituent becomes always smaller and smaller as compared with the constant. Every individual capital is a larger or smaller concentration of means of production, with a corresponding command over a larger or smaller labor army. Every accumulation becomes the means of new accumulation. With the increasing mass of wealth which functions as capital, accumulation increases the concentration of that wealth in the hands of individual capitalists and thereby widens the basis of production on a large scale and of the specific methods of capitalist production. The growth of social capital is effected by the growth of many individual capitals. All other circumstances remaining the same, individual capitals, and with them the concentration of the means of production, increase in such proportion as they form aliquot parts of the total social capital. At the same time, portions of the original capitals disengage themselves, and function as new independent capitals. Besides other causes, the division of property within capitalist families plays a great part in this. With the accumulation of capital, therefore, the number of capitalists grows to a greater or less extent. 2 points characterize this kind of concentration, which grows directly out of, or rather is identical with, accumulation. First, the increasing concentration of the social means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is, other things remaining equal, limited by the degree of increase of social wealth. Second, the part of social capital domiciled in each particular sphere of production is divided among many capitalists who face one another as independent commodity producers competing with each other. Accumulation and the concentration accompanying it are, therefore, not only scattered over many points, but the increase of each functioning capital is thwarted by the formation of new and the subdivision of old capitals. Accumulation, therefore, presents itself on the one hand as increasing concentration of the means of production and of the command over labor. on the other as repulsion of many individual capitals one from another. This splitting up of the total social capital into many individual capitals, or the repulsion of its fractions one from another, is counteracted by their attraction. This last does not mean that simple concentration of the means of production and of the command over labor, which is identical with accumulation. It is concentration of capitals already formed, destruction of their individual independence, expropriation of capitalist by capitalist, transformation of many small into few large capitals. This process differs from the former in this, that it only presupposes a change in the distribution of capital already to hand and functioning. Its field of action is therefore not limited by the absolute growth of social wealth, by the absolute limits of accumulation. Capital grows in one place to a huge mass in a single hand because it has, in another place, been lost by many. This is centralization proper, as distinct from accumulation and concentration. The laws of the centralization of capitals, or the attraction of capital by capital, cannot be developed here. A brief hint at a few facts must suffice. The battle of competition is fought by cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities demands, everything else being equal, on the productiveness of labor, and this again on the scale of production. Therefore, the larger capitals beat the smaller. It will further be remembered that, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, there is an increase in the minimum amount of individual capital necessary to carry on a business under its normal conditions. The smaller capitals, therefore, crowd into spheres of production which modern industry has only sporadically or incompletely gotten hold of. Here competition rages in direct proportion to the number and in inverse proportion to the magnitudes of the antagonistic capitals. It always ends in the ruin of many small capitalists, whose capitals partly pass into the hands of their conquerors and partly vanish. Apart from this, with capitalist production, an altogether new force comes into play, the credit system, which in its first stages furtively creeps in as the humble assistant of accumulation, drawing into the hands of individual or associated capitalists by invisible threads the money resources which lie scattered over the surface of society in larger or smaller amounts, but it soon becomes a new and terrible weapon in the battle of competition and is finally transformed into an enormous social mechanism for the centralization of capitals. Commensurately with the development of capitalist production and accumulation, there developed the two most powerful levers of centralization, competition and credit. At the same time, the progress of accumulation increases the material amenable to centralization, i.e. the individual capitals, whilst the expansion of capitalist production creates on the one hand the social want, and on the other the technical means necessary for those immense industrial undertakings which require a previous centralization of capital for their accomplishment. Today, therefore, the force of attraction, drawing together individual capitals, and the tendency to centralization are stronger than ever before. But if the relative extension and energy of the movement toward centralization is determined, in a certain degree, by the magnitude of capitalist wealth and superiority of economic mechanism already attained, progress in centralization does not in any way depend upon a positive growth in the magnitude of social capital, and this is the specific difference between centralization and concentration, the latter being only another name for reproduction on an extended scale. Centralization may result from a mere change in the distribution of capitals already existing, from a simple alteration in the quantitative grouping of the component parts of social capital. Here capital can grow into powerful masses in a single hand, because there it has been withdrawn from many individual hands. In any given branch of industry, centralization would reach its extreme limit if all the individual capitals invested in it were fused into a single capital. And a footnote from the 4th German edition, the latest English and American trusts are already striving to attain this goal by attempting to unite at least all the large-scale concerns in one branch of industry into one great joint stock company with a practical monopoly. It's a note from Engels. Back to the main text, in a given society the limit would be reached only when the entire social capital was united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist company. Comment, Monocorp. Continuing, centralization completes the work of accumulation by enabling industrial capitalists to extend the scale of their operations. Whether this latter result is the consequence of accumulation or centralization, whether centralization is accomplished by the violent method of annexation, when certain capitals become such preponderant centers of attraction for others that they shatter the individual cohesion of the latter and then draw the separate fragments to themselves, or whether the fusion of a number of capitals already formed, or in process of formation takes place by the smoother process of organizing joint stock companies, the economic effect remains the same. Everywhere, the increased scale of industrial establishments is the starting point for a more comprehensive organization of the collective work of many, for a wider development of their material motive forces. In other words, for the progressive transformation of isolated processes of production carried on by customary methods into processes of production socially combined and scientifically arranged. But accumulation, the gradual increase of capital by reproduction as it passes from the circular to the spiral form, is clearly a very slow procedure compared with centralization, which has only to change the quantitative groupings of the constituent parts of social capital. The world would still be without railways if it had had to wait until accumulation had got a few individual capitals far enough to be adequate for the construction of a railway. Centralization, on the contrary, accomplished this in the twinkling of an eye by means of joint stock companies. And whilst centralization thus intensifies and accelerates the effects of accumulation, it simultaneously extends and speeds those revolutions in the technical composition of capital which raise its constant portion at the expense of its variable portion, thus diminishing the relative demand for labor. The masses of capital fuse together overnight by centralization, reproduce, and multiply, as the others do, only more rapidly, thereby becoming new and powerful levers in social accumulation. Therefore, when we speak of the progress of social accumulation, we tacitly include today the effects of centralization. The additional capitals formed in the normal course of accumulation, as discussed in Chapter 24, Section 1, serve particularly as vehicles for the exploitation of new inventions and discoveries, and industrial improvements in general. But in time, the old capital also reaches the moment of renewal from top to toe, when it sheds its skin and is reborn like the others in a perfected technical form, in which a smaller quantity of labor will suffice to set in motion a larger quantity of machinery and raw materials. The absolute reduction in the demand for labor which necessarily follows from this is obviously so much the greater the higher the degree in which the capitals undergoing this process of renewal are already massed together by virtue of the centralization movement. On the other hand, therefore, the additional capital formed in the course of accumulation attracts fewer and fewer laborers in proportion to its magnitude. On the other hand, the old capital, periodically reproduced with change of composition, repels more and more of the laborers formerly employed by it. Section 3. Progressive production of a relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army. The accumulation of capital, though originally appearing as its quantitative extension only, is effected, as we've seen, under a progressive qualitative change in its composition, under a constant increase of its constant, at the expense of its variable constituent. Footnote from Engels from the third German edition. In Marx's copy, there is here the marginal note, quote, "Here, note for working out later, if the extension is only quantitative, then for a greater and a smaller capital in the same branch of business, the profits are as the magnitudes of the capitals advanced. If the quantitative extension induces qualitative change, then the rate of profit on the larger capital rises simultaneously." Back to the main text. The specifically capitalist mode of production, the development of the productive power of labor corresponding to it, and the change thence resulting in the organic composition of capital, do not merely keep pace with the advance of accumulation or with the growth of social wealth. They develop at a much quicker rate because mere accumulation, the absolute increase of the total social capital, is accompanied by the centralization of the individual capitals of which that total is made up. And because the change in the technological composition of the additional capital goes hand in hand with a similar change in the technological composition of the original capital. With the advance of accumulation, therefore, the proportion of constant to variable capital changes. If it was originally, say, 1-to-1, it now becomes successively 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1, 7-to-1, etc., so that as the capital increases, instead of half of its total value, only 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/6, 1/8, etc., is transformed into labor power. And on the other hand, 2/3, 3/4, 4/5, 5/6, 7/8 into means of production. Since the demand for labor is determined not by the amount of capital as a whole, but by its variable constituent alone, that demand falls progressively with the increase of the total capital, instead of, as previously assumed, rising in proportion to it. It falls relatively to the magnitude of the total capital, and at an accelerated rate as this magnitude increases. With the growth of the total capital, its variable constituent, or the labor incorporated in it, also does increase, but in a constantly diminishing proportion. The intermediate pauses are shortened, in which accumulation works as simple extension of production on a given technical basis. It is not merely that an accelerated accumulation of total capital, accelerated in a constantly growing progression, is needed to absorb an additional number of laborers, or even, on account of the constant metamorphosis of old capital, to keep employed those already functioning. In its turn, this increasing accumulation and centralization becomes a source of new changes in the composition of capital, of a more accelerated diminution of its variable as compared with its constant constituent. This accelerated relative diminution of the variable constituent that goes along with the accelerated increase of the total capital and moves more rapidly than this increase takes the inverse form at the other pole of an apparently absolute increase of the laboring population, an increase always moving more rapidly than that of the variable capital or the means of employment. But in fact, it is capitalistic accumulation itself that constantly produces, and produces in the direct ratio of its own energy and extent, a relatively redundant population of laborers, i.e., a population of greater extent than suffices for the average needs of the self-expansion of capital, and therefore a surplus population. Considering the social capital in its totality, the movement of its accumulation now causes periodical changes, affecting it more or less as a whole, now distributes its various phases simultaneously over the different spheres of production. In some spheres, a change in the composition of capital occurs without increase of its absolute magnitude, as a consequence of simple centralization. In others, the absolute growth of capital is connected with absolute diminution of its variable constituent, or of the labor power absorbed by it. In others again, capital continues growing for a time on its given technical basis and attracts additional labor power in proportion to its increase, while at other times it undergoes organic change and lessens its variable constituent. In all spheres, the increase of the variable part of capital, and therefore of the number of laborers employed by it, is always connected with violent fluctuations and transitory production of surplus population. Whether this takes the more striking form of the repulsion of laborers already employed, or the less evident but not less real form of the more difficult absorption of the additional laboring population through the usual channels. In other words, a hiring slowdown. Footnote here, the census of England and Wales shows all persons employed in agriculture, meaning landlords, farmers, gardeners, shepherds, etc. included, in 1851, 2 million, in 1861, 1.9 million, and I've rounded the numbers here so the overall fall was 87,337. Worsted manufacture, 1851, 102,000 persons, 1861, 79,000. Silk weaving, 1851, 112,000, 1861, 102,000. Calico printing, 1851, 12,098, 1861, 12,556. A small rise that, in the face of the enormous extension of this industry, and implying a great fall proportionally in the number of laborers employed. Hat making, 1851, 16,000, 1861, 14,000. Straw hat and bonnet making, 1851, 20,000, 1861, 18,000. Malting, 1851, 10,566, 1861, 10,677. Chandlery, 1851, 4,949, 1861, 4,686. This fall is due, besides other causes, to the increase in lighting by gas. Comb making, 1851, 2,038, 1861, 1,478. Sawyers, 1851, 30,552, 1861, 31,647, a small rise in consequence of the increase of sawing machines. Nail making, 1851, 26,940, 1861, 26,130, fall in consequence of the competition of machinery. Tin and copper mining, 1851, 31,360, 1861, 32,041. On the other hand, cotton spinning and weaving, 1851, 372,000, 1861, 457,000. Coal mining, 1851, 183,000, 1861, 247,000. Quote, the increase of laborers is generally greatest since 1851 in such branches of industry in which machinery has not up to the present been employed with success. That's quoting the Census of England and Wales, 1861, Volume 3, and again the machinery being that constant capital. Back to the main text. With the magnitude of social capital already functioning, and the degree of its increase, with the extension of the scale of production, and the mass of the laborers set in motion, with the development of the productiveness of their labor, with the greater breadth and fullness of all sources of wealth, there is also an extension of the scale on which greater attraction of laborers by capital is accompanied by their greater repulsion. The rapidity of the change in the organic composition of capital and in its technical form increases, and an increasing number of spheres of production becomes involved in this change, now simultaneously, now alternately. The laboring population therefore produces, along with the accumulation of capital produced by it, the means by which it itself is made relatively superfluous, is turned into a relative surplus population, and it does this to an always increasing extent. Footnote added in the 4th German edition, the law of progressive diminution of the relative magnitude of variable capital, and its effect on the condition of the class of wage workers is conjectured rather than understood by some of the prominent economists of the classical school. The greatest service was rendered here by John Barton, although he, like all the rest, lumps together constant and fixed capital, variable and circulating capital. He says, quote, "The demand for labor depends on the increase of circulating and not of fixed capital. Were it true that the proportion between these two sorts of capital is the same at all times, and in all circumstances, then indeed it follows that the number of laborers employed is in proportion to the wealth of the state. But such a proposition has not the semblance of probability. As arts are cultivated and civilization is extended, fixed capital bears a larger and larger proportion to circulating capital. The amount of fixed capital employed in the production of a piece of British muslin is at least 100, probably 1,000 times greater than that employed in a similar piece of Indian muslin, and the proportion of circulating capital is 100 or 1,000 times less. The whole of the annual savings added to the fixed capital would have no effect in increasing the demand for labor." That's quoting Barton's Observations on the Circumstances Which Influence the Condition of the Laboring Classes of Society, 1817. Then quoting Ricardo, "The same cause which may increase the net revenue of the country may at the same time render the population redundant and deteriorate the condition of the laborer." Unquote. With increase of capital, quote, "the demand for labor will be in a diminishing ratio," quoting Ricardo again. Quote, "The amount of capital devoted to the maintenance of labor may vary, independently of any changes in the whole amount of capital. Great fluctuations in the amount of employment and great suffering may become more frequent as capital itself becomes more plentiful." That's quoting Richard Jones, An Introductory Lecture on Political Economy, 1833. And finally, quoting Ramsay, "Demand for labor will rise, not in proportion to the accumulation of the general capital. Every augmentation, therefore, in the national stock destined for reproduction comes, in the progress of society, to have less and less influence upon the condition of the laborer." Unquote. Back to the main text. This is a law of population peculiar to the capitalist mode of production, and in fact every special historic mode of production has its own special laws of population, historically valid within its limits, and only insofar as humans have not interfered with them. But if a surplus laboring population is a necessary product of accumulation, or of the development of wealth on a capitalist basis, this surplus population becomes, conversely, the lever of capitalistic accumulation, nay, a condition of existence of the capitalist mode of production. It forms a disposable industrial reserve army that belongs to capital quite as absolutely as if the latter had bred it at its own cost. Independently of the limits of the actual increase of population, it creates, for the changing needs of the self-expansion of capital, a mass of human material always ready for exploitation. With accumulation and the development of the productiveness of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital grows also. It grows not merely because the elasticity of the capital already functioning increases, not merely because the absolute wealth of society expands, of which capital only forms an elastic part, not merely because credit, under every special stimulus, at once places an unusual part of this wealth at the disposal of production in the form of additional capital. It grows also because the technical conditions of the process of production themselves, machinery, means of transport, etc., now admit of the rapidest transformation of masses of surplus product into additional means of production. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation and transformable into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production, whose market suddenly expands, or into newly formed branches, such as railways, etc., the need for which grows out of the development of the old ones. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of throwing great masses of workers suddenly on the decisive points without injury to the scale of production in other spheres. Overpopulation supplies these masses. The course characteristic of modern industry, viz. A decennial cycle interrupted by smaller oscillations, comment meaning a boom-bust or recessionary cycle every 10 years, continuing of periods of average activity, production at high pressure, crisis and stagnation, depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army or surplus population. In their turn, the varying phases of the industrial cycle, or business cycle, recruit the surplus population and become one of the most energetic agents of its reproduction. This peculiar course of modern industry, which occurs in no earlier period of human history, was also impossible in the childhood of capitalist production. The composition of capital changed, but very slowly. With its accumulation, therefore, there kept pace on the whole, a corresponding growth in the demand for labor. Slow as was the advance of accumulation, compared with that of more modern times, it found a check in the natural limits of the exploitable laboring population, limits which could only be got rid of by forcible means to be mentioned later. Comment, and when Marx is talking about how this dynamic does not exist prior to capitalism, and even in early capitalism, there is not this generation of lots of surplus population. This is part of why we say by the time that capitalism reaches the stage that Lenin called imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism in the early 20th century, that it had no more historical progress to contribute to mankind. At that point, it is a machine of unemployment, a machine of fascism, a machine of inter-imperialist wars, and so on. At that point, it just has to be gotten rid of by the movement for socialism. Continuing, the expansion by fits and starts of the scale of production is the preliminary to its equally sudden contraction. The latter again evokes the former, but the former is impossible without disposable human material, without an increase in the number of laborers independently of the absolute growth of the population. This increase is effected by the simple process that constantly, quote, sets free a part of the laborers, by methods which lessen the number of laborers employed in proportion to the increased population. The whole form of the movement of modern industry depends, therefore, upon the constant transformation of a part of the laboring population into unemployed or half-employed hands. The superficiality of political economy shows itself in the fact that it looks upon the expansion and contraction of credit, which is a mere symptom of the periodic changes of the industrial cycle, as their cause. As the heavenly bodies, once thrown into a certain definite motion, always repeat this, so it is with social production. As soon as it is once thrown into this movement of alternate expansion and contraction, effects in their turn become causes, and the varying accidents of the whole process, which always reproduces its own conditions, take on the form of periodicity. When this periodicity is once consolidated, even political economy then sees that the production of a relative surplus population, i.e. surplus with regard to the average needs of the self-expansion of capital, is a necessary condition of modern industry. Quote, suppose, says H. Merivale, formerly professor of political economy at Oxford, subsequently employed in the English Colonial Office, quote, suppose that, on the occasion of some of these crises, the nation were to rouse itself to the effort of getting rid by emigration of some hundreds of thousands of superfluous arms. What would be the consequence? That at the first returning demand for labor there would be a deficiency. However rapid reproduction may be, it takes at all events the space of a generation to replace the loss of adult labor. Now the profits of our manufacturers depend mainly on the power of making use of the prosperous moment when demand is brisk, and thus compensating themselves for the interval during which it is slack. This power is secured to them only by the command of machinery and of manual labor. They must have hands ready by them. They must be able to increase the activity of their operations when required, and to slacken it again according to the state of the market. Or they cannot possibly maintain that preeminence in the race of competition on which the wealth of the country is founded. Unquote. That's from Merivale's Lectures on Colonization and Colonies, 1841, Volume 1. Even Malthus recognizes overpopulation as a necessity of modern industry, though, after his narrow fashion, he explains it by the absolute overgrowth of the laboring population, not by their becoming relatively supernumerary. He says, quote, prudential habits with regard to marriage, carried to a considerable extent among the laboring class of a country, mainly depending upon manufactures and commerce, might injure it. From the nature of a population, an increase of laborers cannot be brought into market in consequence of a particular demand till after the lapse of 16 or 18 years, and the conversion of revenue into capital by saving may take place much more rapidly. A country is always liable to an increase in the quantity of the funds for the maintenance of labor faster than the increase of population." Unquote. That's from his Principles of Political Economy. In this work, Malthus finally discovers, with the help of Sismondi, the beautiful trinity of capitalistic production: overproduction, overpopulation, overconsumption. Three very delicate monsters indeed. That last bit is a note from Engels. Continuing, after political economy has thus demonstrated the constant production of a relative surplus population of laborers to be a necessity of capitalistic accumulation, she very aptly, in the guise of an old maid, puts in the mouth of her ideal beau of a capitalist the following words addressed to those supernumeraries thrown on the streets by their own creation of additional capital, quote, "We manufacturers do what we can for you, whilst we are increasing that capital on which you must subsist, and you must do the rest by accommodating your numbers to the means of subsistence." That's quoting Harriet Martineau's A Manchester Strike, 1832. Capitalist production can by no means content itself with the quantity of disposable labor power which the natural increase of population yields. It requires for its free play an industrial reserve army independent of these natural limits. Up to this point, it has been assumed that the increase or diminution of the variable capital corresponds rigidly with the increase or diminution of the number of laborers employed. The number of laborers commanded by capital may remain the same, or even fall, while the variable capital increases. This is the case if the individual laborer yields more labor, and therefore their wages increase, and this although the price of labor remains the same or even falls, only more slowly than the mass of labor rises. Increase of variable capital in this case becomes an index of more labor, but not of more laborers employed. It is the absolute interest of every capitalist to press a given quantity of labor out of a smaller rather than a greater number of laborers if the cost is about the same. In the latter case, the outlay of constant capital increases in proportion to the mass of labor set in action. In the former, that increase is much smaller. The more extended the scale of production, the stronger this motive. Its force increases with the accumulation of capital. We have seen that the development of the capitalist mode of production and of the productive power of labor, at once the cause and effect of accumulation, enables the capitalist, with the same outlay of variable capital, to set in motion more labor by greater exploitation, extensive or intensive, of each individual labor power. We have further seen that the capitalist buys with the same capital a greater mass of labor power, as they progressively replace skilled laborers by less skilled, mature labor power by immature, male by female, that of adults by that of young persons or children. On the one hand, therefore, with the progress of accumulation, a larger variable capital sets more labor in action without enlisting more laborers. On the other, a variable capital of the same magnitude sets in action more labor with the same mass of labor power. And finally, a greater number of inferior labor powers by displacement of higher. The production of a relative surplus population, or the setting free of laborers, goes on therefore yet more rapidly than the technical revolution of the process of production that accompanies, and is accelerated by, the advance of accumulation, and more rapidly than the corresponding diminution of the variable part of capital as compared with the constant. If the means of production, as they increase in extent and effective power, become to a less extent means of employment of laborers, this state of things is again modified by the fact that in proportion as the productiveness of labor increases, capital increases its supply of labor more quickly than its demand for laborers. The overwork of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of the reserve, whilst conversely the greater pressure that the latter, by its competition, exerts on the former, forces these to submit to overwork and to subjugation under the dictates of capital. The condemnation of one part of the working class to enforced idleness by the overwork of the other part, and the converse, becomes a means of enriching the individual capitalists, and accelerates at the same time the production of the industrial reserve army on a scale corresponding with the advance of social accumulation. Footnote about the means of enriching the individual capitalists. Even in the cotton famine of 1863 we find, in a pamphlet of the operative cotton spinners of Blackburn, fierce denunciations of overwork, which, in consequence of the Factory Acts, of course only affected adult male laborers. Quote, "The adult operatives at this mill have been asked to work from 12 to 13 hours per day. while there are hundreds who are compelled to be idle who would willingly work partial time in order to maintain their families and save their brethren from a premature grave through being overworked. We, it goes on to say, would ask if the practice of working overtime by a number of hands is likely to create a good feeling between masters and servants. Those who are worked overtime feel the injustice equally with those who are condemned to forced idleness. There is in the district almost sufficient work to give to all partial employment if fairly distributed. We are only asking what is right in requesting the masters generally to pursue a system of short hours, particularly until a better state of things begins to dawn upon us, rather than to work a portion of the hands overtime while others, for want of work, are compelled to exist upon charity. That's quoting the Reports of Inspectors of Factories, October 31st, 1863. The author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce grasps the effect of a relative surplus population on the employed laborers with his usual unerring bourgeois instinct. Quote, "Another cause of idleness in this kingdom is the want of a sufficient number of laboring hands. Whenever from an extraordinary demand for manufactures labor grows scarce, the laborers feel their own consequence, and will make their masters feel it likewise. It is amazing, but so depraved are the dispositions of these people, that in such cases, a set of workers have combined to distress the employer by idling a whole day together." Unquote. The fellows, in fact, were hankering after a rise in wages. Back to the main text. How important is this element in the formation of the relative surplus population is shown by the example of England. Her technical means for saving labor are colossal. Nevertheless, if tomorrow morning labor generally were reduced to a rational amount, and proportioned to the different sections of the working class according to age and sex, the working population to hand would be absolutely insufficient for the carrying on of national production on its present scale. The great majority of the laborers now, quote, unproductive, would have to be turned into, quote, productive ones. Taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the Industrial Reserve Army. Let's read that again. Taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the Industrial Reserve Army, and these again correspond to the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. They are therefore not determined by the variations of the absolute number of the working population, but by the varying proportions in which the working class is divided into active and reserve army, by the increase or diminution in the relative amount of the surplus population, by the extent to which it is now absorbed, now set free. For modern industry with its decennial cycles and periodic phases, which moreover, as accumulation advances, are complicated by irregular oscillations following each other more and more quickly, that would indeed be a beautiful law, which pretends to make the action of capital dependent on the absolute variation of the population. Instead of regulating the demand and supply of labor by the alternate expansion and contraction of capital, the labor market now appearing relatively under full because capital is expanding, now again over full because it is contracting. Yet this is the dogma of the economists. According to them, wages rise in consequence of accumulation of capital. The higher wages stimulate the working population to more rapid multiplication, and this goes on until the labor market becomes too full, and therefore capital, relatively to the supply of labor, becomes insufficient. Wages fall, and now we have the reverse of the medal. The working population is little by little decimated as the result of the fall in wages, so that capital is again in excess relatively to them. Or, as others explain it, falling wages and the corresponding increase in the exploitation of the laborer again accelerates accumulation, whilst at the same time, the lower wages hold the increase of the working class in check. Then comes again the time when the supply of labor is less than the demand, wages rise, and so on. A beautiful mode of motion this for developed capitalist production. Before, in consequence of the rise of wages, any positive increase of the population really fit for work could occur, the time would have been passed again and again, during which the industrial campaign must have been carried through, the battle fought and won. Between 1849 and 1859, a rise of wages practically insignificant, though accompanied by falling prices of corn, took place in the English agricultural districts. In Wiltshire, for example, the weekly wages rose from 7 shillings to 8 shillings. In Dorsetshire, from 7 shillings or 8 shillings to 9 shillings, etc. This was the result of an unusual exodus of the agricultural surplus population caused by the demands of war, the vast extension of railroads, factories, mines, etc. The lower the wages, the higher is the proportion in which ever so insignificant a rise of them expresses itself. If the weekly wage, for example, is 20 shillings and it rises to 22 shillings, that is a rise of 10%. But if it is only 7 shillings and rises to 9%, that is a rise of 28 4/7%, which sounds very fine. Everywhere the farmers were howling, and the London Economist, with reference to these starvation wages, prattled quite seriously of a, quote, general and substantial advance. What did the farmers do now? Did they wait until, in consequence of this brilliant remuneration, the agricultural laborers had so increased and multiplied that their wages must fall again, as prescribed by the dogmatic economic brain? They introduced more machinery, and in a moment the laborers were redundant again in a proportion satisfactory even to the farmers. There was now, quote, more capital laid out in agriculture than before, and in a more productive form. With this, the demand for labor fell not only relatively, but absolutely. The above economic fiction confuses the laws that regulate the general movement of wages, or the ratio between the working class, i.e. the total labor power, and the total social capital, with the laws that distribute the working population over the different spheres of production. If, for example, in consequence of favorable circumstances, accumulation in a particular sphere of production becomes especially active, and profits in it, being greater than the average profits, attract additional capital, of course the demand for labor rises and wages also rise. The higher wages draw a larger part of the working population into the more favored sphere until it is glutted with labor power, and wages at length fall again to their average level or below it if the pressure is too great. Then not only does the immigration of laborers into the branch of industry in question cease, it gives place to their emigration. Here, the political economist thinks they see the why and wherefore of an absolute increase of workers accompanying an increase of wages, and of a diminution of wages accompanying an absolute increase of laborers. But they see really only the local oscillation of the labor market in a particular sphere of production. They see only the phenomena accompanying the distribution of the working population into the different spheres of outlay of capital according to its varying needs. The Industrial Reserve Army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active labor army. During the periods of overproduction and paroxysm, it holds its pretensions in check. Relative surplus population is therefore the pivot upon which the law of demand and supply of labor works. It confines the field of action of this law within the limits absolutely convenient to the activity of exploitation and to the domination of capital. This is the place to return to one of the grand exploits of economic apologetics. It'll be remembered that if through the introduction of new or the extension of old machinery, a portion of variable capital is transformed into constant, the economic apologist interprets this operation which fixes capital, and by that very act sets laborers, quote, free, in exactly the opposite way, pretending that it sets free capital for the laborers. Only now can one fully understand the effrontery of these apologists. What are set free are not only the laborers immediately turned out by the machines, but also their future substitutes in the rising generation, and the additional contingent that, with the usual extension of trade on the old basis, would be regularly absorbed. They are now all set free, and every new bit of capital looking out for employment can dispose of them. Whether it attracts them or others, the effect on the general labor demand will be nil if this capital is just sufficient to take out of the market as many laborers as the machines threw upon it. If it employs a smaller number, that of the supernumeraries increases. If it employs a greater, the general demand for labor only increases to the extent of the excess of the employed over those set free. The impulse that additional capital, seeking an outlet, would otherwise have given to the general demand for labor is therefore in every case neutralized to the extent of the laborers thrown out of employment by the machine. That is to say, the mechanism of capitalistic production so manages matters that the absolute increase of capital is accompanied by no corresponding rise in the general demand for labor. And this the apologist calls a compensation for the misery, the sufferings, the possible death of the displaced laborers during the transition period that banishes them into the Industrial Reserve Army. The demand for labor is not identical with increase of capital, nor supply of labor with increase of the working class. It is not a case of two independent forces working on one another. The dice are loaded. Capital works on both sides at the same time. If its accumulation on the one hand increases the demand for labor, it increases on the other side the supply of laborers by the setting free of them, whilst at the same time the pressure of the unemployed compels those that are employed to furnish more labor, and therefore makes the supply of labor, to a certain extent, independent of the supply of laborers. The action of the law of supply and demand of labor on this basis completes the despotism of capital. As soon, therefore, as the laborers learn the secret, how it comes to pass that in the same measure as they work more, as they produce more wealth for others, and as the productive power of their labor increases, so in the same measure even their function as a means of the self-expansion of capital becomes more and more precarious for them, as soon as they discover that the degree of the intensity of the competition among themselves depends wholly on the pressure of the relative surplus population. As soon as, by trades unions, etc., they try to organize a regular cooperation between employed and unemployed in order to destroy or to weaken the ruinous effects of this natural law of capitalistic production on their class, so soon capital and its sycophant political economy cry out at the infringement of the, quote, eternal and, so to say, quote, sacred law of supply and demand. Every combination of employed and unemployed disturbs the, quote, harmonious action of this law. But on the other hand, as soon as, in the colonies for example, adverse circumstances prevent the creation of an industrial reserve army and with it the absolute dependence of the working class upon the capitalist class, capital, along with its commonplace Sancho Panza, rebels against the sacred law of supply and demand and tries to check its inconvenient action by forcible means and state interference. Section 4. Different forms of the relative surplus population. The general law of capitalistic accumulation. The relative surplus population exists in every possible form. Every laborer belongs to it during the time when they are only partially employed or wholly unemployed, not taking into account the great periodically recurring forms that the changing phases of the industrial cycle impress on it, now an acute form during the crisis, then again a chronic form during dull times. It has always three forms: the floating, the latent, and the stagnant. In the centers of modern industry, factories, manufactures, ironworks, mines, etc., the laborers are sometimes repelled, sometimes attracted again in greater masses, the number of those employed increasing on the whole, although in a constantly decreasing proportion to the scale of production. Here the surplus population exists in the floating form. In the automatic factories, as in all the great workshops, where machinery enters as a factor, or where only the modern division of labor is carried out, large numbers of boys are employed up to the age of maturity. When this term is once reached, only a very small number continue to find employment in the same branches of industry, whilst the majority are regularly discharged. This majority forms an element of the floating surplus population, growing with the extension of those branches of industry. Part of them emigrates, following in fact capital that has emigrated. One consequence is that the female population grows more rapidly than the male. Witness England. That the natural increase of the number of laborers doesn't satisfy the requirements of the accumulation of capital, and yet all the time is in excess of them, is a contradiction inherent to the movement of capital itself. It wants larger numbers of youthful laborers, a smaller number of adults. The contradiction is not more glaring than that other one that there is a complaint of the want of hands, while at the same time many thousands are out of work, because the division of labor chains them to a particular branch of industry. Footnote: whilst during the last 6 months of 1866, 80 to 90,000 working people in London were thrown out of work, the factory report for that same half year says, quote, "It does not appear absolutely true to say that demand will always produce supply just at the moment when it is needed. It has not done so with labor, for much machinery has been idle last year for want of hands." That's quoting the report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1866. Back to the main text. The consumption of labor power by capital is, besides, so rapid that the laborer, halfway through their life, has already more or less completely lived themselves out. They fall into the ranks of the supernumeraries, or are thrust down from a higher to a lower step in the scale. It is precisely among the work people of modern industry that we meet with the shortest duration of life. Dr. Lee, medical officer of health for Manchester, stated, quote, that the average age at death of the Manchester upper middle class was 38 years, wow, while the average age at death of the laboring class was 17, while at Liverpool those figures were represented as 35 against 15. It thus appeared that the well-to-do classes had a lease of life which was more than double the value of that which fell to the lot of the less favored citizens. That's quoting the opening address to the Sanitary Conference, Birmingham, January 15, 1875, by J. Chamberlain, mayor of the town, now in 1883 president of the Board of Trade. In order to conform to these circumstances, the absolute increase of the section of the proletariat must take place under conditions that shall swell their numbers, although the individual elements are used up rapidly. Hence, rapid renewal of the generations of laborers, and this law does not hold for the other classes of the population. This social need is met by early marriages, a necessary consequence of the conditions in which the laborers of modern industry live, and by the premium that the exploitation of children sets on their production. As soon as capitalist production takes possession of agriculture, and in proportion to the extent to which it does so, the demand for an agricultural laboring population falls absolutely, while the accumulation of the capital employed in agriculture advances, without this repulsion being, as in non-agricultural industries, compensated by a greater attraction. Part of the agricultural population is therefore constantly on the point of passing over into an urban or manufacturing proletariat, and on the lookout for circumstances favorable to this transformation. Manufacture is used here in the sense of all non-agricultural industries. Footnote: 781 towns given in the census for 1861 for England and Wales, quote, contained 10,960,998 inhabitants, so just under 11 million, while the villages and country parishes contained 9,105,226. In 1851, 580 towns were distinguished, and the population in them and in the surrounding country was nearly equal. But while in the subsequent 10 years, the population in the villages and the country increased 500,000, the population in the 580 towns increased by 1.5 million. The increase of the population of the country parishes is 6.5%, and of the towns 17.3%. The difference in the rates of increase is due to the migration from country to town. 3/4 of the total increase of population has taken place in the towns." Unquote. Back to the main text. This source of relative surplus population is thus constantly flowing, but the constant flow toward the towns presupposes, in the country itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which becomes evident only when its channels of outlet open to exceptional width. The agricultural laborer is therefore reduced to the minimum of wages and always stands with one foot already in the swamp of pauperism. The third category of the relative surplus population, the stagnant, forms a part of the active labor army, but with extremely irregular employment. Hence, it furnishes to capital an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class. This makes it at once the broad basis of special branches of capitalist exploitation. It is characterized by maximum of working time and minimum of wages. We have learned to know its chief form under the rubric of so-called domestic industry. It recruits itself constantly from the supernumerary forces of modern industry and agriculture, and specially from those decaying branches of industry, where handicraft is yielding to manufacture, manufacture to machinery. Its extent grows as with the extent and energy of accumulation, the creation of a surplus population advances, but it forms at the same time a self-reproducing and self-perpetuating element of the working class, taking a proportionally greater part in the general increase of that class than the other elements. In fact, not only the number of births and deaths, but the absolute size of the families stand in inverse proportion to the height of wages, and therefore to the amount of means of subsistence of which the different categories of laborers dispose. This law of capitalistic society would sound absurd to savages or even civilized colonists. It calls to mind the boundless reproduction of animals individually weak and constantly hunted down. Footnote quoting Adam Smith, "Poverty seems favorable to generation." Unquote. This is even a specially wise arrangement of God, according to the gallant and witty Abbe Galliani. Quote, "God ordains that men who carry on trades of primary utility are born in abundance." Unquote. Quoting S. Lang in National Distress, 1844, "Misery up to the extreme point of famine and pestilence, instead of checking, tends to increase population." Unquote. After Lang has illustrated this by statistics, he continues, quote, "If the people were all in easy circumstances, the world would soon be depopulated." Unquote. Back to the main text. The lowest sediment of the relative surplus population finally dwells in the sphere of pauperism, exclusive of vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, in a word, the so-called dangerous classes or lumpen proletariat. This layer of society consists of three categories. First, those able to work. One need only glance superficially at the statistics of English pauperism to find that the quantity of paupers increases with every crisis and diminishes with every revival of trade. Second, orphans and pauper children. These are candidates for the Industrial Reserve Army and are, in times of great prosperity, as 1860 for example, speedily and in large numbers enrolled in the active army of laborers. Third, the demoralized and ragged, and those unable to work, chiefly people who succumb to their incapacity for adaptation due to the division of labor, people who have passed the normal age of the laborer, the victims of industry whose number increases with the increase of dangerous machinery, of mines, chemical works, etc., the mutilated, the sickly, the widows, etc. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the Industrial Reserve Army. Its production is included in that of the relative surplus population, its necessity in theirs. Along with the surplus population, pauperism forms a condition of capitalist production and of the capitalist development of wealth. It enters into the faux frais, or incidental operating expenses of capitalist production, but capital knows how to throw these, for the most part, from its own shoulders onto those of the working class and the lower middle class. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the Industrial Reserve Army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital develop also the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the Industrial Reserve Army increases therefore with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to its torment of labor. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class and the Industrial Reserve Army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. The folly is now patent of the economic wisdom that preaches to the laborers the accommodation of their number to the requirements of capital. The mechanism of capitalist production and accumulation constantly effects this adjustment. The first word of this adaptation is the creation of a relative surplus population, or Industrial Reserve Army. Its last word is the misery of constantly extending strata of the active army of labor and the dead weight of pauperism. The law by which a constantly increasing quantity of means of production, thanks to the advance in the productiveness of social labor, may be set in movement by a progressively diminishing expenditure of human power, this law, in a capitalist society where the laborer does not employ the means of production, but the means of production employ the laborer, undergoes a complete inversion and is expressed thus. The higher the productiveness of labor, the greater is the pressure of the laborers on the means of employment. The more precarious, therefore, becomes their condition of existence, viz., the sale of their own labor power for the increasing of another's wealth, or for the self-expansion of capital. The fact that the means of production and the productiveness of labor increase more rapidly than the productive population expresses itself, therefore, capitalistically in the inverse form that the laboring population always increases more rapidly than the conditions under which capital can employ this increase for its own self-expansion. We saw in Part 4, when analyzing the production of relative surplus value, within the capitalist system, all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over and exploitation of the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a person, degrade them to a level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in their work, and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from them the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which they work, subject them during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform their lifetime into working time, and drag their spouse and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes again a means for the development of those methods. It follows therefore that in proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be their payment high or low, must grow worse. The law, finally, that always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or Industrial Reserve Army, to the extent and energy of accumulation, this law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery corresponding with accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is therefore at the same time accumulation of misery agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. Footnote, quoting Marx's own Poverty of Philosophy, "From day to day it thus becomes clearer that the production relations in which the bourgeoisie moves have not a simple, uniform character, but a dual character. That in the selfsame relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is produced also. That in the selfsame relations in which there is a development of productive forces, there is also a force producing repression. That those relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e. the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continually annihilating the wealth of the individual members of this class, and by producing an ever-growing proletariat." Unquote. Back to the main text. This antagonistic character of capitalistic accumulation is enunciated in various forms by political economists, although by them it is confounded with phenomena, certainly to some extent analogous, but nevertheless essentially distinct, and belonging to pre-capitalistic modes of production. The Venetian monk Ortez, one of the great economic writers of the 18th century, regards the antagonism of capitalist production as a general natural law of social wealth. Quote, "In the economy of a nation, advantages and evils always balance one another. The abundance of wealth with some people is always equal to the want of it with others. The great riches of a small number are always accompanied by the absolute privation of the first necessaries of life for many others. The wealth of a nation corresponds with its population, and its misery corresponds with its wealth. Diligence in some compels idleness in others. The poor and idle are a necessary consequence of the rich and active," unquote, etc. Footnote, another quote from Ortez, "Instead of projecting useless systems for achieving the happiness of people, I shall limit myself to investigating the reasons for their unhappiness." Continuing the main text, in a thoroughly brutal way, about 10 years after Ortez, the Church of England parson, Townsend, glorified misery as a necessary condition of wealth. Quote, "Legal constraint to labor is attended with too much trouble, violence, and noise, whereas hunger is not only a peaceable, silent, unremitted pressure, but as the most natural motive to industry and labor, it calls forth the most powerful exertions." Unquote. Everything therefore depends upon making hunger permanent among the working class, and for this, according to Townsend, the principle of population, especially active among the poor, provides, quote, "It seems to be a law of nature that the poor should be to a certain degree improvident." Marx adds, i.e. so improvident as to be born without a silver spoon in the mouth, quote, "that there may always be some to fulfill the most servile, the most sordid, and the most ignoble offices in the community. The stock of human happiness is thereby much increased, whilst the more delicate are not only relieved from drudgery, but are left at liberty without interruption to pursue those callings which are suited to their various dispositions. It," meaning the poor law, "tends to destroy the harmony and beauty, the symmetry and order of that system which God and nature have established in the world." Unquote. And a footnote that's quoting from A Dissertation on the Poor Laws by a Well-Wisher of Mankind, the Reverend J. Townsend, 1786, republished 1817. Marx adds this, quote, "delicate parson," from whose work just quoted, as well as from his Journey Through Spain, Malthus often copies whole pages, himself borrowed the greater part of his doctrine from Sir James Stewart, whom he, however, alters in the borrowing. For example, when Stewart says, quote, "Here in slavery was a forcible method of making mankind diligent," Marx adds, "for the non-workers," quote, "men were then forced to work," i.e. forced to work gratis for others, quote, "because they were slaves of others. Men are now forced to work," i.e. work gratis for non-workers, quote, "because they are the slaves of their necessities," unquote. He does not thence conclude, like the fat holder of benefices, that the wage laborer must always go fasting. He wishes, on the contrary, to increase their wants, and to make the increasing number of their wants a stimulus to their labor for the, quote, "more delicate." Back to the main text. If the Venetian monk found, in the fatal destiny that makes misery eternal, the raison d'etre of Christian charity, celibacy, monasteries, and holy houses, the Protestant prebendary finds in it a pretext for condemning the laws in virtue of which the poor possessed a right to a miserable public relief. Quote, "The progress of social wealth," says Storch, "begets this useful class of society, which performs the most wearisome, the vilest, the most disgusting functions, which takes, in a word, on its shoulders all that is disagreeable and servile in life, and procures thus for other classes leisure, serenity of mind, and conventional," Marx adds, "how good, dignity of character." Unquote. Storch asks himself in what then really consists the progress of this capitalistic civilization with its misery and its degradation of the masses as compared with barbarism. He finds but one answer: security. Quote, "Thanks to the advance of industry and science," says Sismondi, "every laborer can produce every day much more than their consumption requires. But at the same time, while their labor produces wealth, that wealth would, were they called on to consume it themselves, make them less fit for labor." Unquote. According to him, quote, "men, i.e. non-workers, quote, would probably prefer to do without all artistic perfection and all the enjoyments that manufacturers procure for us, if it were necessary that all should buy them by constant toil like that of the laborer. Exertion today is separated from its recompense. It is not the same man that first works and then reposes, but it is because the one works that the other rests. The indefinite multiplication of the productive powers of labor can then only have for result the increase of luxury and enjoyment of the idle rich." Unquote. Finally, Destot de Tracy, the fish-blooded bourgeois doctrinaire, blurts out brutally, quote, "In poor nations the people are comfortable. In rich nations they are generally poor." And we're now starting Section 5, Illustrations of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. And this section has 6 subsections. The first is England from 1846 to 1866, then the badly paid strata of the British industrial class, then the nomad population, then the effect of crises on the best paid part of the working class, then the British agricultural proletariat, and finally Ireland. A. England from 1846 to 1866. No period of modern society is so favorable for the study of capitalist accumulation as the period of the last 20 years. It is as if this period had found Fortunatus's purse. But of all countries, England again furnishes the classical example, because it holds the foremost place in the world market, because capitalist production is here alone completely developed, and lastly, because the introduction of the free trade millennium since 1846 has cut off the last retreat of vulgar economy. The titanic advance of production, the latter half of the 20 years period again far surpassing the former, has been already pointed out sufficiently in Part 4. Although the absolute increase of the English population in the last half-century was very great, the relative increase or rate of growth fell constantly, as the following table borrowed from the census shows. Annual increase percent of the population of England and Wales in decimal numbers, 1811 to 21, 1.533%. 1821 to 1831, 1.446%. 1831 to 1841, 1.326%. 1841 to 1851, 1.26%. And 1851 to 1861, 1.141%. Comment, so something like 0.1% slowing in that rate for every decade. Continuing. Let us now, on the other hand, consider the increase of wealth. Here, the movement of profit, rent of land, etc., that come under the income tax furnishes the surest basis. The increase of profits liable to income tax, farmers and some other categories not included, in Great Britain from 1853 to 1864 amounted to 50.47%, or 4.58% as the annual average, according to the 10th report of the Commissioners of H.M. Inland Revenue, London 1866, that of the population during the same period to about 12%. The augmentation of the rent of land subject to taxation, including houses, railways, mines, fisheries, etc., amounted for 1853 to 1864 to 38%, or 3 5/12% annually. Under this head, the following categories show the greatest increase. So there's a chart showing houses, quarries, mines, ironworks, fisheries, gasworks, and railways, and the excess of annual income of 1864 over that of 1853 being respectively 38.6%, 84.76%, 68.85%, 39.92%, 57.37%, 126.02%, 83.29%, and the increase per year being respectively 3.5%, 7.7%, 6.26%, 3.63%, 5.21%, 11.45%, and 7.57%. If we compare the years from 1853 to 1864 in 3 sets of 4 consecutive years each, the rate of augmentation of the income increases constantly. It is, for example, for that arising from profits between 1853 to 1857, 1.73% yearly, 1857 to 61, 2.74%, and for 1861 to 64, 9.3% yearly. The sum of the incomes of the United Kingdom that come under the income tax was, in 1856, £307,068,898, in 1859, £328,127,416, in 1862, £351,745,241, in 1863, £359,142,897, in 1864, £362,462,279, in 1865, £385,530,020. Footnote, these figures are sufficient for comparison, but taken absolutely are false, since perhaps £100 million of income are annually not declared. The complaints of the Inland Revenue Commissioners of systematic fraud, especially on the part of the commercial and industrial classes, are repeated in each of their reports. So, for example, quote, a joint stock company returns £6,000 as assessable profits. The surveyor raises the amount to £88,000, and upon that sum, duty is ultimately paid. Another company, which returns £190,000, is finally compelled to admit that the true return should be £250,000. Unquote, back to the main text. The accumulation of capital was attended at the same time by its concentration and centralization. Although no official statistics of agriculture existed for England, they did for Ireland, they were voluntarily given in 10 counties. These statistics gave the result that from 1851 to 61, the number of farms of less than 100 acres had fallen from 31,583 to 26,597. So that 5,016 had been thrown together into larger farms. That's according to the census. And footnote, John Bright's assertion that 150 landlords own half of England and 12, half of the Scotch soil, have never been refuted. Back to the main text. From 1815 to 1825, no personal estate of more than £1 million came under the succession duty. From 1825 to 1855, however, 8 did. And 4 from 1856 to June 1859, i.e. in 4.5 years. The centralization will, however, be best seen from a short analysis of the Income Tax Schedule D, profits exclusive of farms, etc., in the years 1864 and 1865. I note beforehand that incomes from this source pay income tax on everything over £60. These incomes liable to taxation in England, Wales, and Scotland amounted in 1864 to £95,844,222, in 1865 to £105,435,579. Footnote, these are the net incomes after certain legally authorized abatements. Main text, the number of persons taxed were, in 1864, 308,416 out of a population of 23,891,009. In 1865, 332,431 out of a population of 24,127,003. The following table shows the distribution of these incomes in the 2 years. I'll put this chart on the screen. I'm not going to read out all the fields. In 1855, there were produced in the United Kingdom 61,453,079 tons of coal, of a value of 16,133,167 pounds. In 1864, 92,787,873 tons, of a value of 23,197,968 pounds. In 1855, 3.2 million tons of pig iron, of a value just over 8 million pounds. In 1864, 4.8 million tons, of a value of almost 12 million pounds. In 1854, the length of the railroads worked in the United Kingdom was 8,054 miles, with a paid-up capital of £286,068,794. In 1864, the length was 12,789 miles, with capital paid up of £425,719,613. In 1854, the total sum of the exports and imports of the United Kingdom was £268,210,145. In 1865, nearly £490 million. The following table shows the movement of the exports. And there's a footnote for the figure from 1866. At this moment, March 1867, the Indian and Chinese market is again overstocked by the consignments of the British cotton manufacturers. In 1866, a reduction in wages of 5% took place amongst the cotton operatives. In 1867, as a consequence of a similar operation, there was a strike of 20,000 men at Preston. And Engels adds in the fourth German edition, that was the prelude to the crisis which broke out immediately afterwards. Back to the main text. After these few examples, one understands the cry of triumph of the Registrar General of the British people. Quote, "Rapidly as the population has increased, it has not kept pace with the progress of industry and wealth." Unquote. Let us turn now to the direct agents of this industry, or the producers of this wealth, to the working class. Quote, "It is one of the most melancholy features in the social state of this country," says Gladstone, "that while there was a decrease in the consuming powers of the people, and while there was an increase in the privations and distress of the laboring class and operatives, there was at the same time a constant accumulation of wealth in the upper classes, and a constant increase of capital." Unquote. And a footnote that's from Gladstone in the House of Commons, February 13, 1843, as quoted in the Times. The Hansard version is as follows. "It is one of the most melancholy features in the social state of this country that we see, beyond the possibility of denial, that while there is at this moment a decrease in the consuming powers of the people, an increase of the pressure of privations and distress, there is at the same time a constant accumulation of wealth in the upper classes, an increase of the luxuriousness of their habits and of their means of enjoyment." Unquote. Back to the main text. Thus spake this unctuous minister in the House of Commons of February 13th, 1843. On April 16th, 1863, 20 years later, in the speech in which he introduced his budget, quote, "From 1842 to 1852, the taxable income of the country increased by 6%. In the 8 years from 1853 to 61, it had increased from the basis taken in 1853 by 20%. The fact is so astonishing as to be almost incredible. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, entirely confined to classes of property, must be of indirect benefit to the laboring population," not where I thought he was going with that, "because it cheapens the commodities of general consumption. While the rich have been growing richer, the poor have been growing less poor. At any rate, whether the extremes of poverty are less, I do not presume to say." Unquote. How lame an anticlimax. If the working class has remained, quote, "poor," only less poor in proportion as it produces for the wealthy class, quote, "an intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, then it has remained relatively just as poor. If the extremes of poverty have not lessened, they have increased, because the extremes of wealth have. As to the cheapening of the means of subsistence, the official statistics, for example, the accounts of the London Orphan Asylum, show an increase in price of 20% for the average of the 3 years, 1860 to 1862, compared with 1851 to 1853. In the following 3 years, 1863 to 65, there was a progressive rise in the price of meat, butter, milk, sugar, salt, coals, and a number of other necessary means of subsistence. Footnote, see the official accounts in the Blue Book, Miscellaneous Statistics of the United Kingdom, Part 6, London, 1866. Instead of the statistics of orphan asylums, etc., the declamations of the ministerial journals in recommending dowries for the royal children might also serve. The greater dearness of the means of subsistence is never forgotten there. Back to the main text. Gladstone's next budget speech of April 7, 1864, is a Pindaric dithyrambics on the advance of surplus value-making and the happiness of the people, quote, tempered by poverty. He speaks of masses, quote, on the border of pauperism, of branches of trade in which, quote, wages have not increased, and finally sums up the happiness of the working class in the words, quote, human life is but, in 9 cases out of 10, a struggle for existence. Footnote, the Hansard version runs, again, and yet more at large, what is human life, but, in the majority of cases, a struggle for existence, unquote. The continual crying contradictions in Gladstone's budget speeches of 1863 and 1864 were characterized by an English writer by the following quotation from Boileau. Such is the man. He goes from black to white. He condemns in the morning what he felt in the evening. A nuisance to everyone else and an inconvenience to himself, he changes his way of thinking as easily as he changes his way of dressing. Back to the main text. Professor Fawcett, not bound like Gladstone by official considerations, declares roundly, quote, "I do not of course deny that money wages have been augmented by this increase of capital in the last 10 years. But this apparent advantage is to a great extent lost because many of the necessaries of life are becoming dearer." Marx adds, he believes because of the fall in value of the precious metals. Quote, "The rich grow rapidly richer, whilst there is no perceptible advance in the comfort enjoyed by the industrial classes. They, the laborers, become almost the slaves of the tradesmen to whom they owe money." Unquote. And a footnote, as to the increasing dependence of laborers on the retail shopkeepers, this is the consequence of the frequent oscillations and interruptions of their employment. Back to the main text. In the chapters on the working day and machinery, the reader has seen under what circumstances the British working class created a, quote, "intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power for the propertied classes." There we were chiefly concerned with the social functioning of the laborer. But for a full elucidation of the law of accumulation, their condition outside the workshop must also be looked at, their condition as to food and dwelling. The limits of this book compel us to concern ourselves chiefly with the worst paid part of the industrial proletariat and with the agricultural laborers, who together form the majority of the working class. But first, one word on official pauperism, or on that part of the working class which has forfeited its condition of existence, the sale of labor power, and vegetates upon public alms. The official list of paupers numbered in England, and this includes Wales, 851,369 persons. In 1856, 877,767. In 1865, 971,433. In consequence of the cotton famine, it grew in the years 1863 and 4 to 1,079,382 and 1,014,978. The crisis of 1866, which fell most heavily on London, created in this center of the world market, more populous than the Kingdom of Scotland, an increase of pauperism for the year 1866 of 19.5% compared with 1865. And of 24.4% compared with 1864, and a still greater increase for the first months of 1867 as compared with 1866. From the analysis of the statistics of pauperism, 2 points are to be taken. On the one hand, the fluctuation up and down of the number of paupers reflects the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. On the other, the official statistics become more and more misleading as to the actual extent of pauperism in proportion, as with the accumulation of capital, the class struggle, and therefore the class consciousness of the workers develop. For example, the barbarity in the treatment of the paupers at which the English press like the Times, the Pall Mall Gazette, etc. have cried out so loudly during the last 2 years is of ancient date. Engels showed in 1844 exactly the same horrors, exactly the same transient canting outcries of, quote, sensational literature. But frightful increase of, quote, deaths by starvation in London during the last 10 years proves beyond doubt the growing horror in which the working people hold the slavery of the workhouse, that place of punishment for misery. Footnote, a peculiar light is thrown on the advance made since the time of Adam Smith, by the fact that by him the word workhouse is still occasionally used as synonymous with manufactory. For example, the opening of his chapter on the division of labor, quote, those employed in every different branch of the work can often be collected into the same workhouse, unquote. B. The badly paid strata of the British industrial class. During the cotton famine of 1862, Dr. Smith was charged by the Privy Council with an inquiry into the conditions of nourishment of the distressed operatives in Lancashire and Cheshire. His observations during many preceding years had led him to the conclusion that, quote, to avert starvation diseases, unquote, the daily food of an average woman ought to contain at least 3,900 grains of carbon with 180 grains of nitrogen. Commenting, we of course don't use those kinds of measurements to discuss nutrition anymore, but a grain is an old measure of weight, and here carbon and nitrogen can be seen roughly as stand-ins for what we would call carbohydrates and protein today. Continuing. The daily food of an average man, at least 4,300 grains of carbon with 200 grains of nitrogen. For women, about the same quantity of nutritive elements as are contained in 2 pounds of good wheaten bread. For men, 1/9 more. For the weekly average of adult men and women, at least 28,600 grains of carbon and 1,330 grains of nitrogen. His calculation was practically confirmed in a surprising manner by its agreement with the miserable quantity of nourishment to which want had forced down the consumption of the cotton operatives. This was, in December 1862, 29,211 grains of carbon and 1,295 grains of nitrogen weekly. In the year 1863, the Privy Council ordered an inquiry into the state of distress of the worst nourished part of the English working class. Dr. Simon, medical officer to the Privy Council, chose for this work the above-mentioned Dr. Smith. His inquiry ranges on the one hand over the agricultural laborers, on the other over silk weavers, needlewomen, kid glovers, stocking weavers, glove weavers, and shoemakers. The latter categories are, with the exception of the stocking weavers, exclusively town dwellers. It was made a rule in the inquiry to select in each category the most healthy families and those comparatively in the best circumstances. As a general result, it was found that, quote, in only one of the examined classes of indoor operatives did the average nitrogen supply just exceed, while in another it nearly reached, the estimated standard of bare sufficiency, i.e. sufficient to avert starvation diseases, and that in two classes there was defect, in one a very large defect of both nitrogen and carbon. Moreover, as regards the examined families of the agricultural population, it appeared that more than a fifth were with less than the estimated sufficiency of carbonaceous food, that more than one-third were with less than the estimated sufficiency of nitrogenous food, and that in 3 counties, Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and Somersetshire, insufficiency of nitrogenous food was the average local diet. That's quoting the Public Health 6 Report, 1864. Among the agricultural laborers, those of England, the wealthiest part of the United Kingdom, were the worst fed. The insufficiency of food among the agricultural laborers fell, as a rule, chiefly on the women and children, for, quote, the man must eat to do his work, unquote. Still greater penury ravaged the town workers examined. Quote, they are so ill-fed that assuredly among them there must be many cases of severe and injurious privation, unquote. Privation of the capitalist all this, i.e. abstinence from paying for the means of subsistence absolutely necessary for the mere vegetation of his hands. The following table shows the conditions of nourishment of the above-named categories of purely town-dwelling workpeople as compared with the minimum assumed by Dr. Smith and with the food allowance of the cotton operatives during the time of their greatest distress. And again, this chart is given in terms of grains of carbon and nitrogen, as that's not going to mean anything to anyone. I'm not going to read them out. But basically, the minimum quantity was 28,600 for carbon and 1,330 for nitrogen. And basically, all the categories are just barely at or below those numbers. 1/2 or 60/125ths of the industrial labor categories investigated had absolutely no beer, 28% no milk. And commenting, remember that people actually got nourishment from beer at this point. Continuing, the weekly average of the liquid means of nourishment in the families varied from 7 ounces in the needlewomen to 24 3/4 ounces in the stocking makers. The majority of those who did not obtain milk were needlewomen in London. The quantity of breadstuffs consumed weekly varied from 7 3/4 pounds for the needlewomen to 11.5 pounds for the shoemakers, and gave a total average of 9.9 pounds per adult weekly. Sugar, treacle, etc., varied from 4 ounces weekly for the kid glovers to 11 ounces for the stocking makers, and the total average per week for all categories was 8 ounces per adult weekly. Total weekly average of butter and other fat, etc., 5 ounces per adult. The weekly average of meat, such as bacon, etc., varied from 7 1/4 ounces for the silk weavers to 18 1/4 ounces for the kid glovers. Total average for the different categories, 13.6 ounces. The weekly cost of food per adult gave the following average figures. Silk weavers, 2 shillings 2.5 pence, needlewomen, 2 shillings 7 pence, kid glovers, 2 shillings 9.5 pence, shoemakers, 2 shillings 7 3/4 pence, stocking weavers, 2 shillings 6 1/4 pence. For the silk weavers of Macclesfield, the average was only 1 shilling 8.5 pence. The worst categories were the needlewomen, silk weavers, and kid glovers. Of these facts, Dr. Simon, in his General Health Report, says, quote, that cases are innumerable in which defective diet is the cause or the aggravator of disease can be affirmed by anyone who is conversant with poor law medical practice or with the wards and outpatient rooms of hospitals. Yet, in this point of view, there is, in my opinion, a very important sanitary context to be added. It must be remembered that privation of food is very reluctantly born, and that, as a rule, great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. Long before insufficiency of diet is a matter of hygienic concern, long before the physiologist would think of counting the grains of nitrogen and carbon which intervene between life and starvation, the household will have been utterly destitute of material comfort. Clothing and fuel will have been even scantier than food. Against inclemencies of weather, there will have been no adequate protection. Dwelling space will have been stinted to the degree in which overcrowding produces or increases disease. Of household utensils and furniture, there will have been scarcely any. Even cleanliness will have been found costly or difficult, and if there still be self-respectful endeavors to maintain it, every such endeavor will represent additional pangs of hunger. The home, too, will be where shelter can be cheapest bought, in quarters where commonly there is least fruit of sanitary supervision, least drainage, least scavenging, least suppression of public nuisances, least or worst water supply, and, if in town, least light and air. Such are the sanitary dangers to which poverty is almost certainly exposed when it is poverty enough to imply scantiness of food. And while the sum of them is of terrible magnitude against life, the mere scantiness of food is in itself of very serious moment. These are painful reflections, especially when it is remembered that the poverty to which they advert is not the deserved poverty of idleness. In all cases, it is the poverty of working populations. Indeed, as regards the indoor operatives, the work which obtains the scanty pittance of food is for the most part excessively prolonged. Yet evidently it is only in a qualified sense that the work can be deemed self-supporting. And on a very large scale, the nominal self-support can be only a circuit, longer or shorter, to pauperism." Unquote. The intimate connection between the pangs of hunger of the most industrious layers of the working class and the extravagant consumption, coarse or refined, of the rich, for which capitalist accumulation is the basis, reveals itself only when the economic laws are known. It is otherwise with the housing of the poor. Every unprejudiced observer sees that the greater the centralization of the means of production, the greater is the corresponding heaping together of the laborers within a given space, that therefore the swifter capitalistic accumulation, the more miserable are the dwellings of the working people. Quote-unquote improvements of towns, accompanying the increase of wealth by the demolition of badly built quarters, the erection of palaces for banks, warehouses, etc., the widening of streets for business traffic, for the carriages of luxury, and for the introduction of tramways, etc., drive away the poor into even worse and more crowded hiding places. On the other hand, everyone knows that the dearness of dwellings is in inverse ratio to their excellence, and that the mines of misery are exploited by house speculators with more profit or less cost than ever were the mines of Potosi. Comment: I'm so glad this isn't the case anymore, aren't you? Continuing. The antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation, and therefore of the capitalistic relations of property generally, is here so evident that even the official English reports on this subject teem with heterodox onslaughts on, quote, property and its rights. Footnote quoting S. Lang, "In no particular have the rights of persons been so avowedly and shamefully sacrificed to the rights of property, in as regard to the lodging of the laboring class. Every large town may be looked upon as a place of human sacrifice, a shrine where thousands pass yearly through the fire as offerings to the Moloch of avarice." Back to the main text. With the development of industry, with the accumulation of capital, with the growth and, quote, improvement of towns, the evil makes such progress that the mere fear of contagious diseases, which do not spare even so-called respectability, brought into existence from 1847 to 64 no less than 10 acts of parliament on sanitation, and that the frightened bourgeois in some towns, like Liverpool, Glasgow, etc., took strenuous measures through their municipalities. Nevertheless, Dr. Simon, in his report of 1865, says, quote, "Generally speaking, it may be said that the evils are uncontrolled in England." Unquote. By order of the Privy Council, in 1864, an inquiry was made into the conditions of the housing of the agricultural laborers, in 1865, of the poorer classes in the towns. The results of the admirable work of Dr. Julian Hunter are to be found in the 7th, 1865, and 8th, 1866 reports on public health. To the agricultural laborers I shall come later. On the condition of town dwellings, I quote, as preliminary, a general remark of Dr. Simon, quote, "Although my official point of view is one exclusively physical, common humanity requires that the other aspect of this evil should not be ignored. In its higher degrees, it," meaning overcrowding, "almost necessarily involves such negation of all delicacy, such unclean confusion of bodies and bodily functions, such exposure of animal and sexual nakedness as is rather bestial than human. To be subject to these influences is a degradation which must become deeper and deeper for those on whom it continues to work. To children who are born under its curse, it must often be a very baptism into infamy." and beyond all measure hopeless is the wish that persons thus circumstanced should ever in other respects aspire to that atmosphere of civilization which has its essence in physical and moral cleanliness." Unquote. London takes the first place in overcrowded habitations, absolutely unfit for human beings. Quote, "He feels clear," says Dr. Hunter, quote, "on 2 points. First, that there are about 20 large colonies in London, of about 10,000 persons each, whose miserable condition exceeds almost anything he has seen elsewhere in England, and is almost entirely the result of their bad house accommodation. And second, that the crowded and dilapidated condition of the houses of these colonies is much worse than was the case 20 years ago. Footnote, with reference to children in these colonies, Dr. Hunter says, quote, "People are not now alive to tell us how children were brought up before this age of dense agglomerations of poor began, and he would be a rash prophet who should tell us what future behavior is to be expected from the present growth of children, who, under circumstances probably never before paralleled in this country, are now completing their education for future practice as dangerous classes, by sitting up half the night with persons of every age, half naked, drunken, obscene, and quarrelsome." Back to the main text. Quote, "It is not too much to say that life in parts of London and Newcastle is infernal." Unquote. Further, the better off part of the working class, together with the small shopkeepers and other elements of the lower middle class, falls in London more and more under the curse of these vile conditions of dwelling, in proportion as so-called improvements, and with them the demolition of old streets and houses, advance, as factories and the afflux of human beings grow in the metropolis, and finally as house rents rise with the ground rents. Quoting the report of the Officer of Health of St. Martin's in the Fields, 1865, rents have become so heavy that few laboring men can afford more than one room. Unquote. There is almost no house property in London that is not overburdened with a number of middlemen, for the price of land in London is always very high in comparison with its yearly revenue, and therefore every buyer speculates on getting rid of it again at a jury price, the expropriation valuation fixed by jurymen, or on pocketing an extraordinary increase of value arising from the neighborhood of some large establishment. As a consequence of this, there is a regular trade in the purchase of so-called fag-ends of leases. Quote, "Gentlemen in this business may be fairly expected to do as they do, get all they can from the tenants while they have them, and leave as little as they can for their successors." That's quoting the Public Health 8th Report, 1866. The rents are weekly, and these gentlemen run no risk. In consequence of the making of railroads in the city, quote, "The spectacle has lately been seen in the east of London of a number of families wandering about some Saturday night with their scanty worldly goods on their backs, without any resting place but the workhouse." Unquote. The workhouses are already overcrowded, and the improvements already sanctioned by Parliament are only just begun. If laborers are driven away by the demolition of their old houses, they do not leave their old parish, or at most they settle down on its borders as near as they can get to it. Quote, "They try, of course, to remain as near as possible to their workshops. The inhabitants do not go beyond the same or the next parish, parting their two-room tenements into single rooms and crowding even those. Even at an advanced rent, the people who are displaced will hardly be able to get an accommodation as good as the meager one they've left. Half the workmen of the Strand walked 2 miles to their work." Unquote. This same Strand, a main thoroughfare which gives strangers an imposing idea of the wealth of London, may serve as an example of the packing together of human beings in that town. In one of its parishes, the Officer of Health reckoned 581 persons per acre, although half the width of the Thames was reckoned in. It will be self-understood that every sanitary measure, which, as has been the case hitherto in London, hunts the laborers from one quarter by demolishing uninhabitable houses, serves only to crowd them together yet more closely in another. Quote, "Either," says Dr. Hunter, "the whole proceeding will of necessity stop as an absurdity, or the public compassion," Marx adds an exclamation point, "be effectually aroused to the obligation which may now be without exaggeration called national, of supplying cover to those who by reason of their having no capital cannot provide it for themselves, though they can by periodical payments reward those who will provide it for them." Unquote. Admire this capitalistic justice. The owner of land, of houses, the businessman, when expropriated by so-called improvements such as railroads, the building of new streets, etc., not only receives full indemnity, he must, according to law, human and divine, be comforted for his enforced abstinence over and above this by a thumping profit. The laborer, with his wife and child and chattels, is thrown out into the street, and if he crowds in too large numbers toward quarters of the town where the vestries insist on decency, he is prosecuted in the name of sanitation. Except London, there was at the beginning of the 19th century no single town in England of 100,000 inhabitants. Only 5 had more than 50,000. Now, there are 28 towns with more than 50,000 inhabitants. Quote, the result of this change is not only that the class of town people is enormously increased, but the old, close-packed little towns are now centers, built round on every side, open nowhere to air, and being no longer agreeable to the rich are abandoned by them for the pleasanter outskirts. The successors of these rich are occupying the larger houses at the rate of a family to each room, and find accommodation for 2 or 3 lodgers, and a population for which the houses were not intended and quite unfit has been created, whose surroundings are truly degrading to the adults and ruinous to the children." Unquote. The more rapidly capital accumulates in an industrial or commercial town, the more rapidly flows the stream of exploitable human material, the more miserable are the improved dwellings of the laborers. Newcastle-on-Tyne, as the center of a coal and iron district of growing productiveness, takes the next place after London in the housing inferno. Not less than 34,000 persons live there in single rooms. Because of their absolute danger to the community, houses in great numbers have lately been destroyed by the authorities in Newcastle and Gateshead. The building of new houses progresses very slowly, business very quickly. The town was therefore, in 1865, more full than ever. Scarcely a room was to let. Dr. Embleton of the Newcastle Fever Hospital says, quote, there can be little doubt that the great cause of the continuance and spread of the typhus has been the overcrowding of human beings, and the uncleanliness of their dwellings. The rooms, in which laborers in many cases live, are situated in confined and unwholesome yards or courts, and space for light, air, and cleanliness are models of insufficiency and insalubrity, and a disgrace to any civilized community. In them men, women, and children lie at night huddled together, and as regards the men, the night shift succeed the day shift, and the day shift the night shift, in unbroken series for some time together, the beds having scarcely time to cool, the whole house badly supplied with water, and worse with privies, dirty, unventilated, and pestiferous. Unquote. The price per week of such lodgings ranges from 8d. to 3 shillings. Quote, the town of Newcastle-on-Tyne, says Dr. Hunter, contains a sample of the finest tribe of our countrymen, often sunk by external circumstances of house and street into an almost savage degradation. Unquote. As a result of the ebbing and flowing of capital and labor, the state of the dwellings of an industrial town may today be bearable, tomorrow hideous, or the aedileship of the town may have pulled itself together for the removal of the most shocking abuses. Tomorrow, like a swarm of locusts, come crowding in masses of ragged Irishmen or decayed English agricultural laborers. They are stowed away in cellars and lofts, or the hitherto respectable laborer's dwelling is transformed into a lodging house whose personnel changes as quickly as the billets in the 30 Years' War. Example, Bradford in Yorkshire. There, the municipal Philistine was just busied with urban improvements. Besides, there were still in Bradford, in 1861, 1,751 uninhabited houses. But now comes that revival of trade, which the mildly liberal Mr. Forster, the Negro's friend, recently crowed over with so much grace. With the revival of trade came, of course, an overflow from the waves of the ever-fluctuating reserve army, or relative surplus population. The frightful cellar habitations and rooms registered in the list, which Dr. Hunter obtained from the agent of an insurance company, were for the most part inhabited by well-paid laborers. And there's a footnote there with the actual list from the collecting agent, which I'll put on the screen. It has about 24 addresses, and for each address, it says whether it's a room or a cellar where people are staying, and there's anywhere from 6 or 7 people up to 16 or 18. In one case of there being 2 rooms for rent, there were 26 people living there. Back to the main text. They declared that they would willingly pay for better dwellings if they were to be had. Meanwhile, they become degraded. They fall ill, one and all, whilst the mildly liberal Forster, MP, sheds tears over the blessings of free trade, and the profits of the eminent men of Bradford who deal in worsted. In the report of September 1865, Dr. Bell, one of the poor law doctors of Bradford, ascribes the frightful mortality of fever patients in his district to the nature of their dwellings. Quote, in one small cellar, measuring 1,500 cubic feet, there are 10 persons. Vincent Street, Green Air Place, and the Lays include 223 houses having 1,450 inhabitants, 435 beds, and 36 privies. The beds, and in that term I include any roll of dirty old rags, or an armful of shavings, have an average of 3.3 persons to each. Many have 5 and 6 persons to each, and some people, I'm told, are absolutely without beds. They sleep in their ordinary clothes on the bare boards, young men and women, married and unmarried altogether. I need scarcely add that many of these dwellings are dark, damp, dirty, stinking holes, utterly unfit for human habitation. They are the centers from which disease and death are distributed amongst those in better circumstances, who have allowed them thus to fester in our midst." Unquote. Bristol takes the third place after London in the misery of its dwellings. Quote, "Bristol, where the blankest poverty and domestic misery abound, in the wealthiest town of Europe." Unquote. C. The nomad population. We turn now to a class of people whose origin is agricultural, but whose occupation is in great part industrial. They are the light infantry of capital, thrown by it, according to its needs, now to this point, now to that. When they're not on the march, they camp. Nomad labor is used for various operations of building and draining, brick making, lime burning, railway making, etc. A flying column of pestilence, it carries into the places in whose neighborhood it pitches its camp, smallpox, typhus, cholera, scarlet fever, etc. In undertakings that involve much capital outlay, such as railways, etc., the contractor himself generally provides his army with wooden huts and the like, thus improving villages without any sanitary provisions, outside of the control of the local boards, very profitable to the contractor, who exploits the laborers in twofold fashion, as soldiers of industry and as tenants. According as the wooden hut contains 1, 2, or 3 holes, its inhabitant, navvy, or whatever he may be, has to pay 1, 3, or 4 shillings weekly. One example will suffice. In September 1864, Dr. Simon reports that the chairman of the Nuisances Removal Committee of the parish of Sevenoaks sent the following denunciation to Sir George Grey, Home Secretary. Quote, "Smallpox cases were rarely heard of in this parish until about 12 months ago. Shortly before that time, the works for a railway from Lewisham to Tunbridge were commenced here, and in addition to the principal works being in the immediate neighborhood of this town, here was also established the depot for the whole of the works, so that a large number of persons was of necessity employed here. As cottage accommodation could not be obtained for them all, huts were built in several places along the line of the works by the contractor, Mr. J., for their especial occupation. These huts possessed no ventilation nor drainage, and besides were necessarily overcrowded, because each occupant had to accommodate lodgers, whatever the number in their own family might be, although there were only 2 rooms to each tenement. The consequences were, according to the medical report we received, that in the nighttime these poor people were compelled to endure all the horror of suffocation to avoid the pestiferous smells arising from the filthy, stagnant water and the privies close under their windows. Complaints were at length made to the Nuisances Removal Committee by a medical gentleman who had occasion to visit these huts, and he spoke of their condition as dwellings in the most severe terms. And he expressed his fears that some very serious consequence might ensue unless some sanitary measures were adopted. About a year ago, Mr. J. promised to appropriate a hut to which persons in his employ, who were suffering from contagious diseases, might at once be removed. He repeated that promise on the 23rd July last, but although since the date of the last promise there have been several cases of smallpox in his huts and 2 deaths from the same disease, yet he has taken no steps whatever to carry out his promise. On the 9th September instant, Mr. Kelson, surgeon, reported to me further cases of smallpox in the same huts, and he described their condition as most disgraceful. I should add, for the Home Secretary's information, that an isolated house called the Pest House, which is set apart for parishioners who might be suffering from infectious diseases, has been continually occupied by such patients for many months past, and is also now occupied. That in one family 5 children died from smallpox and fever. That from the 1st April to the 1st September this year, a period of 5 months, there have been no fewer than 10 deaths from smallpox in the parish, 4 of them being in the huts already referred to. That it is impossible to ascertain the exact number of persons who have suffered from that disease, although they are known to be many, from the fact of the families keeping it as private as possible." Unquote. And there's a footnote. The relieving officer of the Chapel and Lafrith Union reported to the Registrar General as follows, quote, "At Doveholes, a number of small excavations have been made into a large hillock of lime ashes, the refuse of lime kilns, and which are used as dwellings, and occupied by laborers and others employed in the construction of a railway now in the course of construction through that neighborhood. The excavations are small and damp, and have no drains or privies about them, and not the slightest means of ventilation, except up a hole pulled through the top, and used for a chimney. In consequence of this defect, smallpox has been raging for some time, and some deaths amongst the troglodytes have been caused by it." Unquote. Back to the main text and back to Marx. The laborers in coal and other mines belong to the best paid categories of the British proletariat. The price at which they buy their wages was shown on an earlier page. Footnote: the details given at the end of Part 4 refer especially to the laborers in coal mines. On the still worse condition in metal mines, see the very conscientious report of the Royal Commission of 1864. Back to the main text. Here I merely cast a hurried glance over the conditions of their dwellings. As a rule, the exploiter of a mine, whether its owner or his tenant, builds a number of cottages for his hands. They receive cottages and coal for firing, quote, for nothing, i.e., these form part of their wages, paid in kind. Those who are not lodged in this way receive in compensation £4 per annum. The mining districts attract with rapidity a large population, made up of the miners themselves, and the artisans, shopkeepers, etc., that group themselves around them. The ground rents are high, as they are generally where population is dense. The master tries, therefore, to run up, within the smallest space possible at the mouth of the pit, just so many cottages as are necessary to pack together his hands and their families. If new mines are opened in the neighborhood, or old ones are again set working, the pressure increases. In the construction of the cottages, only one point of view is of moment: the, quote, abstinence of the capitalist from all expenditure that is not absolutely unavoidable. Quoting the Public Health Report, the lodging which is obtained by the pitman and other laborers connected with the collieries of Northumberland and Durham, says Dr. Julian Hunter, is perhaps on the whole the worst and the dearest of which any large specimens can be found in England, the similar parishes of Monmouthshire excepted. The extreme badness is in the high number of men found in one room, in the smallness of the ground plot on which a great number of houses are thrust, the want of water, the absence of privies, and the frequent placing of one house on the top of another, or distribution into flats. The lessee acts as if the whole colony were encamped, not resident. And another public health report, this time from a Dr. Stevens. In pursuance of my instructions, I visited most of the large colliery villages in the Durham Union. With very few exceptions, the general statement that no means are taken to secure the health of the inhabitants would be true of all of them. All colliers are bound, and Marx adds bound, an expression which, like bondage, dates from the age of serfdom, back to the quote, to the colliery lessee or owner for 12 months. If the colliers or coal workers express discontent, or in any way annoy the, quote, viewer, a mark of memorandum is made against their names, and at the annual binding, such men are turned off. It appears to me that no part of the truck system could be worse than what obtains in these densely populated districts. The collier is bound to take as part of his hiring a house surrounded with pestiferous influences. He cannot help himself, and it appears doubtful whether anyone else can help him except his proprietor. He is, to all intents and purposes, a serf, and his proprietor first consults his balance sheet, and the result is tolerably certain. The collier is also often supplied with water by the proprietor, which, whether it be good or bad, he has to pay for, or rather he suffers a deduction for from his wages." Unquote. In conflict with so-called public opinion, or even with the officers of health, capital makes no difficulty about, quote, justifying the conditions, partly dangerous, partly degrading, to which it confines the working and domestic life of the laborer, on the ground that they are necessary for profit. It is the same thing when capital, quote, abstains from protective measures against dangerous machinery in the factory, from appliances for ventilation and for safety in mines, etc. It is the same here with the housing of the miners. Dr. Simon, medical officer of the Privy Council, in his official report says, quote, in apology for the wretched household accommodation, it is alleged that miners are commonly worked on lease, that the duration of the lessee's interest, which in collieries is commonly for 21 years, is not so long that he should deem it worth his while to create good accommodation for his laborers, and for the tradespeople and others whom the work attracts, that even if he were disposed to act liberally in the matter, this disposition would commonly be defeated by his landlord's tendency to fix on him as ground rent an exorbitant additional charge for the privilege of having on the surface of the ground the decent and comfortable village which the laborers of the subterranean property ought to inhabit, and that prohibitory price, if not actual prohibition, equally excludes others who might desire to build. It would be foreign to the purpose of this report to enter upon any discussion of the merits of the above apology, nor here is it even needful to consider where it would be that, if decent accommodation were provided, the cost would eventually fall, whether on landlord or lessee, or laborer, or public. But in presence of such shameful facts as are vouched for in the annexed reports, those of Dr. Hunter, Dr. Stevens, etc., a remedy may well be claimed. Claims of landlordship are being so used as to do great public wrong. The landlord, in his capacity of mine owner, invites an industrial colony to labor on his estate, and then in his capacity of surface owner, makes it impossible that the laborers whom he collects should find proper lodging where they must live. The lessee, and Marx adds the capitalist exploiter, meanwhile has no pecuniary motive for resisting that division of the bargain, well knowing that if its latter conditions be exorbitant, the consequences fall, not on him, that his laborers, on whom they fall, have not education enough to know the value of their sanitary rights, that neither obscenest lodging nor foulest drinking water will be appreciable inducements towards a strike." Unquote. D. Effective crises on the best paid part of the working class. Before I turn to the regular agricultural laborers, I may be allowed to show, by one example, how industrial revulsions affect even the best paid, the aristocracy of the working class. It will be remembered that the year 1857 brought one of the great crises with which the industrial cycle periodically ends. The next termination of the cycle was due in 1866. Already discounted in the regular factory districts by the cotton famine, which threw much capital from its wonted sphere into the great centers of the money market, the crisis assumed at this time an especially financial character. Its outbreak in 1866 was signalized by the failure of a gigantic London bank, immediately followed by the collapse of countless swindling companies. One of the great London branches of industry involved in the catastrophe was iron shipbuilding. The magnates of this trade had not only overproduced beyond all measure during the overtrading time, but they had besides engaged in enormous contracts on the speculation that credit would be forthcoming to an equivalent extent. Now a terrible reaction set in that even at this hour, the end of March 1867, continues in this and other London industries. Footnote quoting from Reynolds' newspaper, January 20th, 1867, "Wholesale starvation of the London poor. Within the last few days the walls of London have been placarded with large posters, bearing the following remarkable announcement: Fat oxen, starving men. The fat oxen from their palace of glass have gone to feed the rich in their luxurious abode, while the starving men are left to rot and die in their wretched dens." The placards bearing these ominous words are put up at certain intervals. No sooner has one been defaced or covered over, than a fresh set is placarded in the former, or some equally public place. This reminds one of the secret revolutionary associations, which prepared the French people for the events of 1789. At this moment, while English workmen with their wives and children are dying of cold and hunger, there are millions of English gold, the produce of English labor, being invested in Russian, Spanish, Italian, and other foreign enterprises. Back to the main text. To show the condition of the laborers, I quote the following from the circumstantial report of a correspondent of the Morning Star, who, at the end of 1866 and beginning of 1867, visited the chief centers of distress. Quote, "In the East End districts of Poplar, Millwall, Greenwich, Deptford, Limehouse, and Canning Town, at least 15,000 workmen and their families were in a state of utter destitution, and 3,000 skilled mechanics were breaking stones in the workhouse yard, after distress of over half a year's duration. I had great difficulty in reaching the workhouse door, for a hungry crowd besieged it. They were waiting for their tickets, but the time had not yet arrived for the distribution. The yard was a great square place with an open shed running all round it, and several large heaps of snow covered the paving stones in the middle. In the middle also were little wicker-fenced spaces like sheep pens, where in finer weather the men worked. But on the day of my visit the pens were so snowed up that nobody could sit in them. Men were busy, however, in the open shed breaking paving stones into macadam. Each man had a big paving stone for a seat, and he chipped away at the rime-covered granite with a big hammer until he had broken up, and think, 5 bushels of it. And then he had done his day's work and got his day's pay, 3 pence and an allowance of food. In another part of the yard was a rickety little wooden house, and when we opened the door of it, we found it filled with men who were huddled together shoulder to shoulder for the warmth of one another's bodies and breath. They were picking oakum and disputing the while as to which could work the longest on a given quantity of food, for endurance was the point of honor. 7,000 in this one workhouse were recipients of relief. many hundreds of them, it appeared, were 6 or 8 months ago earning the highest wages paid to artisans. Their number would be more than doubled by the count of those who, having exhausted all their savings, still refuse to apply to the parish because they have a little left to pawn. Leaving the workhouse, I took a walk through the streets, mostly of little one-story houses that abound in the neighborhood of Poplar. My guide was a member of the Committee of the Unemployed. My first call was on an iron worker who had been 7 and 20 weeks out of employment. I found the man with his family sitting in a little back room. The room was not bare of furniture, and there was a fire in it. This was necessary to keep the naked feet of the young children from getting frostbitten, for it was a bitterly cold day. On a tray in front of the fire lay a quantity of oakum, which the wife and children were picking in return for their allowance from the parish. The man worked in the stone yard of the workhouse for a certain ration of food and 3 pence per day. He had now come home to dinner quite hungry, as he told us with a melancholy smile, and his dinner consisted of a couple of slices of bread and dripping, and a cup of milkless tea. The next door at which we knocked was opened by a middle-aged woman who, without saying a word, led us into a little back parlor, in which sat all her family, silent and fixedly staring at a rapidly dying fire. Such desolation, such hopelessness was about these people and their little room, as I should care not to witness again. "Nothing have they done, sir," said the woman, pointing to her boys, "for 6 and 20 weeks, and all our money gone. All the 20 pounds that me and father saved when times were better, thinking it would yield a little to keep us when we got past work. Look at it," she said, almost fiercely, bringing out a bank book with all its well-kept entries of money paid in and money taken out, so that we could see how the little fortune had begun with the first 5-shilling deposit, and had grown by little and little to be 20 pounds, and how it had melted down again till the sum in hand got from pounds to shillings, and the last entry made the book as worthless as a blank sheet. This family received relief from the workhouse, and it furnished them with just one scanty meal per day. Our next visit was to an iron laborer's wife, whose husband had worked in the yards. We found her ill from want of food, lying on a mattress in her clothes, and just covered with a strip of carpet, for all the bedding had been pawned. 2 wretched children were tending her, themselves looking as much in need of nursing as their mother. 19 weeks of enforced idleness had brought them to this pass, and while the mother told the history of that bitter past, she moaned as if all her faith in a future that should atone for it were dead. On getting outside, a young fellow came running after us and asked us to step inside his house and see if anything could be done for him. A young wife, 2 pretty children, a cluster of pawn tickets, and a bare room were all he had to show." Unquote. On the after-pains of the crisis of 1866, the following extract from a Tory newspaper. It must not be forgotten that the East End of London, which is here dealt with, is not only the seat of the iron shipbuilding mentioned above, but also of a so-called home industry always underpaid. Quoting the Standard, 5th April 1867, "A frightful spectacle was to be seen yesterday in one part of the metropolis. Although the unemployed thousands of the East End did not parade with their black flags en masse, the human torrent was imposing enough. Let us remember what these people suffer. They are dying of hunger. That is the simple and terrible fact. There are 40,000 of them. In our presence, in one quarter of this wonderful metropolis, are packed, next door to the most enormous accumulation of wealth the world ever saw, cheek by jowl with this, are 40,000 helpless, starving people. These thousands are now breaking in upon the other quarters, always half starving. They cry their misery in our ears. They cry to heaven. They tell us from their miserable dwellings that it is impossible for them to find work, and useless for them to beg. The local ratepayers themselves are driven by the parochial charges to the verge of pauperism." Unquote. As it is the fashion amongst English capitalists to quote Belgium as the paradise of the laborer because, quote, "freedom of labor," or what is the same thing, so-called freedom of capital, is there limited neither by the despotism of trade unions nor by factory acts, a word or two on the, quote, "happiness" of the Belgian laborer. Assuredly, no one was more thoroughly initiated in the mysteries of this happiness than the late Monsieur Ducpédiaux, Inspector General of Belgian Prisons and Charitable Institutions, and member of the Central Commission of Belgian Statistics. Let us take his work, Economic Budgets of the Working Classes of Belgium, Brussels, 1855. Here we find, among other matters, a normal Belgian laborer's family, whose yearly income and expenditure he calculates on very exact data, and whose conditions of nourishment are then compared with those of the soldier, sailor, and prisoner. The family, quote, "consists of father, mother, and 4 children. Of these 6 persons, quote, 4 may be usefully employed the whole year through. It is assumed that, quote, there is no sick person, nor one incapable of work among them, nor are there, quote, expenses for religious, moral, and intellectual purposes, except a very small sum for church sittings, nor, quote, contributions to savings banks or benefit societies, nor, quote, expenses due to luxury or the result of improvidence, unquote. The father and eldest son, however, allow themselves, quote, the use of tobacco, and on Sundays go to the cabaret, for which a whole 86 centimes a week are reckoned. Quote, from a general compilation of wages allowed to the laborers in different trades, it follows that the highest average of daily wage is 1 franc 56 centimes for men, 89 centimes for women, 56 centimes for boys, and 55 centimes for girls. Calculated at this rate, the resources of the family would amount at the maximum to 1,068 francs a year. In the family, taken as typical, we have calculated all possible resources. But in ascribing wages to the mother of the family, we raise the question of the direction of the household. How will its internal economy be cared for? Who will look after the young children? Who will get ready the meals, do the washing and mending? This is the dilemma incessantly presented to the laborers, unquote. And then there are two charts. The first says, according to this, the budget of the family is, and it shows the breakdown per family member, which arrives at a total of 1,068, but again, that includes the mother working. Then it says the annual expenditure of the family would cause a deficit upon the hypothesis that the laborer has the food of, and a second chart, the man of war's man. How many francs? 1,828. The soldier? 1,473. The prisoner, 1,112. So, compared to each of those categories, the entire family, with the mother working, is still coming up short by 760, 405, and 44 francs, respective to each category. Continuing the quote from Duc Petiot, we see that few laboring families can reach, we will not say the average of the sailor or soldier, but even that of the prisoner. The general average of the cost of each prisoner in the different prisons during the period 1847 to 49 has been 63 centimes for all prisons. This figure, compared with that of the daily maintenance of the laborer, shows a difference of 13 centimes. It must be remarked further that if in the prisons it is necessary to set down in the account the expenses of administration and surveillance, on the other hand, the prisoners have not to pay for their lodging, that the purchases they make at the canteens are not included in the expenses of maintenance, and that these expenses are greatly lowered in consequence of the large number of persons that make up the establishments, and of contracting for or buying wholesale the food and other things that enter into their consumption. How comes it, however, that a great number, we might say a great majority of laborers live in a more economical way? It is by adopting expedients, the secret of which only the laborer knows, by reducing his daily rations, by substituting rye bread for wheat, by eating less meat, or even none at all, and the same with butter and condiments, by contenting themselves with 1 or 2 rooms where the family is crammed together, where boys and girls sleep side by side, often on the same pallet, by economy of clothing, washing, decency, by giving up the Sunday diversions, by, in short, resigning themselves to the most painful privations. Once arrived at this extreme limit, the least rise in the price of food, stoppage of work, illness, increases the laborer's distress and determines his complete ruin. Debts accumulate, credit fails, the most necessary clothes and furniture are pawned, and finally the family asks to be enrolled on the list of paupers, unquote. In fact, in this so-called paradise of capitalists, there follows, on the smallest change in the price of the most essential means of subsistence, a change in the number of deaths and crimes. See Manifesto of the Society, The Flemings Ahead, Brussels, 1860. In all Belgium are 930,000 families, of whom, according to the official statistics, 90,000 are wealthy and on the list of voters, equaling 450,000 persons. 390,000 families of the lower middle class in towns and villages, the greater part of them constantly sinking into the proletariat, equaling 1.95 million persons. Finally, 450,000 working-class families, equaling 2.25 million persons, of whom the model ones enjoy the happiness depicted by Duc Petiot. Of the 450,000 working-class families, over 200,000 are on the pauper list. E. The British Agricultural Proletariat. Nowhere does the antagonistic character of capitalistic production and accumulation assert itself more brutally than in the progress of English agriculture, including cattle breeding, and the retrogression of the English agricultural laborer. Before I turn to their present situation, a rapid retrospect. Modern agriculture dates in England from the middle of the 18th century, although the revolution in landed property, from which the changed mode of production starts as a basis, has a much earlier date. If we take the statements of Arthur Young, a careful observer though a superficial thinker, as to the agricultural laborer of 1771, the latter plays a very pitiable part compared with his predecessor of the end of the 14th century, quote, when the laborer could live in plenty and accumulate wealth, unquote, not to speak of the 15th century, quote, the golden age of the English laborer in town and country, unquote. We need not, however, go back so far. In a very instructive work of the year 1777, we read, quote, the great farmer is nearly mounted to a level with him, meaning the gentleman, while the poor laborer is depressed almost to the earth. His unfortunate situation will fully appear by taking a comparative view of it only 40 years ago, and at present, landlord and tenant have both gone hand in hand in keeping the laborer down. That quotes from Reasons for the Late Increase of the Poor Rates, or a Comparative View of the Prices of Labor and Provisions, 1777, and the earlier quote about the laborer living in plenty and accumulating wealth is from James E. Thorold Rogers, Professor of Political Economy at the University of Oxford's A History of Agriculture and Prices in England, 1866, Volume 1. This work, the fruit of patient and diligent labor, contains in the 2 volumes that have so far appeared only the period from 1259 to 1400. The second volume contains simply statistics. It is the first authentic history of prices of the time that we possess. Continuing the main text, it is then proved in detail that the real agricultural wages between 1737 and 1777 fell nearly 1/4, or 25%. Quote, modern policy, says Dr. Richard Price also, is indeed more favorable to the higher classes of people, and the consequences may in time prove that the whole kingdom will consist of only gentry and beggars, or of grandees and slaves. Footnote that's quoting Dr. Richard Price's Observations on Reversionary Payments, 6th edition, 1803, volume 2. Price remarks on page 159, quote, the nominal price of day labor is at present no more than about 4 times, or at most 5 times higher than it was in the year 1514. But the price of corn is 7 times, and of flesh meat and raiment about 15 times higher. So far, therefore, has the price of labor been, even from advancing in proportion to the increase in the expenses of living, that it does not appear that it bears now half the proportion to those expenses that it did bear. Back to the main text. Nevertheless, the position of the English agricultural laborer from 1770 to 1780 with regard to his food and dwelling, as well as to his self-respect, amusements, etc., is an ideal never attained again since that time. His average wage, expressed in pints of wheat, was from 1770 to 1771 90 pints. In Eden's time, 1797, only 65. In 1808, but 60. The state of the agricultural laborer at the end of the anti-Jacobin War, during which landed proprietors, farmers, manufacturers, merchants, bakers, stockbrokers, army contractors, etc., enriched themselves so extraordinarily, has been already indicated above. The nominal wages rose in consequence partly of the banknote depreciation, partly of a rise in the price of the primary means of subsistence, independent of this depreciation. But the actual wage variation can be evidenced in a very simple way, without entering into details that are here unnecessary. The Poor Law and its administration were in 1795 and 1814 the same. It'll be remembered how this law was carried out in the country districts. In the form of alms, the parish made up the nominal wage to the nominal sum required for the simple vegetation of the laborer. The ratio between the wages paid by the farmer and the wage deficit made good by the parish shows us 2 things. First, the falling of wages below their minimum. Second, the degree in which the agricultural laborer was a compound of wage laborer and pauper, or the degree in which he had been turned into a serf of his parish. Let us take one county that represents the average condition of things in all counties. In Northamptonshire, in 1795, the average weekly wage was 7 shillings 6 pence. The total yearly expenditure of a family of 6 persons, £36, 12 shillings 5 pence. Their total income, £29, 18 shillings. The deficit made good by the parish, £6, 14 shillings 5 pence. In 1814, in the same county, the weekly wage was 12 shillings 2 pence. The total yearly expenditure of a family of 5 persons, £54, 18 shillings 4 pence. Their total income, £36, 2 shillings. The deficit made good by the parish, £18, 6 shillings, 4 pence. In 1795, the deficit was less than a quarter the wage. In 1814, more than half. It is self-evident that under these circumstances, the meager comforts that Eden still found in the cottage of the agricultural laborer had vanished by 1814. Of all the animals kept by the farmer, the laborer, the instrumentum vocale, was thenceforth the most oppressed, the worst nourished, the most brutally treated. The same state of things went on quietly until, quote, the swing riots in 1830 revealed to us, i.e. the ruling classes, by the light of blazing corn stacks, that misery and black mutinous discontent smoldered quite as fiercely under the surface of agricultural as of manufacturing England. That's quoting Lang. At this time, Sadler, in the House of Commons, christened the agricultural laborers white slaves, and a bishop echoed the epithet in the upper house. The most notable political economist of that period, E.G. Wakefield, says, quote, the peasant of the south of England is not a freeman, nor is he a slave. He is a pauper. The time just before the repeal of the Corn Laws threw new light on the condition of the agricultural laborers. On the one hand, it was to the interest of the middle-class agitators to prove how little the Corn Laws protected the actual producers of the corn. On the other hand, the industrial bourgeoisie foamed with sullen rage at the denunciations of the factory system by the landed aristocracy, at the pretended sympathy with the woes of the factory operatives, of those utterly corrupt, heartless, and genteel loafers, and at their diplomatic zeal for factory legislation. It is an old English proverb that when thieves fall out, honest men come by their own. And in fact, the noisy, passionate quarrel between the two fractions of the ruling class about the question which of the two exploited the laborers the more shamefully was on each hand the midwife of the truth. Earl Shaftesbury, then Lord Ashley, was commander-in-chief in the aristocratic, philanthropic, anti-factory campaign. He was, therefore, in 1845, a favorite subject in the revelations of the Morning Chronicle on the condition of the agricultural laborers. This journal, then the most important liberal organ, sent special commissioners into the agricultural districts, who did not content themselves with mere general descriptions and statistics, but published the names both of the laboring families examined and of their landlords. The following list gives the wages paid in 3 villages in the neighborhood of Blandford, Wimborne, and Poole. The villages are the property of Mr. G. Banks and of the Earl of Shaftesbury. It will be noted that just like Banks, this, quote, low church pope, this head of English pietists, pockets a great part of the miserable wages of the laborers under the pretext of house rent. And there are 3 charts presented which are too long for me to read here, but which I will put on the screen. The first village again is Blandford, the second, Wimborne, and the third, Poole. And there's a footnote. The landed aristocracy advanced themselves to this end, of course per parliament, funds from the state treasury at a very low rate of interest, which the farmers have to make good at a much higher rate. That's in reference to the weekly income per head. Resuming the main text, the repeal of the Corn Laws gave a marvelous impulse to English agriculture. Drainage on the most extensive scale, new methods of stall feeding, and of the artificial cultivation of green crops, introduction of mechanical manuring apparatus, new treatment of clay soils, increased use of mineral manures, employment of the steam engine, and of all kinds of new machinery, more intensive cultivation generally characterized this epoch. Mr. Pusey, chairman of the Royal Agricultural Society, declares that the relative expenses of farming have been reduced nearly 1/2 by the introduction of new machinery. On the other hand, the actual return of the soil rose rapidly. Greater outlay of capital per acre, and as a consequence, more rapid concentration of farms were essential conditions of the new method. Footnote, the decrease of the middle-class farmers can be seen especially in the census category, farmer's son, grandson, brother, nephew, daughter, granddaughter, sister, or niece. In a word, the members of his own family employed by the farmer. This category numbered in 1851 216,851 persons. In 1861, only 176,151. From 1851 to 1871, the farms under 20 acres fell by more than 900 in number. Those between 50 and 75 acres fell from 8,253 to 6,370. The same thing occurred with all other farms under 100 acres. On the other hand, during the same 20 years, the number of large farms increased. Those of 300 to 500 acres rose from 7,771 to 8,410. Those of more than 500 acres from 2,755 to 3,914. Those of more than 1,000 acres from 492 to 582. Back to the main text. At the same time, the area under cultivation increased from 1846 to 1856 by 464,119 acres, without reckoning the great area in the eastern counties which was transformed from rabbit warrens and poor pastures into magnificent cornfields. It has already been seen that, at the same time, the total number of persons employed in agriculture fell. As far as the actual agricultural laborers of both sexes and of all ages are concerned, their number fell from 1,241,396 in 1851 to 1,163,217 in 1861. And a footnote, the number of shepherds increased from 12,517 to 25,559. Back to the main text. If the English Registrar General, therefore, rightly remarks, quote, "The increase of farmers and farm laborers since 1801 bears no kind of proportion to the increase of agricultural produce," that's quoting the census, "this disproportion obtains much more for the last period, when a positive decrease of the agricultural population went hand in hand with increase of the area under cultivation, with more intensive cultivation, unheard of accumulation of the capital incorporated with the soil and devoted to its working, an augmentation in the products of the soil without parallel in the history of English agriculture, plethoric rent rolls of landlords, and growing wealth of the capitalist farmers. If we take this together with the swift, unbroken extension of the markets, viz. The towns, and the reign of free trade, then the agricultural laborer was at last, through diverse mishaps, placed in circumstances that normally ought to have made him drunk with happiness. But Professor Rogers comes to the conclusion that the lot of the English agricultural laborer of today, not to speak of his predecessor in the last half of the 14th and in the 15th century, but only compared with his predecessor from 1770 to 1780, has changed for the worse to an extraordinary extent, that, quote, "the peasant has again become a serf," unquote, and a serf worse fed and worse clothed. Footnote, Mr. Rogers belongs to the liberal school, is a personal friend of Cobden and Bright, and therefore no praiser of times past. Back to the main text. Dr. Julian Hunter, in his epoch-making report on the dwellings of the agricultural laborers, says, quote, "The cost of the hind," Marx adds this is a name for the agricultural laborer, inherited from the time of serfdom, quote, "is fixed at the lowest possible amount on which he can live. The supplies of wages and shelter are not calculated on the profit to be derived from him. He is a zero in farming calculations." Footnote, this is quoting from the Public Health 7th Report, 1865, and Marx adds, "It is therefore nothing unusual either for the landlord to raise a laborer's rent as soon as he hears that he is earning a little more, or for the farmer to lower the wage of the laborer, quote, because his wife has found a trade." Back to the quote, "The means of subsistence being always supposed to be a fixed quantity. As to any further reduction of his income, he may say, death is nothing to us. He has no fears for the future, because he has now only the spare supply necessary to keep him. He has reached the zero from which are dated the calculations of the farmer. Come what will, he has no share, either in prosperity or adversity," unquote. In the year 1863, an official inquiry took place into the conditions of nourishment and labor of the criminals condemned to transportation and penal servitude. The results are recorded in two voluminous blue books. Among other things, it is said, quote, "From an elaborate comparison between the diet of convicts in the convict prisons in England and that of paupers in workhouses and of free laborers in the same country, it certainly appears that the former are much better fed than either of the two other classes, whilst the amount of labor required from an ordinary convict under penal servitude is about 1/2 of what would be done by an ordinary day laborer," unquote. A few characteristic depositions of witnesses. John Smith, governor of the Edinburgh prison, deposes, quote, "The diet of the English prisons is superior to that of ordinary laborers in England. It is the fact that the ordinary agricultural laborers in Scotland very seldom get any meat at all. Question, is there anything you are aware of to account for the necessity of feeding them very much better than ordinary laborers? Answer, certainly not. Question, do you think that further experiments ought to be made in order to ascertain whether a dietary might not be hit upon for prisoners employed on public works nearly approaching to the dietary of free laborers? Answer, he, the agricultural laborer, might say, I work hard and have not enough to eat, and when in prison I did not work harder where I had plenty to eat, and therefore it is better for me to be in prison again than here," unquote. From the tables appended to the first volume of the report, I have compiled the annexed comparative summary. And then there's a chart titled Weekly Amount of Nutrients, And there's 3 columns: quantity of nitrogenous ingredients, non-nitrogenous ingredients, and mineral matter. For a convict in Portland, a sailor in the Navy, a soldier, a working coachmaker, a compositor, and an agricultural laborer. The highest totals are for the convict, the sailor, and the working coachmaker, with the soldier, the compositor, and the agricultural laborer being much lower. Continuing, the general result of the inquiry by the Medical Commission of 1863 on the food of the lowest fed classes is already known to the reader. You will remember that the diet of a great part of the agricultural laborers' families is below the minimum necessary, quote, to arrest starvation diseases. This is especially the case in all the purely rural districts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Wilts, Stafford, Oxford, Berks, and Herts. Quote, the nourishment obtained by the laborer himself, says Dr. E. Smith, is larger than the average quantity indicates, since he eats a larger share, necessary to enable him to perform his labor, of food than the other members of the family, including in the poorer districts nearly all the meat and bacon. The quantity of food obtained by the wife and also by the children at the period of rapid growth is in many cases, in almost every county, deficient, and particularly in nitrogen, unquote. The male and female servants living with the farmers themselves are sufficiently nourished. Their number fell from 288,277 in 1851 to 204,962 in 1861. Quote, the labor of women in the fields, says Dr. Smith, whatever may be its disadvantages, is under present circumstances of great advantage to the family, since it adds that amount of income which provides shoes and clothing and pays the rent, and thus enables the family to be better fed, unquote. One of the most remarkable results of the inquiry was that the agricultural labor of England, as compared with other parts of the United Kingdom, quote, is considerably the worst fed, as the appended table shows. And we have a table here, quantities of carbon and nitrogen weekly consumed by an average agricultural adult. We will first read down the column for carbon. England, 46,673. Wales, 48,354. Scotland, 48,980. And Ireland, actually the lowest, 43,366. But then for nitrogen, England is by far the lowest, 1,594, Wales 2,031, Scotland 2,348, and Ireland the highest, 2,434. And we have a very long footnote here. The English agricultural laborer receives only 1/4 as much milk and half as much bread as the Irish. Arthur Young, in his tour in Ireland at the beginning of this century, already noticed the better nourishment of the latter. The reason is simply this, that the poor Irish farmer is incomparably more humane than the rich English. As regards Wales, that which is said in the text holds only for the southwest. All the doctors there agree that the increase of the death rate through tuberculosis, scrofula, etc. increases in intensity with the deterioration of the physical condition of the population, and all ascribe this deterioration to poverty. Quote, his, meaning the farm laborer's keep, is reckoned at about 5 pence a day, but in many districts it was said to be of much less cost to the farmer, himself very poor. A morsel of the salt meat or bacon, salted and dried to the texture of mahogany, and hardly worth the difficult process of assimilation, is used to flavor a large quantity of broth or gruel, of meal and leeks, and day after day this is the laborer's dinner, unquote. The advance of industry resulted for him in this harsh and damp climate in, quote, the abandonment of the solid homespun clothing in favor of the cheap and so-called cotton goods, unquote, and of stronger drinks for so-called tea. Quote, the agriculturist, after several hours' exposure to wind and rain, pins his cottage to sit by a fire of peat or balls of clay and small coal kneaded together, from which volumes of carbonic and sulphurous acids are poured forth. His walls are of mud and stones, his floor the bare earth which was there before the hut was built, his roof a mass of loose and sodden thatch. Every crevice is topped to maintain warmth, and in an atmosphere of diabolic odor, with a mud floor, with his only clothes drying on his back, he often sups and sleeps with his wife and children. Obstetricians who have passed parts of the night in such cabins have described how they found their feet sinking in the mud of the floor, and they were forced, easy task, to drill a hole through the wall to effect a little private respiration. It was attested by numerous witnesses in various grades of life that, to these insanitary influences, and many more, the underfed peasant was nightly exposed, and of the result, a debilitated and scrofulous people, there was no want of evidence. The statements of the relieving officers of Carmarthenshire and Cardiganshire show in a striking way the same state of things. There is besides, quote, a plague more horrible still, the great number of idiots, unquote. Now a word on the climatic conditions. Quote, a strong southwest wind blows over the whole country for 8 or 9 months in the year, bringing with it torrents of rain, which discharge principally upon the western slopes of the hills. Trees are rare, except in sheltered places, and where not protected are blown out of all shape. The cottages generally crouch under some bank, or often in a ravine or quarry, and none but the smallest sheep and native cattle can live on the pastures. The young people migrate to the eastern mining districts of Glamorgan and Monmouth. Carmarthenshire is the breeding ground of the mining population and their hospital. The population can therefore barely maintain its numbers, unquote. Thus, in Cardiganshire, in 1851, there were 45,155 males and 52,459 females, a total of 97,614. In 1861, there were 44,446 males and 52,955 females, a total of 97,401. This is according to Dr. Hunter's report in Public Health, 7th Report, 1865. Back to the main text. Quote, to the insufficient quantity and miserable quality of the house accommodation generally had, says Dr. Simon in his official health report, quote, by our agricultural laborers, almost every page of Dr. Hunter's report bears testimony. And gradually, for many years past, the state of the laborer in these respects has been deteriorating, house room being now greatly more difficult for him to find, and when found, greatly less suitable to his needs than perhaps for centuries had been the case. Especially within the last 20 or 30 years, the evil has been in very rapid increase, and the household circumstances of the laborer are now in the highest degree deplorable, except in so far as they whom his labor enriches see fit to treat him with a kind of pitiful indulgence. He is quite peculiarly helpless in the matter. Whether he shall find house room on the land which he contributes to till, whether the house room which he gets shall be human or swinish, whether he shall have the little space of garden that so vastly lessens the pressure of his poverty, all this does not depend on his willingness and ability to pay reasonable rent for the decent accommodation he requires, but depends on the use which others may see fit to make of their right to do as they will with their own. However large may be a farm, there is no law that a certain proportion of laborers' dwellings, much less of decent dwellings, shall be upon it, nor does any law reserve for the laborer ever so little right in that soil to which his industry is as needful as sun and rain. An extraneous element weighs the balance heavily against him, the influence of the poor law in its provisions concerning settlement and chargeability. Footnote, in 1865 this law was improved to some extent. It will soon be learned from experience that tinkering of this sort is of no use. Back to the main text. Under this influence, each parish has a pecuniary interest in reducing to a minimum the number of its resident laborers. For, unhappily, agricultural labor, instead of implying a safe and permanent independence for the hard-working laborer and their family, implies for the most part only a longer or shorter circuit to eventual pauperism. A pauperism which, during the whole circuit, is so near that any illness or temporary failure of occupation necessitates immediate recourse to parochial relief, and thus all residents of agricultural population in a parish is glaringly an addition to its poor rates. Comment. People have asked about the term precariat, which combines the term proletariat with precarious, as if this is some kind of new condition. I said then, and I'll say it again, that the relative stability of some parts of the proletariat in some countries during some parts of the 20th century was really an exception and anomaly. The precariousness is really implied in the fact that you are a proletarian. Although again, this precarious is not equal to all parts of the proletariat. Still, largely I think that is a cope for people trying to see capitalism as not that bad or whatever. Continuing, large proprietors, and there's a footnote, in order to understand that which follows, we must remember that closed villages are those whose owners are one or two large landlords. Open villages are those whose soil belongs to many smaller landlords. It is in the latter that building speculators can build cottages and lodging houses. Back to the main text. Large proprietors have but to resolve that there shall be no laborers' dwellings on their estates, and their estates will thenceforth be virtually free from half their responsibility for the poor. How far it has been intended in the English Constitution and law that this kind of unconditional property in land should be acquirable and that a landlord, doing as he wills with his own, as is said, should be able to treat the cultivators of the soil as aliens whom he may expel from his territory is a question which I do not pretend to discuss, for that power of eviction does not exist only in theory. On a very large scale it prevails in practice, prevails as a main governing condition in the household circumstances of agricultural labor. As regards the extent of the evil, it may suffice to refer to the evidence which Dr. Hunter has compiled from the last census, that destruction of houses, notwithstanding increased local demands for them, had during the last 10 years been in progress in 821 separate parishes or townships of England, so that irrespectively of persons who had been forced to become non-resident, that is, in the parishes in which they work, these parishes and townships were receiving in 1861, as compared with 1851, a population 5 1/3% greater into house room 4.5% less. When the process of depopulation has completed itself, the result, says Dr. Hunter, is a show village where the cottages have been reduced to a few, and where none but persons who are needed as shepherds, gardeners, or gamekeepers are allowed to live, regular servants who receive the good treatment usual to their class. Footnote, a show village of this kind looks very nice, but is as unreal as the villages that Catherine II saw on her journey to the Crimea. And commenting, for those who don't know, in order to impress visiting dignitaries, they would literally set up facades of houses so that as you sailed down the river, it would look like there's a village there, but it's really just like, wooden cutouts. Continuing, in recent times, the shepherd also has often been banished from these show villages. For example, near Market Harborough is sheep farm of about 500 acres, which only employs the labor of one man. To reduce the long trudges over these wide plains, the beautiful pastures of Leicester and Northampton, the shepherd used to get a cottage on the farm. Now they give him a 13th shilling a week for lodging, that he must find far away in an open village. And commenting, we've seen this kind of story again with teachers in cities in the United States, where you can't afford to work anywhere near the school where you're teaching, to the point where there are efforts to set up public housing so that you don't have to commute an hour away to be like a junior high teacher. Anyway, back to the main text. But the land requires cultivation, and it will be found that the laborers employed upon it are not the tenants of the owner, but that they come from a neighboring open village, perhaps 3 miles off, where a numerous small proprietary had received them when their cottages were destroyed in the close villages around. Where things are tending to the above result, often the cottages which stand testify, in their unrepaired and wretched condition, to the extinction to which they're doomed. They are seen standing in the various stages of natural decay. While the shelter holds together, the laborer is permitted to rent it, and glad enough he will often be to do so, even at the price of decent lodging. But no repair, no improvement shall it receive, except such as its penniless occupants can supply. And when at last it becomes quite uninhabitable even to the humblest standard of serfdom, it will be but one more destroyed cottage, and future poor rates will be somewhat lightened. While great owners are thus escaping from poor rates through the depopulation of lands over which they have control, the nearest town or open village receive the evicted laborers. The nearest, I say, but this nearest may mean 3 or 4 miles distant from the farm where the laborer has their daily toil. To that daily toil there will then have to be added, as though it were nothing, the daily need of walking 6 or 8 miles for power of earning their bread. And whatever farm work is done by their wife and children is done at the same disadvantage. Nor is this nearly all the toil which the distance occasions them. In the open village, cottage speculators buy scraps of land, which they throng as densely as they can, with the cheapest of all possible hovels, and into those wretched habitations which, even if they adjoin the open country, have some of the worst features of the worst town residences, crowd the agricultural laborers of England. Footnote quoting Dr. Hunter's report, the laborers' houses in the open villages, which of course are always overcrowded, are usually in rows, built with their backs against the extreme edge of the plot of land, which the builder could call his, and on this account are not allowed light and air except from the front, unquote. Very often the beer seller or grocer of the village is at the same time the letter of its houses. In this case, the agricultural laborer finds in them a second master besides the farmer. He must be his customer as well as his tenant. Quoting Dr. Hunter again, the hind, with his 10 shillings a week, minus a rent of £4 a year, is obliged to buy at the seller's own terms his modicum of tea, sugar, flour, soap, candles, and beer, unquote. These open villages form, in fact, the penal settlements of the English agricultural proletariat. Many of the cottages are simply lodging houses, through which all the rabble of the neighborhood passes. The country laborer and their family, who had often, in a way truly wonderful, preserved, under the foulest conditions, a thoroughness and purity of character, go in these utterly to the devil. It is, of course, the fashion amongst the aristocratic Shylocks to shrug their shoulders pharisaically at the building speculators, the small landlords, and the open villages. They know well enough that their closed villages and show villages are the birthplaces of the open villages and could not exist without them. Quoting the doctor again, the laborers, were it not for the small owners, would, for by far the most part, have to sleep under the trees of the farms on which they work, unquote. The system of open and closed villages obtains in all the Midland counties and throughout the east of England. Back to the main text. Nor, on the other hand, must it be supposed that even when the laborer is housed upon the lands which they cultivate, their household circumstances are generally such as their life of productive industry would seem to deserve. Even on princely estates, their cottage may be of the meanest description. There are landlords who deem any sty good enough for their laborer and their family, and who yet do not disdain to drive with them the hardest possible bargain for rent. Footnote quoting Dr. Hunter, the employer is directly or indirectly securing to themselves the profit on a man employed at 10 shillings a week and receiving from this poor hind £4 or £5 annual rent for houses not worth £20 in a really free market, but maintained at their artificial value by the power of the owner to say, use my house or go seek a hiring elsewhere, without a character reference from me. Does a man wish to better himself, to go as a plate layer on the railway, or to begin quarry work, the same power is ready with work for me at this low rate of wages, or be gone at a week's notice. Take your pig with you, and get what you can for the potatoes growing in your garden. Should his interest appear to be better served by it, an enhanced rent is sometimes preferred in these cases by the owner, i.e. the farmer, as the penalty for leaving his service, unquote. Back to the main text. It may be but a ruinous one-bedroomed hut, having no fire grate, no privy, no opening window, no water supply but the ditch, no garden, but the laborer is helpless against the wrong, and the Nuisances Removal Acts are a mere dead letter, in great part dependent for their working on such cottage owners as the one from whom the laborer's hovel is rented. From brighter, but exceptional scenes, it is requisite in the interests of justice that attention should again be drawn to the overwhelming preponderance of facts which are a reproach to the civilization of England. Lamentable indeed must be the case when, notwithstanding all that's evident with regard to the quality of the present accommodation, it is the common conclusion of competent observers that even the general badness of dwellings is an evil infinitely less urgent than their mere numerical insufficiency. For years, the overcrowding of rural laborers' dwellings has been a matter of deep concern, not only to persons who care for sanitary good, but to persons who care for decent and moral life. For again and again, in phrases so uniform that they seem stereotyped, reporters on the spread of epidemic disease in rural districts have insisted on the extreme importance of that overcrowding as an influence which renders it a quite hopeless task to attempt the limiting of any infection which is introduced. And again it has been pointed out that, notwithstanding the many salubrious influences which there are in country life, the crowding which so favors the extension of contagious disease also favors the origination of disease which is not contagious, and those who have denounced the overcrowded state of our rural population have not been silent as to a further mischief. Even where their primary concern has been only with the injury to health, often almost perforce they have referred to other relations on the subject. In showing how frequently it happens that adult persons of both sexes, married and unmarried, are huddled together in single, small sleeping rooms, their reports have carried the conviction that, under the circumstances they describe, decency must always be outraged, and morality almost of necessity must suffer. Footnote quoting Dr. Hunter, new married couples are no edifying study for grown-up brothers and sisters, and though instances must not be recorded, sufficient data are remembered to warrant the remark that Great Depression and sometimes death are the lot of the female participator in the offense of incest, unquote. A member of the rural police who had for many years been a detective in the worst quarters of London says of the girls of his village, quote, their boldness and shamelessness I never saw equaled during some years of police life and detective duty in the worst parts of London. They live like pigs, great boys and girls, mothers and fathers, all sleeping in one room in many instances, unquote. Back to the main text. Thus, for instance, in the appendix of my last annual report, Dr. Ord, reporting on an outbreak of fever at Wing in Buckinghamshire, mentions how a young man who had come thither from Wingrave with fever Quote, in the first days of his illness slept in a room with 9 other persons. Within a fortnight, several of these persons were attacked, and in the course of a few weeks, 5 out of the 9 had fever, and 1 died. Unquote. From Dr. Harvey of St. George's Hospital, who, on private professional business, visited Wing during the time of the epidemic, I received information exactly in the sense of the above report. Quote, a young woman having fever lay at night in a room occupied by her father and brother, her bastard child, 2 young men, her brothers, and her 2 sisters, each with a bastard child, 10 persons in all. A few weeks ago, 13 persons slept in it. And that's the end of that very long quoted passage from the Public Health 7th Report, 1865. Back to Marx. Dr. Hunter investigated 5,375 cottages of agricultural laborers, not only in the purely agricultural districts, but in all counties of England. Of these, 2,195 had only 1 bedroom, often at the same time used as a living room. 2,930 had only 2, and 250 more than 2. I will give a few specimens culled from a dozen counties. 1. Bedfordshire. Rustlingworth. Bedrooms about 12 feet long and 10 broad, although many are smaller than this. The small, one-storied cots are often divided by partitions into 2 bedrooms, 1 bed frequently in a kitchen, 5 feet 6 inches in height. Rent, £3 a year. The tenants have to make their own privies, the landlord only supplies a hole. As soon as one has made a privy, it is made use of by the whole neighborhood. One house belonging to a family called Richardson was of quite unapproachable beauty. Quote, its plaster walls bulged very like a lady's dress in a curtsy. One gable end was convex, the other concave, and on this last, unfortunately, stood the chimney, a curved tube of clay and wood like an elephant's trunk. A long stick served as prop to prevent the chimney from falling. The doorway and window were rhomboidal. Unquote. Of 17 houses visited, only 4 had more than 1 bedroom, and those 4 overcrowded. The cots with 1 bedroom sheltered 3 adults and 3 children, a married couple with 6 children, etc. In Dunton, high rents from £4 to £5. Weekly wages of the man, 10 shillings. They hope to pay the rent by the straw plating of the family. The higher the rent, the greater the number that must work together to pay it. 6 adults, living with 4 children in 1 sleeping apartment, pay £3, 10 shillings for it. The cheapest house in Dunton, 15 feet long externally, 10 broad, let for £3. Only 1 of the houses investigated had 2 bedrooms. A little outside the village, a house whose, quote, tenants dunged against the house side, unquote, the lower 9 inches of the door eaten away through sheer rottenness, the doorway, a single opening closed at night by a few bricks, ingeniously pushed up after shutting and covered with some matting. Half a window, with glass and frame, had gone the way of all flesh. Here, without furniture, huddled together were 3 adults and 5 children. Dunton is not worse than the rest of Biggleswade Union. 2. Berkshire. Beanham. In June 1864, a man, his wife, and 4 children lived in a cot, a 1-storied cottage. A daughter came home from service with scarlet fever. She died. 1 child sickened and died. The mother and 1 child were down with typhus when Dr. Hunter was called in. The father and 1 child slept outside. But the difficulty of securing isolation was seen here, for in the crowded market of the miserable village lay the linen of the fever-stricken household waiting for the wash. The rent of H's house, 1 shilling a week, 1 bedroom for man, wife, and 6 children. 1 house let for 8 a week, 14 feet 6 inches long, 7 feet broad, kitchen 6 feet high, the bedroom without window, fireplace, door, or opening, except into the lobby, no garden. A man lived here for a little while with 2 grown-up daughters and 1 grown-up son. Father and son slept on the bed, the girls in the passage. Each of the latter had a child while the family was living here, but one went to the workhouse for her confinement and then came home. 3. Buckinghamshire. 30 cottages on 1,000 acres of land contained here about 130 to 140 persons. The parish of Bradenham comprises 1,000 acres. It numbered in 1851 36 houses and a population of 84 males and 54 females. This inequality of the sexes was partly remedied in 1861 when they numbered 98 males and 87 females. Increase in 10 years of 14 men and 33 women. Meanwhile, the number of houses was 1 less. Winslow. A great part of this was newly built in good style. The demand for houses appears very marked, since very miserable cots are let at 1 shilling to 1 shilling 3 pence per week. Water Eaton. Here the landlords, in view of the increasing population, have destroyed about 20% of the existing houses. A poor laborer, who had to go about 4 miles to his work, answered the question whether he could not find a cot nearer, quote, "No, they know better than to take a man in with my large family." Tinker's End, near Winslow. A bedroom in which were 4 adults and 4 children, 11 feet long, 9 feet broad, 6 feet 5 inches high at its highest part. Another 11 feet 3 inches by 9 feet, 5 feet 10 inches high, sheltered 6 persons. Each of these families had less space than is considered necessary for a convict. No house had more than 1 bedroom, not one of them a back door, water very scarce, weekly rent from 1 shilling 4 pence to 2 shillings. In 16 of the houses visited, only 1 man that earned 10 shillings a week. The quantity of air for each person under the circumstances just described corresponds to that which they would have if they were shut up in a box of 4 feet measuring each way the whole night. But then the ancient dens afforded a certain amount of unintentional ventilation. 4. Cambridgeshire. Gamblingay belongs to several landlords. It contains the wretchedest cots to be found anywhere. Much straw plating. Quote, "A deadly lassitude, a hopeless surrendering up to filth," unquote, reigns in Gamblingay. The neglect in its center becomes mortification at its extremities, north and south, where the houses are rotting to pieces. The absentee landlords bleed this poor rookery too freely. The rents are very high, 8 or 9 persons packed in 1 sleeping apartment. In 2 cases, 6 adults, each with 1 or 2 children in 1 small bedroom. 5. Essex. In this county, diminutions in the number of persons and of cottages go, in many parishes, hand in hand. In not less than 22 parishes, however, the destruction of houses has not prevented increase of population, or has not brought about that expulsion which, under the name migration to towns, generally occurs. In Fingringhoe, a parish of 3,443 acres, were, in 1851, 145 houses. In 1861, only 110. But the people did not wish to go away, and managed even to increase under these circumstances. In 1851, 252 persons inhabited 61 houses. But in 1861, 262 persons were squeezed into 49 houses. In Basildon, in 1851, 157 persons lived on 1,827 acres in 35 houses. At the end of 10 years, 180 persons in 27 houses. In the parishes of Fingringhoe, South Fambridge, Woodford, Basildon, and Ramsden Crags, in 1851, 1,392 persons were living on 8,449 acres in 316 houses. In 1861, on the same area, 1,473 persons in 249 houses. 6. Herefordshire. This little county has suffered more from the eviction spirit than any other in England. At Nadby, overcrowded cottages generally, with only 2 bedrooms, belonging for the most part to the farmers. They easily let them for £3 or £4 a year, and paid a weekly wage of 9 shillings. 7. Huntingdon. Hartford had, in 1851, 87 houses. Shortly after this, 19 cottages were destroyed in this small parish of 1,720 acres. Population in 1831, 452. In 1852, 382. And in 1861, 341. 14 cottages, each with 1 bedroom, were visited. In one, a married couple, 3 grown-up sons, 1 grown-up daughter, 4 children, in all 10. In other, 3 adults, 6 children. One of these rooms, in which 8 people slept, was 12 feet 10 inches long, 12 feet 2 inches broad, 6 feet 9 inches high. The average, without making any deduction for projections into the apartment, gave about 130 cubic feet per head. In the 14 sleeping rooms, 34 adults and 33 children. These cottages are seldom provided with gardens, but many of the inmates are able to farm small allotments at 10 shillings or 12 shillings per rood. These allotments are at a distance from the houses, which are without privies. The family, quote, must either go to the allotment to deposit their ordures, unquote, or, as happens in this place, saving your presence, quote, use a closet with a trough set like a drawer in a chest of drawers, and drawn out weekly, and conveyed to the allotment to be emptied where its contents were wanted, unquote. In Japan, the circle of life conditions moves more decently than this. 8. Lincolnshire. Langtoft. A man lives here, in Wright's house, with his wife, her mother, and 5 children. The house has a front kitchen, scullery, bedroom over the front kitchen. Front kitchen and bedroom, 12 feet 2 inches by 9 feet 5 inches. The whole ground floor, 21 feet 2 inches by 9 feet 5 inches. The bedroom is a garret. The walls run together into the roof like a sugar loaf, a dormer window opening in front. Questions were asked. Why did he live here? On account of the garden? No, it's very small. Rent? It's high, 1 shilling 3 pence per week. Is it near his work? No, 6 miles away so that he walks daily, to and fro 12 miles. He lived there because it was a tenantable cot, unquote, and because he wanted to have a cot for himself alone, anywhere, at any price, and in any conditions. The following are the statistics of 12 houses in Langtoft, with 12 bedrooms, 38 adults, and 36 children. So there's a chart here labeled 12 houses in Langtoft, and it shows the number of bedrooms, the number of adults, the number of children, and the total number of persons. Each of the houses has 1 bedroom, and the number of adults ranges from 2 to 5. The number of children also ranges from 0 to 5, and the total number of persons ranges from 2 to 9. 9. Kent. Kennington, very seriously overpopulated in 1859 when diphtheria appeared, and the parish doctor instituted a medical inquiry into the condition of the poorer classes. He found that in this locality, where much labor is employed, various cots had been destroyed, and no new ones built. In one district stood 4 houses named bird cages. Each had 4 rooms of the following dimensions in feet and inches. Kitchen, 9 feet 5 inches by 8 feet 11 inches by 6 feet 6 inches. Scullery, 8 feet 6 inches by 4 feet 6 by 6 feet 6. Bedroom 1, 8 feet 5 inches by 5 foot 10 by 6 foot 3. Bedroom 2, 8 feet 3 inches by 8 feet 4 inches by 6 feet 3 inches. 10. Northamptonshire. Brinworth, Pickford, and Flor. In these villages, in the winter, 20 to 30 men were lounging about the streets from want of work. The farmers do not always till sufficiently the corn and turnip lands, and the landlord has found it best to throw all his farms together into 2 or 3, hence want of employment. Whilst on one side of the wall the land calls for labor, on the other side the defrauded laborers are casting at it longing glances. Feverishly overworked in summer and half-starved in winter, it is no wonder if they say in their peculiar dialect, "The parson and gentlefolk seem frit to death at them." At Flor, instances of 1 bedroom of the smallest size, of couples with 4, 5, or 6 children, 3 adults with 5 children, a couple with grandfather, and 6 children down with scarlet fever, etc., in 2 houses with 2 bedrooms, 2 families of 8, and 9 adults respectively. 11. Wiltshire. Stratton. 31 houses visited, 8 with only 1 bedroom. Pentle, in the same parish, a cot let at 1 shilling 3 pence weekly, with 4 adults and 4 children, have nothing good about it except the walls, from the floor of roughly hewn pieces of stone to the roof of worn-out thatch. 12. Worcestershire. House destruction here not quite so excessive, yet from 1851 to 1861, the number of inhabitants to each house on the average has risen from 4.2 to 4.6. Badsey. Many cots and little gardens here. Some of the farmers declare that the cots are, quote, "a great nuisance here because they bring the poor," unquote. On the statement of one gentleman, quote, "The poor are none the better for them. If you build 500, they will let fast enough. In fact, the more you build, the more they want," unquote. Comment, imagine that. People need housing. Continuing, according to him, the houses give birth to the inhabitants, who then by a law of nature press on the, quote, "means of housing," unquote. Dr. Hunter remarks, quote, "Now these poor must come from somewhere, and as there is no particular attraction, such as doles or welfare at Badsey, it must be repulsion from some other unfit place which will send them here. If each could find an allotment near their work, they would not prefer Badsey, where they pay for their scrap of ground twice as much as the farmer pays for his," unquote. The continual emigration to the towns, the continual formation of surplus population in the country through the concentration of farms, conversion of arable land into pasture, machinery, etc., and the continual eviction of the agricultural population by the destruction of their cottages go hand in hand. The more empty the district is of men, the greater is its, quote, "relative surplus population." The greater is their pressure on the means of employment. The greater is the absolute excess of the agricultural population over the means for housing it. The greater, therefore, in the villages is the local surplus population and the most pestilential packing together of human beings. The packing together of knots of men in scattered little villages and small country towns corresponds to the forcible draining of men from the surface of the land. The continuous superseding of the agricultural laborers, in spite of their diminishing number and the increasing mass of their products, gives birth to their pauperism. Their pauperism is ultimately a motive to their eviction and the chief source of their miserable housing, which breaks down their last power of resistance and makes them more slaves of the landed proprietors and the farmers. Footnote quoting Dr. Hunter, "The heaven-born employment of the hind gives dignity even to his position. He is not a slave but a soldier of peace, and deserves his place in married men's quarters to be provided by the landlord, who has claimed a power of enforced labor similar to that the country demands of the soldier. He no more receives market price for his work than does the soldier. Like the soldier, he is caught young, ignorant, knowing only his own trade and his own locality. Early marriage and the operation of the various laws of settlement affect the one as enlistment and the Mutiny Act affect the other." Unquote. Sometimes an exceptionally soft-hearted landlord relents as the solitude he has created. Quote, "It is a melancholy thing to stand alone in one's country," said Lord Leicester when complimented on the completion of Hookham. Quote, "I look around and not a house is to be seen but mine. I am the giant of Giant Castle and have eat up all my neighbors." Unquote. Comment. That's kind of chilling, actually. Back to the main text. "Thus, the minimum of wages becomes a law of nature to them. On the other hand, the land, in spite of its constant relative surplus population, is at the same time underpopulated. This is seen, not only locally at the points where the efflux of men to towns, mines, railroad making, etc. is most marked. It is to be seen everywhere, in harvest time as well as in spring and summer, at those frequently recurring times when English agriculture, so careful and intensive, wants extra hands. There are always too many agricultural laborers for the ordinary, and always too few for the exceptional or temporary needs of the cultivation of the soil." Footnote. A similar movement is seen during the last 10 years in France. In proportion as capitalist production there takes possession of agriculture, it drives the surplus agricultural population into the towns. Here also we find deterioration in the housing and other conditions at the source of the surplus population. On the special Proletariat foncier, or land proletariat, to which the system of parceling out the land has given rise, see among others the work of Colin, already quoted, and Karl Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, second edition, 1869. In 1846, the town population in France was represented by 24.42%, the agricultural by 75.58%. In 1861, the town by 28.86%, the agricultural by 71.14%. During the last 5 years, the diminution of the agricultural percentage of the population has been yet more marked. As early as 1846, Pierre Dupont, in his Workers or Ouvriers, sang, "Badly clothed, living in holes, under the eaves, in the ruins, with the owls and the thieves, companions of the shadows." Back to the main text. Hence we find in the official documents contradictory complaints from the same places of deficiency and excess of labor simultaneously. The temporary or local want of labor brings about no rise in wages, but instead a forcing of the women and children into the fields, and exploitation at an age constantly lowered. As soon as the exploitation of the women and children takes place on a larger scale, it becomes in turn a new means of making a surplus population of the male agricultural laborer, and of keeping down his wage. In the east of England thrives a beautiful fruit of this vicious circle, the so-called gang system, to which I must briefly return here. And there's a footnote that the sixth and last report of the Children's Employment Commission, published at the end of March 1867, deals solely with the agricultural gang system. Continuing the main text, the gang system obtains almost exclusively in the counties of Lincoln, Huntingdon, Cambridge, Norfolk, Suffolk, and Nottingham, here and there in the neighboring counties of Northampton, Bedford, and Rutland. Lincolnshire will serve us as an example. A large part of this county is new land. Marsh formerly, or even, as in others of the eastern counties just named, won lately from the sea. The steam engine has worked wonders in the way of drainage. What once were fens and sandbanks bear now a luxuriant sea of corn and the highest of rents. The same thing holds of the alluvial lands won by human endeavor, as in the island of Axholme and other parishes on the banks of the Trent. In proportion as the new farms arose, not only were no new cottages built, old ones were demolished, and the supply of labor had to come from open villages, miles away, by long roads that wound along the sides of the hills. There alone had the population formerly found shelter from the incessant floods of the winter time. The laborers that dwell on the farms of 400 to 1,000 acres, they are called confined laborers, are solely employed on such kinds of agricultural work as is permanent, difficult, and carried on by aid of horses. For every 100 acres, there is, on an average, scarcely one cottage. A fen farmer, for example, gave evidence before the Commission of Inquiry, quote, "I farm 320 acres, all arable land. I have not one cottage on my farm. I have only one laborer on my farm now. I have 4 horsemen lodging about. we get light work done by gangs. That's quoting the Child's Employment Commission's 6th report. The soil requires much light field labor, such as weeding, hoeing, certain processes of manuring, removing of stones, etc. This is done by the gangs, or organized bands that dwell in the open villages. The gang consists of 10 to 40 or 50 persons, women, young persons of both sexes, 13 to 18 years of age, although the boys are for the most part eliminated at the age of 13, and children of both sexes, 6 to 13 years of age. At the head is the gangmaster, always an ordinary agricultural laborer, generally what is called a bad lot, a scapegrace, unsteady, drunken, but with a dash of enterprise and savoir-faire. He is the recruiting sergeant for the gang, which works under him, not under the farmer. He generally arranges with the latter for piecework, and his income, which on the average is not very much above that of an ordinary agricultural laborer, depends almost entirely upon the dexterity with which he manages to extract within the shortest time the greatest possible amount of labor from his gang. Footnote regarding gangmasters' income: some gangmasters have worked themselves up to the position of farmers of 500 acres, or proprietors of whole rows of houses. Back to the main text. The farmers have discovered that women work steadily only under the direction of men, but that women and children, once set going, impetuously spend their life force, as S4A knew, while the adult male laborer is shrewd enough to economize his as much as he can. The gangmaster goes from one farm to another, and thus employs his gang from 6 to 8 months in the year. Employment by him is therefore much more lucrative and more certain for the laboring families than employment by the individual farmer, who only employs children occasionally. This circumstance so completely rivets his influence in the open villages that children are generally only to be hired through his instrumentality. The lending out of these individually, independently of the gang, is his second trade. The, quote, drawbacks of the system are the overwork of the children and young persons, the enormous marches that they make daily to and from the farms, 5, 6, and sometimes 7 miles distant. Finally, the demoralization of the gang. Although the gangmaster, who in some districts is called the driver, is armed with a long stick, he uses it but seldom, and complaints of brutal treatment are exceptional. He is a democratic emperor, or a kind of Pied Piper of Hamelin. He must therefore be popular with his subjects, and he binds them to himself by the charms of the gypsy life under his direction. Coarse freedom, a noisy jollity, and obscenest impudence give attractions to the gang. Generally, the gangmaster pays up in a public house, then he returns home at the head of the procession reeling drunk, propped up right and left by a stalwart virago, while children and young persons bring up the rear, boisterous, and singing chaffing and bawdy songs. On the return journey, what S4A calls phanerogamy is the order of the day. The getting with child of girls 13 and 14 by their male companions of the same age is common. The open villages which supply the contingent of the gang become Sodoms and Gomorrahs, and have twice as high a rate of illegitimate births as the rest of the kingdom. Footnote, quoting the Child's Employment Commission report, half of the girls of Ludford have been ruined by going out in gangs. Back to the main text. The moral character of girls bred in these schools, when married women, was shown above. Their children, when opium does not give them the finishing stroke, are born recruits of the gang. The gang, in its classical form just described, is called the public, common, or tramping gang. For there are also private gangs. These are made up in the same way as the common gang, but count fewer members and work, not under a gangmaster, but under some old farm servant, whom the farmer does not know how to employ in any better way. The gypsy fun has vanished here, but according to all witnesses, the payment and treatment of the children is worse. The gang system, which during the last years has steadily increased, clearly does not exist for the sake of the gangmaster. Footnote, quoting the Child's Employment Commission report again, they, gangs, have greatly increased of late years. In some places they're said to have been introduced at comparatively late dates. In others, where gangs have been known for many years, more and younger children are employed in them. Back to the main text. The gang system exists for the enrichment of the large farmers, and indirectly of the landlords. 2 footnotes, the first again quoting the Child's Employment Commission report, small farmers never employ gangs. It is not on poor land, but on land which affords rent of from 40 to 50 shillings that women and children are employed in the greatest numbers, unquote. Second footnote, to one of these gentlemen the taste of his rent was so grateful that he indignantly declared to the Commission of Inquiry that the whole hubbub was only due to the name of the system. If instead of gang, it were called the Agricultural Juvenile Industrial Self-Supporting Association, everything would be all right. Back to the main text. For the farmer, there is no more ingenious method of keeping his laborers well below the normal level, and yet of always having an extra hand ready for extra work, of extracting the greatest possible amount of labor with the least possible amount of money, and of making adult male labor redundant. Footnote, again quoting the report, "Gang work is cheaper than other work. That is why they're employed," says a former gang master. The gang system is decidedly the cheapest for the farmer, and decidedly the worst for the children, says a farmer. Back to the main text. From the exposition already made, it will be understood why, on the one hand, a greater or less lack of employment for the agricultural laborer is admitted, while on the other the gang system is at the same time declared necessary, on account of the want of adult male labor and its migration to the towns. Footnote, again quoting the report, "Undoubtedly much of the work now done by children in gangs used to be done by men and women. More men are out of work now where children and women are employed than formerly." Unquote. On the other hand, quote, "The labor question in some agricultural districts, particularly the arable, is becoming so serious in consequence of emigration, and the facility afforded by railways for getting to large towns, that I being the steward of a great lord, thinks the services of children are most indispensable." Unquote. For the labor question in English agricultural districts, differently from the rest of the civilized world, means the landlords and farmers question, viz., how is it possible, despite an always increasing exodus of the agricultural folk, to keep up a sufficient relative surplus population in the country, and by means of it, keep the wages of the agricultural laborer at a minimum? Back to the main text. The cleanly weeded land and the uncleanly human weeds of Lincolnshire are pole and counterpole of capitalistic production. Footnote, the public health report, wherein dealing with the subject of children's mortality, the gang system is treated in passing, remains unknown to the press, and therefore to the English public. On the other hand, the last report of the Child's Employment Commission afforded the press sensational copy always welcome. Whilst the liberal press asked how the fine gentlemen and ladies, and the well-paid clergy of the state church with whom Lincolnshire swarms, could allow such a system to arise on their estates, under their very eyes, they who send out expressly missions to the Antipodes, quote, "for the improvement of the morals of South Sea Islanders," the more refined press confined itself to reflections on the coarse degradation of the agricultural population who are capable of selling their children into such slavery. Under the accursed conditions to which these quote-unquote delicate people condemn the agricultural laborer, it would not be surprising if he ate his own children. What is really wonderful is the healthy integrity of character he has in great part retained. The official reports prove that the parents, even in the gang districts, loathe the gang system. Quote, "There is much in the evidence that shows that the parents of the children would, in many instances, be glad to be aided by the requirements of a legal obligation to resist the pressure and the temptations to which they are often subject. They are liable to be urged, at times by the parish officers, at times by employers, under threats of being themselves discharged, to be taken to work at an age when school attendance would be manifestly to their greater advantage. All that time and strength wasted, all the suffering from extra and unprofitable fatigue produced to the laborer and to his children, every instance in which the parent may have traced the moral ruin of his child to the undermining of delicacy by the overcrowding of cottages, or to the contaminating influences of the public gang, must have been so many incentives to feelings in the minds of the laboring poor, which can be well understood, and which it would be needless to particularize. They must be conscious that much bodily and mental pain has thus been inflicted upon them from causes for which they were in no way answerable, to which, had it been in their power, they would have in no way consented, and against which they were powerless to struggle." Unquote. F. Ireland. In concluding this section, we must travel for a moment to Ireland. First, the main facts of the case. The population of Ireland had, in 1841, reached 8,222,664. In 1851, it had dwindled to 6,623,985. In 1861, to 5,850,309. In 1866, to 5.5 millions, nearly to its level in 1801. The diminution began with the famine year, 1846, so that Ireland, in less than 20 years, lost more than 5/16 of its people. Footnote, population of Ireland, 1801, 5,319,867 persons, 1811, 6,084,996, 1821, 6,869,544. 1831, 7,828,347, 1841, 8,222,664. Back to the main text. Its total immigration from May 1851 to July 1865 numbered 1,591,487. The immigration during the years 1861 to 65 was more than 500,000. The number of inhabited houses fell from 1851 to 1861 by 52,990. From 1851 to 61, the number of holdings of 15 to 30 acres increased 61,000. That of holdings over 30 acres, 109,000, whilst the total number of all farms fell 120,000, a fall therefore solely due to the suppression of farms under 15 acres, i.e., to their centralization. Then we have a table, Table A, labeled Livestock, which shows the total number of horses, cattle, sheep, and pigs for each year from 1860 to 1865. Overall, the number of horses decreased from about 620,000 to 548,000. Cattle from 3.6 million to 3.5 million. Sheep increased slightly from 3.5 million to 3.7 million. And pigs increased just slightly from 1.27 million to 1.3 million. The decrease of the population was naturally accompanied by a decrease in the mass of products. For our purpose, it suffices to consider the 5 years from 1861 to 65, during which over 500,000 emigrated, and the absolute number of people sank by more than 1/3 From the above table, it results, and then there's a shorter table which just discusses the absolute decrease or increase in horses, cattle, sheep, and pigs. Footnote, the result would be found yet more unfavorable if we went further back. Thus, sheep in 1865, 3,688,742, but in 1856, almost the same number and slightly higher, 3,694,294. Pigs in 1865, 1,299,893, but in 1858, 1,409,883. Back to the main text. Let us now turn to agriculture, which yields the means of subsistence for cattle and for humans. In the following table is calculated the decrease or increase for each separate year, as compared with its immediate predecessor, so year-over-year increase or decrease. The cereal crops include wheat, oats, barley, rye, beans, and peas. The green crops, potatoes, turnips, marigolds, beetroot, cabbages, carrots, parsnips, vetches, etc. Then we have Table B, increase or decrease in the area under crops and grass in acreage. For cereal crops, there's a decrease every year. For green crops, there's a decrease every year except for 1865. For grass and clover, there's an increase every year except for 1861. For flax, there's an increase every year except for 1865. And total cultivated land, a decrease every year except for 1864. In all, cereal crops showed a decrease for this 5-year period. Green crops a decrease, grass and clover an increase, flax an increase, and total cultivated land a decrease. In the year 1865, 127,470 additional acres came under the heading grassland, chiefly because the area under the heading of bog and waste unoccupied decreased by 101,543 acres. If we compare 1865 with 1864, there's a decrease in cereals of 246,667 quarters, a quarter being 28 pounds, of which 48,999 were wheat, 160,605 oats, 29,892 barley, etc. The decrease in potatoes was 446,398 tons, although the area of their cultivation increased in 1865. From the movement of population and the agricultural produce of Ireland, we pass to the movement in the purse of its landlords, larger farmers, and industrial capitalists. It is reflected in the rise and fall of the income tax. It may be remembered that Schedule D, profits with the exception of those of farmers, includes also the so-called professional profits, meaning the income of lawyers, doctors, etc. And the Schedules C and E, in which no special details are given, includes the incomes of employees, officers, state sinecurists, state fund holders, etc. And then we have Table C, increase or decrease in the area under cultivation, product per acre, and total product of 1865 compared with 1864. This is a really large table which again breaks down the wheat, oats, barley, and other specific crops. There's a footnote there. The data of the text are put together from the materials of the Agricultural Statistics, Ireland, General Abstracts, Dublin, for the years 1860 and following, and Agricultural Statistics, Ireland, tables showing the estimated average produce, etc., Dublin, 1866. These statistics are official and laid before Parliament annually. And there's a note to the second edition. The official statistics for the year 1872 show, as compared with 1871, a decrease in area under cultivation of 134,915 acres. An increase occurred in the cultivation of green crops, turnips, mangold, wurzel, and the like, this last thing being a species of beet. A decrease in the area under cultivation for wheat of 16,000 acres. Oats, 14,000. Barley and rye, 4,000. Potatoes, 66,632. Flax, 34,667. Grass, clover, vetches, rapeseed, 30,000. The soil under cultivation for wheat shows for the last 5 years the following stages of decrease. 1868, 285,000 acres. 1869, 280,000. 1870, 259,000. 1871, 244,000, 1872, 228,000. For 1872 we find, in round numbers, an increase of 2,600 horses, 80,000 horned cattle, 68,609 sheep, and a decrease of 236,000 pigs. Returning to the main text, we see Table D, the income tax on the subjoined incomes in pounds sterling, from the 10th Report of the Commissioners of Inland Revenue, London, 1866. I'll put that on the screen, and Marx says, under Schedule D, the average annual increase of income from 1853 to 1864 was only 0.93, whilst in the same period in Great Britain it was 4.58. The following table shows the distribution of the profits, with the exception of those of farmers, for the years 1864 and 1865. Then we have Table E, which is titled Schedule D, Income from Profits over £60 in Ireland. And it has figures for 1864 and 1865 for the total yearly income, the yearly income over £60 and under £100, then a field labeled of the yearly total income, then remainder of the total yearly income, then a field titled of these, which summarizes it. And basically what Marx has done is to take the yearly income and say how many people it's divided among. So for example, for 1864, it says 1,073,906 divided among 1,010 persons, but there's also 262,819 divided among 3. And that inequality increases in the next year. Then there's a footnote. The total yearly income under Schedule D is different in this table from that which appears in the preceding ones because of certain deductions allowed by law. Back to the main text. England, a country with fully developed capitalist production and preeminently industrial, would have bled to death with such a drain of population as Ireland has suffered. But Ireland is at present only an agricultural district of England, marked off by a wide channel from the country to which it yields corn, wool, cattle, industrial, and military recruits. The depopulation of Ireland has thrown much of the land out of cultivation, has greatly diminished the produce of the soil. Footnote, if the product also diminishes relatively per acre, it must not be forgotten that for a century and a half, England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without as much as allowing its cultivators the means for making up the constituents of the soil that has been exhausted. Back to the main text, and in spite of the greater area devoted to cattle breeding, has brought about in some of its branches an absolute diminution, in others an advance scarcely worthy of mention, and constantly interrupted by retrogressions. Nevertheless, with the fallen numbers of the population, rents and farmers' profits rose, although the latter not as steadily as the former. The reason of this is easily comprehensible. On the one hand, with the throwing of small holdings into large ones, and the change of arable into pasture land, a larger part of the whole produce was transformed into surplus produce. The surplus produce increased, although the total produce, of which it formed a fraction, decreased. On the other hand, the money value of this surplus produce increased yet more rapidly than its mass, in consequence of the rise in the English market price of meat, wool, etc. during the last 20 and especially during the last 10 years. The scattered means of production that serve the producers themselves as means of employment and of subsistence, without expanding their own value by the incorporation of the labor of others, are no more capital than a product consumed by its own producer is a commodity. If, with the mass of the population, that of the means of production employed in agriculture also diminished, the mass of the capital employed in agriculture increased because a part of the means of production that were formerly scattered was concentrated and turned into capital. The total capital of Ireland outside agriculture, employed in industry and trade, accumulated during the last 2 decades slowly and with great and constantly recurring fluctuations. So much the more rapidly did the concentration of its individual constituents develop, and however small its absolute increase, in proportion to the dwindling population, it had increased largely. Here then, under our own eyes and on a large scale, a process is revealed, than which nothing more excellent could be wished for by orthodox economy for the support of its dogma, that misery springs from absolute surplus population, and that equilibrium is re-established by depopulation. This is a far more important experiment than was the plague in the middle of the 14th century, so belauded of Malthusians. Note further, if only the naivete of the schoolmaster could apply to the conditions of production and population of the 19th century, the standard of the 14th, this naivete into the bargain overlooked the fact that whilst, after the plague and the decimation that accompanied it, followed on this side of the Channel in England, enfranchisement and enrichment of the agricultural population, on that side, in France, followed greater servitude and more misery. Footnote, as Ireland is regarded as the promised land of the so-called principle of population, Sadler, before the publication of his work on population, issued his famous book, Ireland, Its Evils and Their Remedies, 2nd edition, London, 1829. Here, by comparison of the statistics of the individual provinces and of the individual counties in each province, he proves that the misery there is not, as Malthus would have it, in proportion to the number of the population, but in inverse ratio to this. Back to the main text. The Irish famine of 1846 killed more than 1 million people, but it killed poor devils only. To the wealth of the country it did not the slightest damage. The exodus of the next 20 years, an exodus still constantly increasing, it did not, as for example the 30 Years' War, decimate, along with the human beings, their means of production. Irish genius discovered an altogether new way of spiriting a poor people thousands of miles away from the scene of its misery. The exiles transplanted to the United States send home sums of money every year as traveling expenses for those left behind. Every troop that emigrates one year draws another after it the next. Thus, instead of costing Ireland anything, emigration forms one of the most lucrative branches of its export trade. Finally, it is a systematic process, which does not simply make a passing gap in the population, but sucks out of it every year more people than are replaced by the births, so that the absolute level of the population falls year by year. Footnote, between 1851 and 1874, the total number of immigrants amounted to 2,325,922. Back to the main text. What were the consequences for the Irish laborers left behind and freed from the surplus population? That the relative surplus population is today as great as before 1846, that wages are just as low, that the oppression of the laborers has increased, that misery is forcing the country toward a new crisis. The facts are simple. The revolution in agriculture has kept pace with emigration. The production of relative surplus population has more than kept pace with the absolute depopulation. A glance at Table C shows that the change of arable to pasture land must work yet more acutely in Ireland than in England. In England, the cultivation of green crops increases with the breeding of cattle. In Ireland, it decreases. Whilst a large number of acres that were formerly tilled lie idle or are turned permanently into grassland, a great part of the wasteland and peat bogs that were unused formerly become of service for the extension of cattle breeding. The smaller and medium farmers, I reckon among these all who do not cultivate more than 100 acres, still make up about 8/10 of the whole number. Footnote, according to a table in Murphy's Ireland, Industrial, Political, and Social, 1870, 94.6% of the holdings do not reach 100 acres. 5.4 exceed 100 acres. Back to the main text. They are one after the other, and with a degree of force unknown before, crushed by the competition of an agriculture managed by capital, and therefore they continually furnish new recruits to the class of wage laborers. The one great industry of Ireland, linen manufacture, requires relatively few adult men, and only employs altogether, in spite of its expansion, since the price of cotton rose in 1861 to 6, a comparatively insignificant part of the population. Like all other great modern industries, it constantly produces, by incessant fluctuations, a relative surplus population within its own sphere, even with an absolute increase in the mass of human beings absorbed by it. The misery of the agricultural population forms the pedestal for gigantic shirt factories, whose armies of laborers are, for the most part, scattered over the country. Here we encounter again the system described above of domestic industry, which in underpayment and overwork possesses its own systematic means for creating supernumerary laborers. Finally, although the depopulation has not such destructive consequences as would result in a country with fully developed capitalistic production, it does not go on without constant reaction upon the home market. The gap which emigration causes here limits not only the local demand for labor, but also the incomes of small shopkeepers, artisans, tradespeople generally. Hence the diminution in incomes between £60 and £100 in Table E. A clear statement of the condition of the agricultural labourers in Ireland is to be found in the reports of the Irish Poor Law Inspectors, 1870. Footnote, full title, Reports from the Poor Law Inspectors on the Wages of Agricultural Labourers in Dublin, 1870. See also, Agricultural Labourers Ireland, Return, etc., 8 March, 1861, London, 1862. Back to the main text. Officials of a government which is maintained only by bayonets and by a state of siege, now open, now disguised, they have to observe all the precautions of language that their colleagues in England disdain. In spite of this, however, they do not let their government cradle itself in illusions. According to them, the rate of wages in the country, still very low, has within the last 20 years risen 50 to 60%, and stands now on the average at 6 shillings to 9 shillings per week. But behind this apparent rise is hidden an actual fall in wages, for it does not correspond at all to the rise in price of the necessary means of subsistence that has taken place in the meantime. For proof, see the following extract from the official accounts of an Irish workhouse. And there's a chart, average weekly cost per head, year ending 1849 versus 1869, and it shows that the total cost for provisions, necessaries, and clothing has gone up from 1 shilling 6 1/4 pence to 3 shillings 1 1/4 pence. The price of the necessary means of subsistence is therefore fully twice, and that of clothing exactly twice as much as they were 20 years before. Even apart from this disproportion, the mere comparison of the rate of wages expressed in gold would give a result far from accurate. Before the famine, the great mass of agricultural wages were paid in kind, only the smallest part in money. Today, payment in money is the rule. From this it follows that, whatever the amount of the real wage, its money rate must rise. Quote, previous to the famine, the laborer enjoyed his cabin, with a rood or half-acre or acre of land, and facilities for a crop of potatoes. He was able to rear his pig and keep fowl, but they now have to buy bread, and they have no refuse upon which they can feed a pig or fowl. And they have consequently no benefit from the sale of a pig, fowl, or eggs, unquote. That and about the dozen next quotes are from that Reports of the Poor Law Inspectors. Continuing, in fact, formerly, the agricultural laborers were but the smallest of the small farmers, and formed for the most part a kind of rear guard of the medium and large farms on which they found employment. Only since the catastrophe of 1846 have they begun to form a fraction of the class of purely wage laborers, a special class connected with its wage masters only by monetary relations. We know what were the conditions of their dwellings in 1846. Since then they have grown yet worse. A part of the agricultural laborers, which however grows less day by day, dwells still on the holdings of the farmers in overcrowded huts, whose hideousness far surpasses the worst that the English agricultural laborers offered us in this way. And this holds generally with the exception of certain tracts of Ulster, in the south, in the counties of Cork, Limerick, Kilkenny, etc., in the east in Wicklow, Wexford, etc., in the centre of Ireland, in Kings and Queens County, Dublin, etc., in the west, in Sligo, Roscommon, Mayo, Galway, etc. Quote, the agricultural laborers' huts, an inspector cries out, are a disgrace to the Christianity and to the civilization of this country, unquote. In order to increase the attraction of these holes for the laborers, the pieces of land belonging thereto from time immemorial are systematically confiscated. Quote, the mere sense that they exist subject to the species of ban on the part of the landlords and their agents has given birth in the minds of the laborers to corresponding sentiments of antagonism and dissatisfaction toward those by whom they are thus led to regard themselves as being treated as a proscribed race, unquote. The first act of the agricultural revolution was to sweep away the huts situated on the field of labor. This was done on the largest scale, and as if in obedience to a command from on high. Thus many laborers were compelled to seek shelter in villages and towns. There they were thrown like refuse into garrets, holes, cellars, and corners in the worst back slums. Thousands of Irish families who, according to the testimony of the English, eaten up as these are with national prejudice, are notable for their rare attachment to the domestic hearth, for their gaiety and the purity of their home life, found themselves suddenly transplanted into hotbeds of vice. The men are now obliged to seek work of the neighboring farmers and are only hired by the day, and therefore under the most precarious form of wage. Hence, quote, they sometimes have long distances to go to and from work, often get wet, and suffer much hardship, not unfrequently ending in sickness, disease, and want. Another quote, the towns have had to receive from year to year what was deemed to be the surplus labor of the rural division, unquote. And then people still wonder, quote, there is still a surplus of labor in the towns and villages, and either a scarcity or a threatened scarcity in some of the country divisions, unquote. The truth is that this want only becomes perceptible, quote, in harvest time, or during spring, or at such times as agricultural operations are carried on with activity. At other periods of the year, many hands are idle, unquote, that, quote, from the digging out of the main crop of potatoes in October until the early spring following, there is no employment for them, unquote, and further, that during the active times they, quote, are subject to broken days and to all kinds of interruptions, unquote. These results of the agricultural revolution, i.e. the change of arable into pasture land, the use of machinery, the most rigorous economy of labor, etc., are still further aggravated by the model landlords who, instead of spending their rents in other countries, condescend to live in Ireland on their domains. In order that the law of supply and demand may not be broken, these gentlemen draw their, quote, labor supply chiefly from their small tenants, who are obliged to attend when required to do the landlord's work, at rates of wages, in many instances, considerably under the current rates paid to ordinary laborers, and without regard to the inconvenience or loss to the tenant of being obliged to neglect their own business at critical periods of sowing or reaping, unquote. The uncertainty and irregularity of employment, the constant return and long duration of gluts of labor, all these symptoms of a relative surplus population, figure therefore in the reports of the Poor Law Administration as so many hardships of the agricultural proletariat. It will be remembered that we met in the English agricultural proletariat with a similar spectacle, but the difference is that in England, an industrial country, the industrial reserve recruits itself from the country districts, whilst in Ireland, an agricultural country, the agricultural reserve recruits itself from the towns, the cities of refuge of the expelled agricultural laborers. In the former, the supernumeraries of agriculture are transformed into factory operatives. In the latter, those forced into the towns, whilst at the same time they press on the wages in towns, remain agricultural laborers, and are constantly sent back to the country districts in search of work. The official inspectors sum up the material condition of the agricultural laborer as follows, quote, though living with the strictest frugality, his own wages are barely sufficient to provide food for an ordinary family and pay his rent, unquote, and he depends upon other sources for the means of clothing himself, his wife, and children. The atmosphere of these cabins, combined with the other privations they are subjected to, has made this class particularly susceptible to low fever and pulmonary consumption, unquote. After this, it is no wonder that, according to the unanimous testimony of the inspectors, a somber discontent runs through the ranks of this class, that they long for the return of the past. Comment, think of Lenin's discussions of the Narodniks in Russia, continuing, loathe the present, despair of the future, give themselves up, quote, to the evil influence of agitators, unquote, and have only one fixed idea, to emigrate to America. This is the land of cocaine, into which the great Malthusian panacea, depopulation, has transformed Green Erin. What a happy life the Irish factory operative leads, one example will show. Quote, on my recent visit to the north of Ireland, says the English factory inspector Robert Baker, I met with the following evidence of effort in an Irish skilled workman to afford education to his children, and I give his evidence verbatim as I took it from his mouth. That he was a skilled factory hand may be understood when I say that he was employed on goods for the Manchester market. Quote, Johnson, I am a beetler and work from 6 in the morning till 11 at night from Monday to Friday. Saturday we leave off at 6 p.m. and get 3 hours of it for meals and rest. I have 5 children in all. For this work I get 10 shillings 6 pence a week. My wife works here also and gets 5 shillings a week. The oldest girl, who is 12, minds the house. She is also cook and all the servant we have. She gets the young ones ready for school. A girl going past the house wakes me at 5:30 in the morning. My wife gets up and goes along with me. We get nothing to eat before we come to work. The child of 12 takes care of the little children all the day, and we get nothing till breakfast at 8. At 8 we go home. We get tea once a week. At other times we get stirabout, sometimes of oatmeal, sometimes of Indian meal as we're able to get it. In the winter we get a little sugar and water to our Indian meal. Comment, Indian meal is cornmeal, so like a polenta. And it was considered a sign of poverty, so if you had corn instead of oats, that was considered a step down. Continuing, in the summer we get a few potatoes, planting a small patch ourselves, and when they are done we get back to stirabout. Sometimes we get a little milk as it may be. So we go on from day to day, Sunday and weekday, always the same the year round. I am always very much tired when I have done at night. We may see a bit of flesh meat sometimes, but very seldom. 3 of our children attend school, for whom we pay 1 penny a week a head. Our rent is 9 pence a week. Peat for firing costs us 1 shilling 6 pence a fortnight at the very lowest." Unquote. Such are Irish wages, such is Irish life. In fact, the misery of Ireland is again the topic of the day in England. At the end of 1866 and the beginning of 1867, one of the Irish land magnates, Lord Dufferin, set about its solution in the Times. How human of such a great lord. From Table E we saw that during 1864, out of 4,368,610 pounds of total profits, 3 surplus value makers pocketed only 262,819 pounds. That in 1865, however, out of 4,669,979 pounds total profits, the same 3 virtuosi of quote-unquote abstinence pocketed 274,528 pounds. In 1864, 26 surplus value makers reached to 646,377 pounds. In 1865, 28 surplus value makers reached to 736,448 pounds. In 1864, 121 surplus value makers, 1,076,912 pounds. In 1865, 150 surplus value makers, 1,320,906 pounds. In 1864, 1,131 surplus value makers, 2,150,818 pounds, nearly half of the total annual profit. In 1865, 1,194 surplus value makers, 2,418,833 pounds, more than half of the total annual profit. But the lion's share, which an inconceivably small number of land magnates in England, Scotland, and Ireland swallow up of the yearly national rental, is so monstrous that the wisdom of the English state does not think fit to afford the same statistical materials about the distribution of rents as about the distribution of profits. Lord Dufferin is one of those land magnates. That rent rolls and profits can ever be excessive, or that their plethora is in any way connected with plethora of the people's misery, is of course an idea as quote-unquote disreputable as quote-unquote unsound. He keeps to facts. The fact is that, as the Irish population diminishes, the Irish rent rolls swell. That depopulation benefits the landlords, therefore also benefits the soil, and therefore the people, that mere accessory of the soil. He declares, therefore, that Ireland is still overpopulated, and the stream of emigration still flows too lazily. To be perfectly happy, Ireland must get rid of at least 1/3 of a million of laboring men. Let no man imagine that this lord, poetic into the bargain, is a physician of the school of San Grado, who, as often as he did not find his patient better, ordered phlebotomy and again phlebotomy until his patient lost his sickness at the same time as his blood. Lord Dufferin demands a new bloodletting of 1/3 of a million only, instead of about 2 millions. In fact, without the getting rid of these, the millennium in Erin is not to be. The proof is easily given. And there's a chart here, the number and extent of farms in Ireland in 1864, and there's a footnote that says that the total area includes also peat, bogs, and wasteland. The total area is 26,319,924 acres, and then there are 7 categories of farms of different sizes. The largest is farms over 100 acres at 8.2 million. Then the farms between 50 and 100 are 3.98 million. Then the farms between 50 and 30 and 30 and 50 acres are about the same at 3 million and 2.9 million respectively. Then it goes down from there. Between 5 and 15 are 1.8 million. Between 1 and 5 are 289,000. and not over 1 acre, 25,394. Continuing, centralization has from 1851 to 1861 destroyed principally farms of the first three categories, the smallest, under 1 and not over 15 acres. These above all must disappear. This gives 307,058 supernumerary farmers, and reckoning the families the low average of 4 persons, 1,228,232 persons. On the extravagant supposition that, after the agricultural revolution is complete, 1/4 of these are again absorbable, there remain for immigration 921,174 persons. Categories 4, 5, and 6 of over 15 and not over 100 acres are, as was known long since in England, too small for capitalistic cultivation of corn, and for sheep breeding are almost vanishing quantities. On the same supposition as before, therefore, there are further 788,761 persons to emigrate. Total, 1,709,532. And as the appetite comes in eating, rent roll's eyes will soon discover that Ireland, with 3.5 millions, is still always miserable, and miserable because she is overpopulated. Therefore her depopulation must go yet further, that thus she may fulfill her true destiny, that of an English sheepwalk and cattle pasture. Footnote: how the famine and its consequences have been deliberately made the most of, both by the individual landlords and by the English legislature, to forcibly carry out the agricultural revolution and to thin the population of Ireland down to the proportion satisfactory to the landlords, I shall show more fully in Volume 3 of this work, in the section on landed property. There also I return to the condition of the small farmers and the agricultural laborers. At present, only one quotation. Nassau W. Sr. says, with other things, in his posthumous work, Journals, Conversations, and Essays Relating to Ireland, 2 volumes, London, 1868, Volume 2, quote, "Well," said Dr. G., "we have got our poor law, and it is a great instrument for giving the victory to the landlords. Another, and a still more powerful instrument, is emigration. No friend to Ireland can wish the war to be prolonged, that is, the war between the landlords and the small Celtic farmers, and still less that it should end by the victory of the tenants. The sooner it is over, the sooner Ireland becomes a grazing country, with the comparatively thin population which a grazing country requires, the better for all classes." Unquote. The English Corn Laws of 1815 secured Ireland the monopoly of the free importation of corn into Great Britain. They favored artificially, therefore, the cultivation of corn. With the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846, this monopoly was suddenly removed. Apart from all other circumstances, this event alone was sufficient to give a great impulse to the turning of Irish arable into pasture land, to the concentration of farms, and to the eviction of small cultivators. After the fruitfulness of the Irish soil had been praised from 1815 to 1846, and proclaimed loudly as by nature herself destined for the cultivation of wheat, English agronomists, economists, politicians discover suddenly that it is good for nothing but to produce forage. M. Léonce de Laverne has hastened to repeat this on the other side of the channel. It takes a, quote, serious man, a la Laverne, to be caught by such childishness. Back to the main text. Like all good things in this bad world, this profitable method has its drawbacks. With the accumulation of rents in Ireland, the accumulation of the Irish in America keeps pace. The Irishman, banished by sheep and ox, reappears on the other side of the ocean as a Fenian, and face to face with the old queen of the seas rises, threatening and more threatening, to the young giant Republic. A cruel fate torments the Romans, and the crime of fratricide. And that is the end of Chapter 25, the second longest chapter in Capital Volume 1. And what an amazing chapter. Like Chapter 15, it is replete with accounts of the conditions described in great detail that people had to work and live in, and how the rising capitalist class engineered, implemented, and maintained those conditions, and then continued to expand them for the sake of accumulation. Of course, just a few countries were the main focus here, but this model of analysis could be applied to many other countries as well. So, you've now made it through part 7 of 8. What did you think? Leave a question or comment below, and we will continue the discussion in the comment section as always. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons and Buy Me a Coffee supporters whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall or buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. Every donation's encouraging, they're also materially helpful, and they allow me to spend a lot more time on this channel than I'd be able to do without that support. It really makes a difference, so if you like this channel, thank me, but also thank a patron or Buy Me a Coffee supporter, and consider becoming one yourself. Beyond that, engagement counts, so like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment, even if it is just for the algorithm. And remember, we can agitate and educate online pretty effectively, but the organizing and real struggle takes place in real life. So make sure to take what you've learned here into your real-world political organizing. Thanks again, and we will see you in the next video.